Many years ago, right on the border of a powerful empire, there was a small province called Hershey, which became the starting point for our story. The settlement of Hershey was languishing under the raids of cruel warriors from the north, natives of the kingdom of Icarus, known as the descendants of the Black Wolves. The dense forest that stretched to the west of the province was fraught with mortal danger, as terrible monsters and ferocious wild animals lived there. In the entire vast empire that conquered the east, there was no more dangerous and harsh place than the province of Hershey. The government of Hershey was carried out by the ancient Versace family, nicknamed by the people the Guardians of Decalan, for the fact that they raised more than one generation of outstanding warriors who defended the borders of the empire. However, peaceful life was to come to an end after a series of terrible events turned the usual way of life upside down. The crown prince will be poisoned, and suspicion will fall on the Versace family, drawn into a whirlpool of palace intrigue. The prime suspect is Olivia Versace, a large-bodied woman whose appearance seemed to foretell her fate as a villain. At this very time, Olivia was admiring her reflection in the mirror and slowly combing her hair with her favorite comb. Suddenly, the girl was struck by lightning because her name was not Olivia at all, but Hanby, and she ended up in her favorite novel, finding herself in the body of its main villain. Usually, when a heroine ends up in the world of a book, she takes the place of one of the key heroines, but fate decreed otherwise, preparing a very unpleasant surprise for Hanbi. For some unknown reason, she got the role of not just a secondary villain, but also the owner of an appearance that was far from perfect. The girl looked with disgust at her plump nose, small lips, compressed by plump cheeks in the mirror, and involuntarily compared herself to an appetizing bun. Hanbi's gaze slid over her round face, and her eyes stopped at the double chin that made her look like a well-fed hamster. Her dull, lifeless hair reinforced her resemblance to a capricious and spoiled pig. In her past life, Hanbi had an enviable appearance and attracted the admiring glances of men. She proudly recalled how she graduated from the police academy and became a detective, a profession that strengthened her character. Thanks to hard training in her past life, she managed to become the girl that all the men around her dreamed of. Just yesterday, she was the confident 30-year-old Hanbi, but inexplicably woke up in the body of a teenager. But the most terrible thing was not this, but the fact that she found herself in the body of Olivia Versace, who in the future was to be executed for murder. This state of affairs categorically did not suit Olivia, and she firmly decided to change the course of history. In the morning, the maid knocked carefully on the door and announced that breakfast was ready, anxiously awaiting an answer. Seeing that Olivia was already having breakfast, the maid was very surprised because there was no one else in the house except her. There were still 2 whole years left before the execution of the heroine of the novella, and Olivia had enough time to think everything over. But she could not find a motive for the murder. All this time, Olivia simply ate, slept, and had fun without thinking about the future. The thought of the inevitable execution in 2 years made the girl shudder in horror and begin to look for a way out of the situation. Olivia struggled to get out of bed, having eaten so much that it was hard to even move. It became difficult for her to breathe, and disturbing thoughts crept into her head. What else can you do if you know that in 2 years you will be executed? Olivia knew she needed to pull herself together and, first and foremost, get her shape in order. She knew that changing herself would not be easy, but it was the only chance to survive. To become better, she needed to take up sports, and Olivia decided to start with fencing lessons. However, having taken the sword in her hands, the girl realized that she first needed to get rid of excess fat, and only then build muscle mass. The maid, seeing Olivia running around the garden, hastened to inform the head maid named Daisy. Daisy was quite surprised by this sudden change in Olivia's behavior. The maid was surprised to notice that Mistress Olivia, who had previously led a measured life, now spent her days jogging continuously around the estate. Olivia looked at her reflection with satisfaction, confident that the lost pounds made her face even more beautiful. The girl smiled, believing that even if fate had prepared the role of a villain for her, thanks to a strict diet, she would become the most charming villain in the world. Olivia was determined to maintain her new image, which was so different from her previous one. Olivia remembered her 16th birthday not only for the festive table, but also for the important event described in the pages of the novel. The father and brother finally returned to the estate after spending many days on the border, defending their lands from the enemy. Count Gerard Versace, a brave but simple-minded warrior, was Olivia's loving father. Joyfully embracing his grown-up daughter, the Count exclaimed that she had become incredibly similar to her late mother. Kyle Versace, a reasonable and calm young man, noted with a smile that Olivia's resemblance to her mother was completely natural. Olivia was a little hurt by the reason for her father's wild joy. Was he really only happy that she had finally lost weight? After an hour filled with stories about the latest news, the relatives gathered around the table to enjoy a cup of fresh tea. The Earl believed that it was time for Olivia to take over the management of the estate and take responsibility for Hershey, which was in complete disarray. Kyle added that he and his father would soon have to return to the border to deal with an invasion of dangerous monsters threatening the locals. With hope in his voice, Count Versace asked his daughter to take care of Hershey, believing that she would be able to restore order and prosperity to the province. Olivia agreed to fulfill her father's request without hesitation, because for her it was a chance to prove her devotion to the family. The girl promised to make every effort not to disappoint her father and justify his trust, although doubts lurked in her soul. Upon arriving in Hershey, Olivia was met by the village elder, who excitedly asked her to spare him some time for an important conversation. The elder reported bitterly that an early frost had hit Hershey, destroying all the crops and condemning the people to starvation. Even the hardy potato, the main hope of the Hershey residents, could not survive the severe cold, leaving people without food. The elder was sure that if a way to feed the population was not found soon, in winter, Hershey would turn into a dead land full of despair. Having lost all hope, the old man admitted that he did not know how to save people from hunger and how to help them survive the approaching winter. The elder sadly noted that even under the best of circumstances, life in Hershey would be hard and full of hardships. And these huge taxes levied by the imperial treasury finally undermined the already meager economy of Hershey. Olivia, listening to the old man, was amazed at the kindness and patience of people who were ready to share their last piece of bread. Suddenly, the girl was overcome with fear because she herself was on the verge of death, forgetting about her own safety for the sake of strangers. During the year spent tirelessly caring for Hershey, Olivia was able not only to improve affairs in the province, but also to find a loyal assistant on whom she could rely. The girl, giving orders to her assistant, asked him to write a detailed report on the reduction of taxes in Hershey. Olivia leaned back in her chair wearily. Another year of her life had flown by in endless labors for the benefit of the Versace estate. Bursting into the room without knocking, the excited maid hurriedly announced that an imperial delegation had arrived at the estate. The father urgently demanded Olivia to come to him, and the maid hurried the girl, urging her not to waste time on trifles. Grabbing her robe, the maid dragged Olivia into the bathhouse, insisting that she take a hot bath before meeting with important guests. Entering the dressing room, the maid began to sort through the magnificent dresses hanging along the walls. Having chosen 2 outfits that she considered the most suitable, the maid asked Olivia which one she liked best. Olivia, without thinking twice, chose a bright dress embroidered with silver threads, which sat perfectly on her slender figure. The maid smiled encouragingly, praising Olivia for her ability to present herself in the best possible light. Olivia was tired of pretending to be a maid who always radiated the desired joy. The plot of the novel began with a description of Olivia's 17th birthday and all the changes that occurred in her life. According to the author's plan, the girl was to be sent to the imperial palace as a candidate for the role of the crown prince's wife. In the novel, Olivia was also supposed to study at a prestigious academy for girls of noble birth, which her father and brother were so worried about. Olivia noted with surprise that she had not met the prince and was not acquainted with him, unlike the heroine of the novel. Neither her father nor her brother ever mentioned the need for Olivia to attend the academy, which was very different from how events unfolded in the book. The girl came to the conclusion that with her actions, she had greatly changed the plot of the novel. Olivia hoped that by defying the author's plans and behaving differently from the novel's heroine, she would be able to avoid a terrible fate. The sudden appearance of the imperial delegation in Hershey mixed up all the cards and made Olivia nervous. Olivia resolutely headed to her father's office, wanting to quickly find out the reason for the visit of the uninvited guests. Seeing Olivia, her father gestured for her to enter the room, asking why she had kept him waiting. Olivia apologized for being a little late, citing urgent matters that required her attention. Noticing an important document on the table, the girl asked her father to clarify the situation and only hoped that it was not related to the prince or studying at the academy. Olivia, noticing the solemn expression on her father's face, asked with a smile if her name was on the letter. The father nodded, adding that the letter was sent by the emperor himself and that it did not bode well. Olivia assumed that she must be being invited to court. Olivia's father and brother were delighted, noting the insight of their sister, who immediately uncovered the essence of the letter. Olivia chuckled to herself, amazed at the naivety of her new relatives who were so easy to fool. It turned out that the Versace family, having obtained the most valuable trophy after the campaign against the monsters that threatened their lands, received the right to send their daughter to the palace as a candidate for the wife of the crown prince. The girl was shocked by such a stupid and senseless request from the emperor, which went against all the laws of common sense. Olivia exhaled indignantly, not understanding how the emperor could come up with such a wild condition. The count, frowning, warned his daughter that the crown prince was cunning and cruel, and that she had to be extremely careful with him. Kyle supported his father, adding that the trip to the palace was dangerous for Olivia. Olivia suddenly thought that this was a classic love story, where evil fate tries to separate the main characters. After this, Olivia turned to the servant who was present at the conversation, asking his opinion about the behavior of her relatives. The servant, coughing timidly, admitted that he agreed with his mistress in some ways. Thanking him for his sincerity, Olivia walked over to the window, admiring the picturesque landscape that opened up before her eyes. Looking at her reflection in the glass, the girl thought with annoyance that her beauty was fading against the backdrop of the magnificence of the surrounding nature. Olivia held in her hands the letter that she herself had sent to the crown prince several months ago. As Olivia reread her own words, she marveled at how skillfully she had managed to pretend to be an arrogant and selfish fool. The contents of the letter disgusted Olivia, so false did all the compliments and outpourings of feeling seem. Olivia had no doubt that having received such a message, the prince would not want to see her in his palace. She clearly understood that only her relatives could have come up with and suggested such stupidity to her. My father and brother were distinguished by enviable strength, but their mental abilities left much to be desired. The girl believed that having received such an upbringing, poor Olivia simply could not help but become a cruel villain. Olivia, determined to change her destiny, decided to find a more suitable family for herself with a kind and faithful husband. She was ready to do anything to avoid the fate of the villain and rewrite the script of the novel into which fate had thrown her. Abandoning the original plan, Olivia even decided to refuse the invitation of the imperial family and make decisions herself. To calm the emperor's ardor, she offered to send him that very trophy and refused to raise taxes. After all, if Olivia becomes the emperor's favorite, then her family will be provided with everything they need. Olivia's father initially approved of her plan, admitting that he had not thought of it himself. To get rid of the annoying attention of the imperial family, it was decided to declare Olivia seriously ill. Kyle smiled broadly and noted the strangeness of the plan, but still did not argue. At the last moment, Gerard still doubted whether the imperial family would check the fact that Olivia was actually ill. Olivia confidently stated that they would have no doubts, because in old portraits she looks much worse than she does now. Having agreed with his daughter's plan, Gerard ordered the servant to call the others to tell them the important news. At that very moment, Edwin, the chief secretary of the Versace family, hurried into the room. Olivia was delighted to see him, remembering how Edwin had recently taught her the intricacies of working with documents. Her attention was drawn to another person standing at the door, the familiar face evoking a vague feeling. Olivia recognized him as Daniel Meridian, the older brother of her friend Daisy and Kyle's loyal friend. Daniel's model appearance and slender figure left no doubt as to the guest's identity. The young man's face, radiating warmth and kindness, caused a thrill in Olivia's heart. She remembered how Daniel became her first love and taught her how to use a sword. Daniel, by greeting her, showed that he remembered Olivia and proved himself to be a true gentleman. The Meridian family had long been friends with Versace, and Olivia thought fondly of what a fine man this boy Daniel had grown into. Romantic fantasies were born in her head about how great it would be to go with him to the ends of the earth. To build a cozy house, to start a family, is the real dream of any girl, and Daniel was its embodiment. Kyle, noticing Daniel, rudely broke their eye contact, reminding his friend of the need to get permission to talk to his sister. This injustice towards Daniel outraged Olivia, and angry thoughts about her brother flashed through her head. Edwin reminded them of his presence, inviting Gerard to discuss payment for his services in a more private setting. Gerard invited Edwin to go into a separate room to discuss everything calmly. Olivia, taking advantage of the moment, hastened to start a casual conversation with Daniel. Kyle snapped at his sister, noticing that she was holding Daniel's hand, which was unseemly. Olivia paid no attention to her brother, admiring Daniel's masculine figure. Kyle tried to bring his sister to order, reminding her of his status as an older brother and the need to obey him. At that moment, Olivia thoughtfully asked Daniel if he was hungry and immediately offered him breakfast. She was captivated by the young man's pleasant voice. Olivia mentally gave him the highest score for male attractiveness. Kyle, watching his sister flirt, felt like an outsider at this party of life. Gerard, returning to the interrupted conversation, reminded Olivia that they could not ignore the Emperor's invitation. He noted the long-standing and strong ties between their families, which the Emperor always considered an alliance. Gerard completely entrusted the solution of this problem to his daughter, relying on her intelligence and resourcefulness. Olivia knew she couldn't quit and leave, because that would give Kyle a chance to gain power that he was completely unprepared for. She was irritated by the Emperor's arrogant message, which did not even mention their merits in guarding the borders. Olivia decided to declare her intention to pull troops to the borders, protecting the interests of her family. Gerard expressed his concern. He couldn't just abandon all his lands and head to the border. Olivia agreed with her father that it was necessary to maintain good relations with the nobility of the North, despite the tensions in that region. She suggested turning to the Northern comrades with a request for joint protection of the borders and informing the Emperor about this. Olivia devised a plan that would present the Versace family in a favorable light, emphasizing their achievements in protecting the borders. Gerard was worried, reminding them that they should not contradict the will of the Emperor, because they still depended on the will of the imperial family. Kyle, hearing about the danger to his sister, was outraged. Would they allow Olivia to become a prisoner in the palace? Gerard responded by declaring that he would not allow anyone to treat his daughter as a prisoner. Olivia noted with irony that as soon as she mentioned the danger of becoming a prisoner, her father's face immediately changed. Although, thinking back, Olivia realized that being in the palace really did resemble captivity. Despite the clear will of the Emperor, Olivia decided not to rush into carrying out his order and to think it over carefully. Meanwhile, Olivia headed to her office at the Versace estate to take care of some accumulated work. Oscar, Olivia's assistant, noted with concern in his voice that she was late today. He asked if she had taken too many responsibilities on her fragile shoulders. Sam, another assistant in charge of important paperwork, politely asked if Olivia needed any help. Olivia responded by assigning each of them their own responsibilities, first checking Sam's report, and then going on business with Oscar. Daniel suddenly appeared and began asking with interest where she was heading and how the negotiations with the imperial delegation were progressing. Olivia's heart beat with joy at the sight of Daniel, whom she considered her muse. Olivia announced that she was going to visit the new soap factory to see for herself how things were going. She coquettishly invited Daniel to join her and have a bite to eat before leaving. Daniel, concerned about the fate of the Versace family, asked if she was worried about the outcome of the negotiations. Olivia reassured him nonchalantly that Kyle was a master negotiator and that he could handle it. Daniel, trying to win her favor, timidly offered to treat Olivia to some candy. Olivia ironically reminded the young man that she was no longer a little girl, and that in fact girls her age were already given flowers. But not wanting to upset Daniel, she agreed to accept his treat, hiding her smile. Daniel sincerely promised to bring her both candy and flowers next time. Olivia looked at Daniel with warmth, realizing once again how deeply he had sunk into her soul. Meanwhile, the sales department was in full swing, without stopping for a minute. 2 years earlier, in order to improve food supplies, Olivia had recruited the trade union to her side and established several new trading posts. Things were not going well, but thanks to Olivia's efforts, it was possible to create favorable conditions for import and establish a system of work. At present, this trading department had become the largest in the district, as evidenced by the busy unloading of goods. Olivia turned to Oscar with displeasure, suggesting that he go to the main office instead of hanging around doing nothing. Oscar assured Olivia with a smile that he had left a reliable person and could afford to rest. Oscar jokingly remarked that Daisy would be horrified to hear the strong expressions that sometimes came out of Olivia's mouth. Olivia said with a threat in her voice that she could easily drown all his departments with supply requests, and then there would definitely be no time to rest. Oscar, frightened by the prospect of working day and night, promised to keep his mouth shut. He smiled broadly at his interlocutors, but it seemed that no one was paying attention to him anymore. Sam, meanwhile, reported to Olivia about the workers' complaints about the large accumulation of carts on the roads. Olivia explained that the city first needed to be divided into commercial and residential areas, even though it would cost a lot of money. She planned to begin road construction immediately after the completion of the water supply and sewerage systems. The young owner did not want to allow damage to the new communications during the roadworks, so it was necessary to take everything into account, down to the smallest detail. Olivia handed Sam a completed plan, instructing him to follow all the instructions carefully and not to spend any extra money. Sam took the plan with admiration, wondering how Olivia had managed to figure it all out so quickly. Olivia said that she used to have to do a lot of paperwork, which now was no problem for her. Despite the lack of computers in this world, Sam did an excellent job. While examining the surroundings, Olivia noticed that the water in the local reservoir was too dirty and not suitable for drinking. She gave orders to build a special storage facility with clean water, from which a water supply system would be installed. Olivia suggested that poor sewage could pollute the water in the river and cause an epidemic. Sam agreed that building a storage facility would avoid these problems, calling it a great idea in every way. Olivia then asked Oscar what would be more profitable, buying building materials in advance or purchasing them as needed. Finally, having finished planning the work, she sent Sam to take the documents to Oscar, and she herself went to the Debon factory. Debon was a former soap factory that had to close due to its proximity to a slaughterhouse and was now used as a storage facility. They decided to build a new soap factory in one of the poor areas of the city in order to create new jobs. Daisy, who was known for her responsibility and reliability in work, was appointed to be responsible for Debon. The idea of organizing soap production belonged to Miss Evans, who was responsible for the laundry on the estate. No one could have suspected that Miss Evans's modesty concealed a great talent for trade. Thus, thanks to Miss Evans' discovery, the production of their own soap was established, which was a profitable investment for everyone. Now Miss Evans worked at Debon like the rest of the workers, enjoying her new position. Arriving at the factory, Olivia asked Oscar how the local nobility perceived their new product. Oscar reluctantly reported that the soap had not aroused much enthusiasm among the local nobility, and that there was no reason to expect much demand. Olivia, listening to Oscar, remembered the story of how they met, which began 2 years ago. She was only 15 then, but from the very beginning, Oscar treated her with respect and understanding as an adult girl. Their first meeting ended with Oscar sincerely apologizing to the young lady for his inappropriate appearance. Then, Olivia got scared when she saw the bruises on his face and decided that his boss had beaten him. Oscar, telling his story, complained about the unfairness of his boss, who constantly delayed his salary. Desperate, Oscar decided to steal, breaking into the accounting department and taking several valuables. He failed to escape, and the angry boss would have certainly dealt cruelly with Oscar. However, Olivia's appearance saved his life, stopping all this injustice. That day, Olivia had no idea what consequences this incident would lead to and how it could influence the course of the plot. She made Oscar an unexpected offer to quit his previous job and work for her. That same day, Oscar left his abuser's house and moved in with Olivia. The very next day, he was appointed manager, becoming one of Olivia's trusted men. Returning to soap production, Olivia admitted that Oscar was right, because their product was not to the taste of the spoiled nobility. The pungent smell scared away members of high society who were not accustomed to such simple aromas. Olivia sadly remembered how in her past life she bought soap in stores, what it was like to live without the internet, and the ability to choose whatever you wanted. At this time, Sam appeared and announced the arrival of Daisy and Daniel. He explained that the carriage would not be able to go any further and they would have to ride on horseback. Sam handed Olivia some riding clothes and politely asked her to change. Sosna, where they were heading, was a city that had lost most of its men during the war. The families of the fallen soldiers were left without their only breadwinners, and all that was left for them was to trade in herbs collected in the mountainous surroundings. The herald in charge of the construction greeted Olivia with a bow, expressing his joy at her visit. Daisy introduced Harold to Olivia and explained that he was the one supervising the construction work here. Daniel turned to Harold with a reproach. He considers it unacceptable that the workers still haven't had lunch and no one is keeping an eye on it here. Harold explained that food distribution is organized here for all the elderly, children, and sick people in need. Olivia looked sternly at Harold and noticed that he had not mentioned this in his report. The Herald began to stutter and justify himself, believing that he had done the right thing, since he had divided the food equally among everyone. Olivia harshly cut off his attempts to justify himself, reminding him that he had no right to manage the budget at his own discretion. Daisy supported Olivia, noting that charity work should be done without forgetting about one's main responsibilities and accountability. Harold immediately admitted his guilt and promised that he would be more careful in the future. Of course, Daisy immediately reassured him, saying that she did not blame him for his kindness, but she should always be kept informed of such decisions. She highly appreciated his actions and the fact that he shows concern for those who really need it. The Herald was sincerely glad that his actions were understood correctly, and he was not punished. Olivia looked at Daisy with pride. How wonderfully she handled this situation and managed to save face. After visiting Deben, Olivia decided to continue her tour and do other things. In particular, she planned to build a hospital in Sasna, which was extremely important for this devastated city. This was not just a whim. Olivia wanted to help the families of the fallen warriors who defended their lands. The hospital was supposed to be free for the residents of Sasna, and to operate it, it would be enough to hire even the least experienced doctor. Although there were no epidemics or dangerous diseases here, Olivia noticed that the health of the townspeople left much to be desired. Tired after a busy day, Olivia happily returned to her estate and, wishing everyone good night, went to rest. In her room, she was immersed in a warm atmosphere of comfort, but even that could not compare to the warmth of Daniel's embrace. Olivia found herself thinking that events from the past were popping up in her memory so vividly, as if they had happened the day before, and not in a dream. She was tormented by questions that had no answers. Why didn't Daniel want to become her boyfriend? Daniel was constantly wary of the rumors and gossip that would inevitably appear in high society. Moreover, he considered it his duty to defend their country on the border, where warriors were badly needed. Olivia reproached Daniel for simply looking for an excuse to avoid communicating with Olivia, who was boring him. Daniel reminded her that Olivia was already 17 and would soon be married, and he did not want to interfere in her fate. Olivia, without hiding her feelings, confessed her love to Daniel and asked him directly if he could not see how much she liked him. Daniel reciprocated her feelings, admitting that he also liked her very much. Then Olivia, without thinking twice, offered him to become her cavalier in order to cut off the path to her heart for other suitors. Daniel blushed but resolutely promised to become her cavalier when the time came. Olivia, delighted, snuggled closer to him and asked him to stay because she really valued every minute spent with him. When she woke up in the morning, she didn't immediately understand where she was, deciding that she had dozed off for only a few minutes. Olivia saw the silhouette of a man standing in front of her and tried to remember if she knew this man. Suddenly, she recognized Daniel, who seemed to have come from her dream, and immediately asked where he had been. Daniel explained that he met Kyle and they decided to have a friendly duel. Going outside, where the moonlight silvered everything around, they decided to be alone a little longer. Olivia admired Daniel again and again, reminding him that the boy was only 17 years old. Daniel, slightly embarrassed, replied that he would soon celebrate his next birthday and would already be 18. Olivia couldn't believe how he had managed to mature so much in such a short time. Olivia herself was in poor physical shape for a long time, so she had to train a lot. One day, an unexpected guest named Giorgio Esther came to her, bowing and announcing his name and expressing his joy at the meeting. Giorgio introduced himself as a representative of the imperial family, explaining the urgent reason for his visit. He also expressed his joy at Olivia's speedy recovery, having heard earlier about her serious illness. Olivia, seeing Giorgio's impeccable manners, remembered that in the novel he was given the role of a minor character. Giorgio was not only a courtier, but also a close friend of the crown prince named Leonardo. According to the plot, it was he who was destined to become the support for the main character of the novel. In the novel, he is portrayed as a kind-hearted man, but Olivia knew his true nature. It is he who will carry out the sentence on the entire Versace family, and not just on the main character. A feeling of bitterness and pain pierced Olivia when she realized that he was the cause of her torment. Suddenly, Giorgio asked if Miss Olivia knew the art of fencing. Olivia exploded with indignation, because judging by the sword in the hands of her squire, she could have guessed it herself. Giorgio, embarrassed by his own awkwardness, assumed that his visit had only caused Olivia trouble. Olivia mentally agreed with him, dreaming of getting rid of the unexpected guest as soon as possible. With feigned concern in his voice, Giorgio next asked about Olivia's health. Unable to express all her thoughts, Olivia mentally remarked sarcastically that in the presence of the killer, Giorgio would behave exactly as she was now. In response to this, Olivia unceremoniously asked him to leave and not test her patience. As an excuse, Olivia cited a recent workout, due to which she had no energy left for further communication. Olivia learned an important lesson that as a member of the respected Versace family, she must stand up to anyone who dares to challenge her authority. Despite Olivia's best efforts to appear noble, her true nature still showed through from time to time. Instead of turning the other cheek, Olivia preferred to act preemptively, striking first. Giorgio bowed gallantly, noticing that the miss had dropped her glove. Olivia coldly refuted Giorgio's suggestion, stating in response that it was done on purpose. Giorgio asked in an uncertain voice if she had accidentally challenged him to a duel. Giorgio could not understand the true meaning of Olivia's actions. Her intentions remained a mystery to him. Irritated by Giorgio's behavior, Olivia openly stated that he was standing in her way and should give way. Giorgio, instantly changing his anger to mercy, hastened to apologize and assured that he did not want to stir up conflict, so he would gladly clear the passage. Olivia, looking at this guy's excellent manners and behavior, wondered who was really the villain in this situation. With a suspiciously sweet smile, Giorgio said goodbye to Mrs. Olivia, noting that the meeting had been very pleasant. A few days later, Olivia had practically forgotten about this unpleasant incident, immersed in her daily worries. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, Olivia asked her father again about the delegation's visit, wanting to make sure she had heard him correctly. Suddenly seeing that impudent guy in her father's office, Olivia felt a wave of irritation wash over her. Taking a step forward, Giorgio introduced himself to the girl as if nothing had happened between them. Pretending that she was seeing Giorgio for the first time, Olivia smiled sweetly and introduced herself to him in return. Giorgio, wanting to involve the whole family in the conversation, suggested discussing the issue concerning the Versace family. Olivia dryly remarked that the answer to His Majesty's request had already been given to her in a recent letter. Giorgio did not argue, but mentioned some important facts that forced him to raise the topic again. Pretending to be genuinely happy, Giorgio noted that Lady Olivia had apparently recovered, so it was time to reconsider the decision regarding moving to the imperial court. Olivia mentally cursed Giorgio with the last words, realizing that he was deliberately trying to weaken the Versace family by removing its strongest link. Giorgio sarcastically recalled how a couple of days ago, Olivia had been fencing brilliantly and was completely healthy. Trying to remain calm, Olivia babbled that she still felt unwell and very weak. However, Giorgio noticed that Olivia looked quite healthy, and it became clear that he did not believe her words. Giorgio admitted that he does not understand Olivia at all, because the proposal, which many ladies would have been delighted with, caused only a negative reaction in her. Trying to find at least some way out of the current situation, Olivia stated that she prefers attractive men. Gerard, hastening to stop the conversation from going in the wrong direction, apologized for his daughter's peculiar taste. Giorgio reassured Gerard, assuring him that there was no problem, since the Crown Prince was famous for his unearthly beauty. Giorgio was convinced that she would fall in love with him at first sight. According to him, this man was even more beautiful in reality, and his sword skills were superior to many. Olivia warned the guy, promising that he would soon regret the decision he had made, especially if she really was forced to go to the palace. After this, Gerard decided to end this conversation, which he considered useless. He recalled that the Versace family had served the crown faithfully for many years. Giorgio objected that the lady had already recovered, and besides, she was not as young as the letter had indicated. Olivia objected that her appearance should not mislead him because she was still ill, even though she did not show it. She reminded him that the courtiers would consider Giorgio guilty if they learned that she had refused the crown prince only because of his appearance. This time, considering this long conversation over, Olivia decided to leave. But Giorgio tried to stop her, asking her to wait a little and accompany him to the carriage when he left. Olivia, in response, briefly refused to do this, citing her illness and fatigue. A month has already passed since Giorgio's memorable visit to the Versace family estate. Daisy found Olivia sitting under a tree, reminding her young mistress that it was time for dinner. Along with these words, she unexpectedly handed Olivia a letter that she had not expected from anyone today. Olivia was unable to determine the sender of the mysterious letter, although she still had some suspicions. The letter spoke of an imminent cold snap, so the author of the letter advised her to dress warmer and not go out into nature until she had fully recovered. The sender also expressed his concern for her health and the hope that she would still honor the palace with her presence. Recognizing the handwriting, Daisy asked in surprise if this was the letter from Giorgio, who had come to see them a month ago. She, of course, was very pleased with this concern of Giorgio, expressed in this short letter. Olivia assumed that he simply decided to anger her and only started corresponding for this purpose. Daisy, burning with curiosity, asked if this Giorgio had really fallen in love with the lady. Olivia just laughed at this assumption, reminding that it was Giorgio who brought the main characters of the novel together. Daisy suddenly asked directly if Olivia was going to answer his letter. Olivia, on the one hand, wanted to stay away from all this. But on the other hand, she understood that this guy would not leave him alone so easily, so she decided to answer anyway. In her reply, Olivia again said that she had caught a cold, and this time it was his fault that she got sick. She also asked not to write to her anymore and not to make her worry unnecessarily. To make sure he was not disappointed, Olivia told him that she hated receiving letters. Despite Olivia's request, Giorgio continued to bombard her with stupid letters. Sometimes Olivia answered, but according to her, solely out of pity in short and simple phrases. After some time, the maids, having come up with a romantic story about their relationship, began to spread rumors. According to these rumors, Giorgio fell in love with Olivia at first sight. The rumors were becoming more and more detailed, saying that Giorgio, trying to get closer to his beloved, even tried to ask the Count for her hand. But he flatly refused Giorgio, who still continued to write passionate love letters to his beloved. In one of his letters, Giorgio admitted that, having received no answer to his previous letter, he reread all the previous ones and decided to take up fencing seriously. In another letter, he asked if she was okay, if she was sick, and if she had any important things to do. Kyle didn't understand why Giorgio was wasting time on these letters, which Olivia was ignoring anyway, and advised to simply burn them. Daisy sarcastically remarked that she now understood why Kyle didn't have a lady love. Noticing her immersion in the story, Kyle asked if she knew anything else about it. Surprised no less than Kyle, Olivia, having driven her brother away, decided to have a serious talk with the maid. Olivia assured Daisy that this Giorgio meant nothing to her. Daisy didn't understand why Olivia was hiding his letters and was convinced that Giorgio was madly in love. Olivia denied this, saying that it was complete nonsense. And what difference did it make, even if it was true, because she would never love him anyway? Olivia tried in vain to convince Daisy that she had misunderstood everything, and that there was nothing between her and Giorgio. Then suddenly Daisy asked if Mrs. Olivia was hurt by Giorgio's confessions of love. Olivia honestly said that they were driving her crazy, and it would be really nice to get rid of this guy once and for all. Olivia added that she actually likes Daniel, and that secret admirer most likely knows about it. Surprised by such a confession, Daisy noted that he was just a rude weakling, this Daniel. Olivia knew that this was exactly the reaction she would get from Daisy, but she decided to return to another topic of conversation. She asked Daisy which of the gentlemen she liked and whether she had a regular boyfriend. Embarrassed, Daisy admitted that she had one lover, but this love, alas, was unrequited. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince was in his office at the very academy where Olivia planned to study. His name was Leonardo, and he was not only the heir to the throne, but also the manager of this very academy. Trying to compose himself during the reading, Leonardo asked his overly noisy cousin Giorgio to calm down. Then he suddenly asked Giorgio what kind of woman's glove was in his hands. Giorgio confessed that it belonged to the lady who had captured his heart. Leonardo thought that Giorgio had been acting strangely since returning from Hershey and asked if he should call a doctor. Having heard the refusal, he advised Giorgio to find, in that case, someone else and tell him everything. At the same time, Olivia decided to ask Daniel how he would react if someone confessed their feelings to him. Daniel said it all depends on who exactly said it. Olivia asked him what he would do if his feelings were unrequited and he had to make a difficult choice. A little embarrassed, Daniel honestly admitted that he would feel awkward in such a situation. Agreeing with him, Olivia noted that Daniel had probably broken more than one woman's heart. Daniel objected that it would have been much worse for the one who confessed, because there is nothing more painful than unrequited love. Olivia agreed with his words, deciding that perhaps Daniel was right, and it was better not to confess your feelings at all if you loved a person who didn't care about you. Regretting that she had ever brought up the subject, Olivia asked Daniel to forget about the conversation. Agreeing, Daniel said that it would be better for both of them, and that if he were in Olivia's place, That is exactly what he would do. Recalling the content of the novel, Olivia noted that Daniel never confessed his love to Olivia. Olivia assumed it had something to do with her earldom, because even as an adult, he continued to call her mistress. Thinking about this topic made Olivia sad, and it was understandable because now she had to live the role of this heroine of the novel. She decided to act decisively and confess her feelings to Daniel, remembering that she had already done this once in her childhood. Olivia felt awkward remembering this, even though the incident happened many years ago. She assumed that Daniel then considered himself unworthy of her hand and heart, which made it very difficult for him. Looking at Daniel, Olivia thought that apparently today she had to discourage him from herself again. The weather that day was wonderful. The sun gently warmed the earth, giving warmth and joy to all the inhabitants of the settlement. Under the stands, there was a training area where intensive fencing training took place. Kyle asked Daniel if it was true that Daisy had found herself a boyfriend. Daniel wouldn't be surprised by this fact, noticing that guys were chasing Daisy in droves. He honestly admitted that he didn't care whether Daisy found a boyfriend or not, because right now he was much more concerned about Olivia and her attitude after their last conversation. Daniel was afraid that that conversation at the lake had seemed unpleasant to Olivia, and now she wanted to stop communicating with them completely. Daniel was tormented by doubts and fear. What if Olivia really fell in love with this very Giorgio? At the same time, life in the Meridian family estate went on as usual. Daisy had just picked a wonderful flower that gave off a magical scent. She was surprised to notice that Daniel had arrived early today, which was completely unlike him. Having suggested that Daniel quickly change his clothes, she loudly asked the servants to set the table. Daniel stopped Daisy, saying that he wanted to ask her something important. He asked if Giorgio continued to write letters to Olivia, hoping that she knew many details about the story. Daisy confirmed his guess, noting that this gentleman was very caring. Daniel disagreed with Daisy, calling Giorgio's behavior annoying and intrusive, and adding that this skinny Giorgio was not Olivia's type at all. Smiling, Daisy noted that Daniel sounded just like his friend Kyle, adding that Giorgio didn't write anything in his letters that would make him seem tactless. She reminded that these are just simple letters, in which it is difficult to write something obscene. Daisy informed Daniel that Olivia occasionally responded to Giorgio's letters, suggesting that she was not indifferent to him after all. The girl also admitted that she had only seen one reply letter, and Olivia was embarrassed to show her the rest. In addition, Daisy noticed that Olivia was no longer a child, and her feelings were not just childish crushes. Meanwhile, Olivia was in her house trying to figure out the issue that was troubling her. Daisy blamed herself for not asking this question earlier because, as Daniel said, there is nothing worse than unrequited love. Olivia realized that it was a bad idea to pry information out of Daisy right now. A more cunning approach was needed. She needed to find out who had broken her maid's heart and figure out how to get Daisy to tell her about it. Olivia was embarrassed by Daisy's stubborn silence, as if someone had strictly forbidden her to talk about it. Olivia had no doubt that Daisy's love story was definitely written in the novel. She just needed to remember the details. No matter how much Olivia tried to recall the episodes of the novella related to Daisy's life, she couldn't do it. All events that did not concern her were as if erased from her memory, while she remembered Olivia's plot line perfectly. She knew that her heroine was a negative character, a stupid and ignorant puppet. She was constantly bullied by the main villain, who was trying to harm the crown prince. It was he who pushed Olivia to kill the main character, meanly deceiving her and forcing her to do it. Having kidnapped the girl, Olivia was sure that the main character was in her hands, and now her life would come to an end. But disappointment awaited her, because the main character of the novel arrived to help in time, which, in fact, marked the beginning of their further love. Olivia's entire role in the novel was reduced to the image of a stupid villain, which explains the lack of her love storyline. Daisy turned to Olivia with concern at this point, noticing her thoughtfulness today. Olivia suddenly remembered that in the novel her heroine didn't even talk to the maid, but now they had become best friends. She felt it was unfair that Daisy was given the role of a mere bit-part character, noting that she deserved more. Suddenly she noticed the beautiful embroidery in the maid's hands and admired Daisy's talent. Daisy explained that the work was not yet finished, and praised the lady for the beautifully embroidered rabbits on her white handkerchief. Daisy suggested that Olivia really enjoyed embroidery and probably had spent a long time learning it. She also added that by giving a man an embroidered scarf, a girl shows her affection and tenderness. But in fact, after looking at her unsuccessful embroidery, Olivia decided to give the scarf to her brother or father, so that no one else would see this ugliness. Then, asking the maid to whom she was going to give her handkerchief, Olivia thought that, most likely, it was intended for that mysterious lover. Daisy sheepishly assured Olivia that she was not embroidering it for that reason. Comparing her work to Daisy's embroidery, Olivia felt a little sad, realizing that she would never achieve such skill. Suddenly realizing from the image of the shield with an eagle, Olivia decided that it was intended for one of the Red Knights. Daisy assured her that it was just a talisman that she wanted to give to her brother. Olivia didn't believe her, being sure that her gentleman served in the Order of the Red Knights, because she would never have given such a scarf to Daniel. However, Olivia suddenly became afraid that the maid would still give the handkerchief to Daniel, and he would find out how bad Olivia was at embroidering compared to Daisy. Comparing her work to Daisy's embroidery once again, she became even more depressed, realizing that she would never be able to surpass her skill. Night was slowly falling on the settlement, and the moon, peeking out from behind the clouds, gently illuminated the houses and streets. Olivia never stopped training hard, improving her sword skills. Kyle decided it was time to check on Olivia's readiness for the academy, noting that the trip was coming up, and they needed to make sure she was ready. Having praised his sister for her diligence, he noted that she still had a lot to learn. After challenging his sister to a practice fight, Kyle warned her that he was not going to give in to her today. Feeling the seriousness of her brother's intention, Olivia even tensed up a little. Without wasting a second, Kyle rushed into battle, attacking quickly and decisively. Gerard watched the children fight, worried that Kyle would hurt Olivia during practice. Olivia realized that her brother was not joking and was really attacking with full force. Unexpectedly for everyone, she deftly swung her sword, knocking it out of Kyle's hands and leaving him no chance. The sword fell to the ground with a crash, its tip sticking into the ground far from Kyle. Surprised that her sword was glowing bright red and the blow was much more powerful than usual, Olivia became afraid. Immediately after training, Gerard and Kyle took Olivia to the dungeon without explaining their intentions. In the dungeon, they approached a huge door, as if it had come from the pages of a fairy tale. Gerard touched the door with his palm, and it, with a long creaking sound, began to slowly open. Olivia didn't understand what was happening and why they came to this sinister dungeon. Gerard explained that he brought Olivia here not by chance, but to give her a ring that has been passed down in their family from generation to generation and has extraordinary power. He handed Olivia the ring and asked her to put it on her finger. Gerard said that this was not just a decoration, but a magical artifact, endowed with enormous power, and having chosen it itself. Olivia looked at the ring in confusion, trying to figure out how exactly they were supposed to fight. Gerard explained to Olivia that the ring could turn into any weapon she wanted. Olivia seized on her father's words, deciding that this artifact was her chance to change the plot of the novel and avoid death. Gerard, meanwhile, gestured for Olivia to come up to the huge image of an eagle and, concentrating all her energy in her palm, touch it. Olivia asked her father in bewilderment why he had decided to reveal the secret of the ring to her now, and added that she had always thought that only the head of the family was worthy of such an honor. Gerard smiled and replied that their family was different from others in that the transmission of the magical gift did not depend on age or rank. Olivia looked in surprise at the ancient book that suddenly lit up, making her wonder about the reasons for this strange phenomenon and her role in all of this. The words emerging from the depths of her mind suggested that the book was a repository of priceless knowledge intended for future generations of the Versace family. The chronicle of history began with the ascension to the throne of Emperor Kamahili after 12 years of cruel and bloody wars. With his power, he divided the vast empire into 4 provinces: the Duchy of Sabin in the east, the County of Versace in the north, the Duchy of Krashen in the west, and all the independent lands united in the south. In those dark times of endless wars, the name of the Red Eagle, Patricia Versace, burned brightly on the pages of history. Leading her troops, she chose as her symbol a red eagle, a proud bird soaring over the battlefield. However, with the end of the war, all the nobility turned away from the heroine, not wanting to accept the woman as a skilled commander, consigning her merits to oblivion. Even the imperial family treated Versace with caution and suspicion, seeing her as a threat. When the rest of the Versace family was invited to the capital to intermarry with influential aristocrats, Patricia was left in her county, deprived of her former glory. In a desperate attempt to find peace, she rushed from one duchy to another, but this did not bring the desired consolation. Fate struck again when the capital's Versace family fell victim to a treacherous betrayal, falling under the onslaught of enemies. Patricia, like a phoenix, returned to the north to restore the former glory of the Order of the Red Eagle. It was only 2 years later that the emperor finally recognized Patricia's merits and honored her with his attention. However, traditions were unbreakable. Noble families could only marry those of equal status. The beautiful commander attracted the emperor, but he did not want to link his fate with her, looking for a more advantageous match. Eventually, Patricia took her place next to Emperor Kamahili as the first concubine. Olivia was indignant as she read the lines filled with the injustice of fate. The story of her ancestor was filled with such bitter moments, causing a storm of indignation in the girl. Her heart was breaking from the injustice. Patricia dedicated her life to serving the empire, and the emperor rewarded her with the dubious status of a concubine. Olivia's indignation knew no bounds, because she could not understand the motives of this cruel and heartless emperor. Gerard tried to calm his daughter down, recalling the morals of the capital's ladies, which were very different from the manners of her mother. Cecilia, a beauty from the noble Argon family, was the complete opposite of the powerful and cruel women of the capital, because her heart was always filled with kindness and light. But Gerard could not deny the emperor's cruelty towards Patricia, because imperial blood also flowed through his veins. Olivia, overcome by a storm of emotions, decided to put off reading, not wanting to spoil her mood even more. But curiosity got the better of her when Kyle slyly asked if she wanted to know the fate of the brave Patricia. Despite her indignation, Olivia decided to continue reading, hoping that justice would soon prevail. By the will of fate, or perhaps by her own cunning, Patricia asked Kamahili not for marriage, but for the title of border guard and the right to carry the imperial banner, sealing their agreement with a blood oath. Although the Versaces retained their count title, their new status as border guards elevated them to a very high level, bringing them unprecedented power. Since then, the Versace family has dedicated itself to protecting the empire, becoming the support and shield for the ruling family. The right to carry the imperial banner allowed Versace to freely move his troops around the capital, protecting the imperial family from any encroachment. However, the blood oath that sealed this union forever forbade the Versaces from joining their fate with the imperial family, condemning them to eternal service. Olivia realized with surprise that this decree, made many centuries ago, was still in force. In her reflections, she concluded that the emperor's gifts were more like a clever trick, designed to ensure that he would only have a loyal army near the border. Gerard agreed with Olivia, noting that perhaps this was the true purpose of the emperor's generosity. However, he also noted that this decree turned the Versace family into a huge force with incredible power. Olivia's thoughts were racing, searching for answers to countless questions, the main one being whether her family was still obligated to protect the emperor. Gerard confirmed that the Versaces were still the border guards, ready to protect the imperial family at any moment. Olivia realized what a wise move her ancestor had made in obliging the imperial family to be the eternal patrons of the Versace family. Gerard pointed to the last lines of the book, claiming that they concealed something very important for understanding the history of their family. It turns out that the Versaces were obliged to protect not only the emperor, but the entire empire, even if it meant going against the crown itself. Meanwhile, in the palace, Crown Prince Leonardo was excitedly asking his advisor about news from his beloved. Giorgio sadly reported that there were still no letters from the Count's family, and the latest news was only about the sudden illness of the Count's daughter. Worried, Giorgio assumed the worst: what if she was dying, since she couldn't even write a few words. Leonardo noted with sarcasm that, fortunately for the entire empire, it was he who was the crown prince, and not Giorgio. He reminded the councilman of the long letters he had sent to Versace County that had gone unanswered. Olivia wrote only about her illness, and apart from these words, he received nothing in response to all his efforts. Giorgio agreed that the Count's daughter had written him nothing except that she had fallen ill again, for the umpteenth time. Leonardo, rolling his eyes in hopelessness, concluded the simple truth that if the girl had valued Giorgio's feelings, she would have let him know about herself at least after the third letter. She just spits on him, and it's time to finally open her eyes and not dwell in her dreams. However, Giorgio remained true to his feelings, claiming that a couple of lines are enough for true love. Leonardo waved his hand, giving in to his friend's stubbornness and mentally laughing at Giorgio's naivety. Giorgio, offended by Leonardo, replied that in a couple of phrases there was hidden the real care and tenderness that made this girl so dear to him. Leonardo only asked his friend if he was serious about falling in love with the Count's daughter, considering it just a joke at the very beginning. Giorgio honestly admitted that at first sight he was captivated by Olivia's beauty and grace, unable to resist the magic of love. Having lost patience, Leonardo forbade Giorgio from visiting the Versace palace until he came to his senses. At this very time, Kyle asked what Olivia ultimately understood from the book she read and where it all led. Olivia suggested that perhaps this meant that the North was safer than the capital. Kyle was more interested in Olivia's resemblance to her grandmother, which he tried to hint at. He asked Olivia directly if she noticed that her appearance was very similar to Patricia's. Olivia was taken aback by the question, did Kyle really think she looked like her grandmother? Kyle happily exclaimed that he immediately noticed their striking resemblance, like two peas in a pod. On reflection, Olivia admitted that Patricia Versace would be the perfect leading lady. But she was overcome with anxiety. Why then did she, Olivia, end up in this story in the place of the heroine doomed to death? She was surprised, because the novella did not reveal all the secrets of Patricia Versace. There was no hint of such a past in it. Olivia found such a detailed backstory, going beyond the scope of the novel, very strange. The girl compared this novella to a film set, where all the episodes seemed limited and precisely verified. Everything happened as if in a closed space, as if the world behind the scenes did not exist, but now everything has acquired real outlines. Even the ring, which had seemed like a fantastic plot element, now looked like something real and tangible. Olivia tried to remember if there was any mention of a ring in the book, but to no avail. She reasoned that usually in such stories, when entering a novel, an angel guide always appears to the hero who explains everything to him. Olivia wondered if perhaps the angel had appeared to her in a dream and she had simply forgotten. Deciding not to dwell on the issue, Olivia declared that she would live the way she wanted. She dreamed of a luxurious house with a green garden, of how she would turn down her idiotic brother and find a handsome husband. At this time, Olivia's father and brother, away from prying ears, were discussing an important issue in private. Gerard asked his son if he thought it was the right decision to send Olivia to the academy, since it was a dangerous place. Kyle understood his father's concerns, because no one knew what awaited them at the academy and what events might happen there. 3 months later, Olivia approached her friend and companion with a question, presenting him with an unusual situation. She asked Oscar to imagine what he would think if she confessed her feelings to him. Busy with his business, Oscar asked Olivia if he had done anything wrong and what her question meant. Olivia, noticing his reaction, asked sharply if she was too stern in appearance, which scared away all her suitors. Oscar interrupted her, asking in response if she really thought Daniel went to the border because he didn't like her. He advised her to talk to Daniel in person since they were complete strangers. Eventually, Olivia abruptly changed the subject, suggesting opening another retail outlet. Filled with new ideas, she proposed building a new factory and opening 3 retail outlets in the East. Oscar exposed her maneuver, claiming that she was simply trying to get back at him for not being satisfied with his recent answer. Then he added that, knowing her character, if she confessed, he would not hesitate to propose to her. Trying to calm Olivia down, Oscar said that he thought Daniel really liked her and that she had nothing to worry about. But Olivia objected, because he had been avoiding her for 3 months already, and she did not understand the reason for this behavior. She admitted that their conversation at the lake had a major impact on her relationship with Daniel, and they had grown apart ever since. Olivia devoted all this time to training, trying to distract herself from heavy thoughts. Daniel couldn't go to the academy with her because he decided to go guard the border with everyone else. Olivia was tormented by thoughts of Daniel, who had not written her a single line during all the months he had spent away from her. She reflected bitterly on how quickly their intimacy had collapsed, because before his departure they could not spend a day without each other. Oscar, noticing her condition, gently asked why she didn't write to Daniel herself. Olivia, trying to hide her embarrassment, waved it off, citing her constant busyness. Unable to withstand Oscar's gaze, she irritably explained that she did not want to impose herself on Daniel, and therefore immediately ended the conversation. On that fine day, the residents of the settlement where the Versace estate was located enjoyed the warm rays of the sun. The order from the crown spread throughout the country, and troops urgently set out to defend the borders from the invasion of monsters. True to their duty, the Versaces sent 5 combat regiments to war, ready to repel the enemy. 2 regiments were sent to strengthen the border, and 3 more detachments went deep into the dark forest, where the main danger was hidden. With a heavy heart, Olivia saw off her father and brother, who had decided to personally take part in the expedition. The thought that Daniel would go to war with them made her heart beat twice as fast. Just before departure, Count Gerard Versace, trying to hide his sadness, waved his hand tenderly, looking at his daughter. Olivia, wanting to cheer up her father, handed him a handkerchief with an embroidered pattern that she had prepared for him and Kyle. Gerard thanked his daughter and hugged her tightly goodbye. Kyle, looking at his gift, grumbled with displeasure that the chicken embroidered on the scarf did not match his menacing image. Olivia, not hiding her irritation, suggested that her brother return the scarf or throw it away altogether if he didn't like the gift. Daniel, watching their argument, sighed, realizing that Olivia had once again ignored him. Addressing the girl politely, Daniel asked how she was feeling. Olivia, trying to maintain her composure, replied that she was fine and wished Daniel luck. Thanking Olivia, Daniel, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, hurried to join the departing squad. Olivia, watching Daniel go, sadly realized that he again did not reciprocate her feelings, although he did it very delicately. The day was drawing to a close, but the sun had not yet set behind the horizon and continued to illuminate the enormous imperial castle. In Crown Prince Leonardo's office, candles were still burning, illuminating the piles of documents spread out on his desk. Concerned by the prince's tired appearance, the servant timidly inquired whether His Highness would like some tea. Leonardo, looking up from his documents, replied that it would be better to take the tea to the herald, who had already dozed off at his desk. At this moment, the servant reported that His Highness's cousin Giorgio had arrived and was already heading to the study. Barely holding back a smile, Leonardo turned to his cousin who had just entered, noting that Giorgio's excitement always caused him a slight fright. Giorgio, trying to catch his breath, hurried to share the good news, because he had finally received the long-awaited letter. Unfolding the letter, he read the lines in which the girl openly admitted that she hated writing letters. Giorgio breathed a sigh of relief and concluded that the girl was not indifferent to him, but simply could not stand wasting time on correspondence. Leonardo, running his eyes over the letter, noticed that it was written in a not very legible handwriting and that it looked very much like Countess Olivia's. Deciding to tease his cousin a little, he suggested that Giorgio meet another lady who might be more inclined to romantic correspondence. Giorgio confidently stated that the girl was simply very tired and they still had everything ahead of them. Leonardo noted with irony that Giorgio was wrong about their feelings and that he really should think about other girls. Outraged by such a proposal, Giorgio with dignity listed all his best qualities, which Olivia appreciates in him. Leaving his cousin no chance to object, he declared that there was true love between him and Olivia, which no one had the right to condemn. Leonardo understood that his cousin was looking at the situation incorrectly and was harboring vain illusions about Olivia's feelings. Meanwhile, at the Versace estate, Olivia was giving orders regarding the regiments leaving for war. Olivia asked Daisy, the maid, if the things and warm clothes for those who had gone on the hike had been sent. Daisy reassured her mistress, assuring her that everything had been done exactly as she had instructed. Anticipating difficult times, Olivia ordered that no expense be spared to support the soldiers sent to the front. Olivia ordered the servants to send 20 trophies from the vault to the artifact masters to make magical amulets. Oscar objected, reminding them that the trophies could be sold profitably and provide the estate for 2 months. Olivia sternly replied that severe frosts were approaching and amulets were now more needed at the front. Oscar shook his head and said that Daisy should teach Olivia how to manage resources, because spending valuable trophies on amulets was just stupid. Daisy put Oscar down sharply, confidently declaring that Olivia knew perfectly well how to manage funds. Oscar chuckled in response and replied that he would have found a more profitable use for the trophies. He turned to Daisy and asked if she had spoken to Olivia about Daniel yet, as now was the time before Olivia got too caught up in her work. But Daisy looked away, admitting that she simply didn't want to pester Olivia with questions about Daniel. Oscar chuckled and reassured Daisy that the owner wouldn't be offended by her best friend anyway, so there was no need to worry about it. Daisy nodded sheepishly, agreeing with Oscar and slightly apologizing for her indecision. The dark forest was shrouded in many secrets and legends that were passed down from generation to generation. For 2 weeks, the Imperial troops fought fierce battles with the monsters, gradually liberating the captured forest. Despite all the difficulties, iron discipline and fighting spirit united the soldiers in the face of a common goal. Daniel Meridian fought in the ranks of the 3rd Knightly Battalion, which always marched in the vanguard. Kyle, watching his friend with concern, noticed that he was completely exhausted and needed rest. He reminded Daniel of Olivia's concern, who was very worried about him. Daniel thought bitterly that he had become distant from Olivia lately, and most likely she had already managed to give her amulet scarf to someone else. Kyle, interrupting Daniel's thoughts, suddenly asked if he knew who had given him the embroidered scarf. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Daniel asked Kyle if Olivia had really made the scarf. Kyle confirmed his guess, adding that he would gladly give the scarf to his friend because a talisman is a talisman, even though the embroidery was not the most skillful. Looking closely at the drawing, Daniel recognized the features inherent to Olivia and that piercing eagle gaze that the girl tried to convey in the drawing. Kyle chuckled and told Daniel to take care of his handkerchief and not get blood on it, making sure to roll up his sleeve during battle. Touched by the thoughtfulness, Daniel proudly wore the amulet created by Olivia for the first time. Before leaving, Kyle asked Daniel to be careful, reminding him how much Olivia would grieve and promising that he and his father would look after him. Daniel stopped his friend, saying that Kyle should not be left without a talisman and prepared a gift for him in return. He handed Kyle a handkerchief, explaining that Daisy had sewn this one and that now they would both be protected by the amulets of their beloved girls. Suddenly, a messenger rushed into the camp and loudly announced that he had a letter for the commander. The messenger handed Daniel a sealed letter, specifying that it had not been opened. Looking at the unfamiliar seal, Daniel thought that he wasn't expecting any letters from anyone today. At that moment, Kyle excitedly asked his friend if he didn't recognize Olivia's seal. In her letter, Olivia asked Daniel not to get into trouble and to take care of himself. Flustered by Olivia's words, Daniel suddenly told Kyle that he intended to transfer out of the Vanguard. At this time, Olivia sat by the window and sadly recalled the childhood of the heroine whose body she had entered. Olivia, from the original novel's plot, was born when Kyle was only 4 years old. Since childhood, Daniel never left Kyle's side and was like an older brother to him. They grew up together like brothers, learned fencing together, and spent time together. Little Daisy was their constant companion in games and amusements. Olivia's arrival did not affect the children's friendship in any way, but unfortunately, the happy days did not last long. 6 years after Olivia's birth, Countess Cecilia died of a serious illness. The death of his mother had a heavy impact on the whole family. The Earl sank into deep sadness and stopped smiling, and Kyle, not wanting to see Olivia as a reminder of the loss, began to avoid her. Many years passed. Olivia was 16 when Kyle and his father returned to their home estate after a long absence. In the grown-up Olivia, they saw with horror the exact features of the late Cecilia, like 2 drops of water. Olivia, still sitting by the window, suddenly felt dizzy and chilled. Looking outside, she exclaimed in surprise when she saw the first snow outside the window, which would put an end to her plans for training with a sword. Olivia grinned as she imagined how her brother Kyle would react to this weather now. It was as if she heard his voice saying that the enemies would not wait for good weather, so you need to train every day. But a fragile girl is not a kung fu master to practice her techniques in the snow and rain. Olivia shuddered, imagining how easy it would be to catch a cold in such weather, and decided to postpone the training. At that moment, a servant quietly entered the room and bowing asked Olivia about her plans. Olivia politely replied that she was heading to the music room. The servant suggested lighting the fireplace in the hall, noting that it might be chilly there, and the hostess was already feeling unwell. Olivia gratefully accepted the servant's offer because a warm room was much better than a cold hall. The music room, as it had been many years ago, remained unchanged from the time when Cecilia still lived in the house. Everything here was filled with memories of the Countess, who spent long hours in the hall. It was here, under the guidance of a governess, that Olivia learned to dance along with Kyle, Daisy, and Daniel. Olivia's gaze fell on the portrait of her parents, which hung on the wall. Countess Cecilia, captured on it even before her marriage, shone with beauty. Olivia always admired the Countess's beauty, and wondered how her own daughter could let herself go so much. She sadly noted the striking resemblance between the Countess and herself, mentally agreeing with Kyle's words. Then Olivia walked up to the piano and, sitting down on the bench, began to play a melody familiar from childhood. In her previous life, her older brother, who dreamed of becoming a famous pianist, loved to play this melody on the piano. Inspired by her brother's dream, Olivia also considered a career as a musician, and their home concerts brought joy and laughter to her parents. As he grew older, his brother entered a music academy and enthusiastically immersed himself in his studies. Olivia has been interested in martial arts since childhood and has focused all her efforts on this. Her brother left, and Olivia only occasionally received letters from him with enthusiastic stories about her studies. When Olivia entered her second year of high school, terrible news arrived: her brother had committed suicide. He climbed onto the roof of the music academy and jumped down, deciding to end his worldly days. The police quickly closed the case, ruling it a suicide due to a nervous breakdown caused by difficulties at school. Olivia remembered with pain her brother's cheerful nature and his boundless love for music. The idea that he had voluntarily taken his own life seemed simply wild. The tragedy was a heavy blow for the whole family. Musical instruments were put away, and the sounds of the piano now brought back only painful memories. Their families were so similar, except that their brother's room in their house was never opened after his death. But the music room in the Versace house was always open, and music seemed to bring the Count back to life after the death of his wife. Kyle and his father were always happy when she sat down at the piano. The music reminded them of the carefree days when the Countess was alive. Olivia could never understand this joy, why her family could not cope with grief and turn away from music, as happened in her home in the real world. Olivia stubbornly refused to believe that her brother could commit suicide. For her, music became not just a hobby, but an outlet and salvation from mental pain. She played the piano, trying to drown out her pain and despair, dreaming that her parents would hear her at least once. The next day, a very important guest was approaching the estate, for whom Olivia had been expecting for a long time. Julien, the head designer of the most fashionable house called Leblanc, arrived at the Versace estate. This was the very long-awaited guest, whose arrival was eagerly awaited at the estate, and Olivia was waiting for him most of all. Walking into the reception hall with Oscar, he remarked with an air of importance that he was the first visitor to be honored to be in this hall since the Countess's departure, and he was as happy as a child. Seeing Olivia in front of him, he bowed gallantly, introducing himself with his full name. He then informed Olivia that he had the honor of creating the outfit she would wear at the Academy's entrance ceremony. Olivia asked Julien not to constrain himself and to work in his own manner, without paying attention to titles. Julien modestly assured Olivia that it was a great honor for him to work on this outfit. Previously, he had never even imagined such a majestic figure that Olivia possessed with her tall stature. After a slight hesitation, Julien asked if he could use a corset this time to give Olivia's figure the desired shape. Olivia categorically refused the corset, saying that there was no point in repeating the models of past years. Julien apologized warmly and, inspired by new challenges, hurried to start working on the sketches. He enthusiastically explained to Olivia that he was going to emphasize the smooth lines of her waist and the beauty of her neck. Olivia decided to take advantage of the moment, and while Julien was working, delve into looking through the brochures with fabric samples. Julien, inspired by a new idea, interrupted the conversation and began to make sketches, apologizing to Olivia for the delay. After some time, Julien proudly presented Olivia with the first sketch, claiming that the clarity of the lines of her figure did not need pretentious decorations. Olivia, looking at the proposed option, frowned and asked the designer to show her others, calling this sketch too simple. In the next sketch, Julien focused on the color of the outfit, explaining his choice by saying that dark tones would suit Olivia, which would highlight the expressiveness of her face. Olivia dismissed the idea with impatience, calling it too boring. Only after seeing the third option did she suddenly realize that this was exactly the outfit she had imagined in her fantasies. Julien smiled radiantly, noting that this was the option he liked the most. Olivia hastened to express to Julien her wishes regarding the color of the fabric for the outfit, wanting to see it in bright red. Julien enthusiastically took up her idea and made several sketches in the margins of the sketch, revealing her back and calling it a crime to hide such beauty. He even allowed himself a slight liberty in his words, assuring Olivia of the perfection of the beauty of her tender, beautiful back. Olivia frowned and abruptly interrupted the designer, declaring that her back was her personal business, and she was not at all happy with the prospect of someone wanting to touch it. After this, Olivia took a pencil, jotted down her comments on the sketch, and handed it to Julien. Julien was simply amazed by Olivia's courage and her innate sense of style, enthusiastically calling her a genius. Olivia, pleased with the image created, asked when she could expect to try on the finished dress. Julien assured her that the work would be finished in the very near future, asking Olivia to wait a little longer until inspiration struck him. Having completed this matter, Olivia invited Daisy to discuss the details of developing her new business, namely opening a chain of ateliers. While considering possible names, Olivia suggested calling the stores La Leblanc. Olivia was primarily concerned about the opening of 5 stores in the eastern region of Tamir, where she was planning to go in the near future. At first, she planned to send Julian there, but then abandoned the idea, doubting his knowledge of court etiquette. Daisy was convinced that Mr. Julian himself would do a great job of running a fashion show because he could sell clothes even to the scariest forest monster. Olivia, hearing such a comparison, could not help but laugh, appreciating her interlocutor's sense of humor. Olivia, although she laughed, still doubted whether it would be possible to teach Julian the rules of etiquette. Daisy waved her hand, claiming that finding an etiquette teacher was not a difficult task, and he would definitely be less busy than Olivia herself. Olivia wondered if Oscar would agree to take on this task, but quickly decided that Oscar would take on the task because he could not refuse Daisy, especially with such requests. Satisfied that all matters were resolved, Olivia greeted the end of the working day with relief. Suddenly, Olivia's gaze fell on a fresh letter from Daniel, and she became curious about what he had written this time. Daniel's letter began by describing the snowy weather and saying that, fortunately for Olivia, he had not been in the vanguard. In addition, Daniel advised Olivia not to overexert herself with training, showing his concern for her health. He warmly thanked Olivia for sending the boots, and also admitted that the snow-white snow reminded him of her eyes. At the end of the letter, Daniel informed Olivia of his imminent return, looking forward to their meeting. Daniel's words about the snow resembling her eyes made Olivia wonder if he thought the girl's attitude was too cold. This letter was the last one Olivia received that day, and it left behind a slight sadness. Olivia couldn't bring herself to answer the letter, struggling with an incomprehensible trembling in her hands and anxiety in her chest. The next letter from Daniel was already formal in tone. He thanked for the constant care of supplies and announced his imminent return. The unusually formal tone of the letter made Olivia wonder about the reason for this change. She began to reproach herself, wondering if Daniel had found her letter burdensome and intrusive. Olivia couldn't understand what kind of escort work Daniel was writing about, since she wasn't planning to go to Tamir, and the mention of his last name at the end of the letter also seemed strange to her. The cold snow outside seemed to reflect the confusion and coldness in Olivia's heart, making her want to start all over again. But then she pulled herself together, realizing that a new life did not guarantee happiness and might even bring new trials. Despite Daniel's strange behavior, Olivia continued to believe in their relationship and hoped to see him soon. A week before these events, Kyle decided to visit his friend, unaware of what he was doing. Daniel was busy rewriting the second version of the letter to Olivia at that moment, trying to understand what could have upset her so much. Kyle was surprised to read the lines in which Daniel compared Olivia's eyes to white snow and confessed his desire to return as soon as possible. He immediately expressed doubt about the appropriateness of such personal confessions, since Olivia had sent boots to other soldiers as well. Daniel himself understood that his words sounded too personal and intimate, revealing the depth of his feelings. Kyle pointed out that the line about the snow in Olivia's eyes sounded like something out of a romance novel. He once again doubted the correctness of comparing his sister to cold snow, because the girl could understand these words completely differently. But to Daniel, the snow only reminded him of the whiteness, fragility, and purity that were inherent in Olivia. After thinking about his friend's words, Daniel eventually decided that addressing Olivia by her first name, rather than using the rules of social etiquette, could be perceived as too harsh. Daniel's behavior seemed strange to Kyle, and he decided not to insist on his own today, advising his friend to get a good night's sleep. Meanwhile, Sam learned with undisguised surprise that Mrs. Daisy and Lord Oscar were planning to go to Tamir. Sam was angry and did not understand why he was not being taken on the trip, demanding an explanation from Oscar. Oscar, trying to calm his friend down, offered him to go instead of himself, confident that Sam would cope with the important task. Olivia, stunned by Oscar's proposal, could not imagine how Sam, with his character, could carry out such a responsible task. Daisy, with a sly glint in her eye, declared that Sam was just right for the role of Ladibin's boss. Oscar, suspecting Daisy of playing another prank, irritably asked what the point of these tricks was. Daisy, unabashed, insisted that she was right, assuring Oscar that she was simply stating an obvious fact. Sam, watching the friends argue, mentally rejoiced, because Oscar and Daisy's quarrel was much better than Olivia's indifference. Sam, touched by his friend's attempts to protect him, suddenly realized that he did not want to take anyone's place, and wishing them a safe journey, ran away, holding back tears. Oscar looked after Sam in surprise, wondering why he burst into tears and ran away. Daisy, as usual, blamed everything on Oscar, saying that he was always to blame for any trouble. Meanwhile, in the luxurious Versace hotel, in an atmosphere of secrecy, an important meeting was taking place. The spy, having completed the task, handed over to Leonardo documents containing information about Olivia Versace. Leonardo looked closely at the letter, the handwriting of which, as he had already learned from Giorgio, belonged to the daughter of Count Versace. All he learned from the file was that Olivia was skilled with a sword and avoided society. Leonardo also found out that she personally runs the family business and the province of Hershey. The name Hershey brought back memories for Leonardo of a clean, prosperous town he had once seen as a child. The spy confirmed Leonardo's words, adding that even in the poor areas of Hershey, free hospitals have been built. Leonardo was surprised, because this information was strikingly different from the rumors of 3 years ago. Reflecting on the changes that had taken place in Hershey, Leonardo suggested that it was all down to the personal growth of the settlement's inhabitants. Suddenly, Leonardo remembered the main goal of his mission and asked the spy why he had never met Olivia in person. The embarrassed spy admitted that he had been unable to see Olivia due to her sudden illness. The spy explained that even the offer to visit the sick Olivia was firmly rejected. Leonardo was not upset, because he planned to meet Olivia himself after his squad returned the next day. Leonardo chuckled, imagining his friend's anger when he found out that not only had he personally investigated the case, but he had also sent a spy to follow his beloved Olivia. Giorgio sighed regretfully because he also wanted to have fun at the squad party. He looked at Leonardo with alarm and made him promise not to fall in love with Olivia when he saw her tomorrow. Leonardo, who had already formed his opinion of Olivia, noted that even if she had transformed Versace and Hershey, he still did not consider her his chosen one. The next day, a huge crowd of commoners gathered in the square in front of Versace's house. Leonardo felt awkward standing in front of a stranger's house, surrounded by a crowd, because he was the crown prince. There were excited cries from the crowd about the knights passing by their homes, and how it was rumored to be Olivia's idea. People were sure that only young Mrs. Olivia could have come up with something so ingenious. Leonardo, although he knew who he would see, could not contain his curiosity and turned his gaze to Olivia. Looking at Olivia, Leonardo mentally apologized to Giorgio for thinking he was crazy. Now he understood his friend's feelings. Olivia, standing on the dais, happily announced the return of her father and brother from their trip and invited everyone to celebrate her birthday. She surpassed all of Giorgio's descriptions, for the girl was dazzlingly beautiful and carried herself very effectively. By this time, Olivia had already come to terms with her role as head of the family and learned to live with it. Olivia assured everyone that she had no reason to be sad, because she had already been through a lot and was ready for anything. At that moment, her father came up to her with Daniel and Kyle, and she joyfully threw herself into their arms. Surrounded by her loved ones, Olivia was beaming with happiness, and everyone was also glad that they finally saw her after a long separation. Olivia thought with a smile that only people like her family were allowed to show their feelings so openly in public. At the same time, in distant Tamir, where the famous academy was located, the weather was wonderful. Giorgio, alarmed by his friend's silence, asked if Leonardo had seen Olivia and how she was feeling today. Leonardo replied that he had only seen Olivia briefly, but she looked healthy. Looking thoughtfully at his friend, Leonardo asked an unexpected question: what would happen if Olivia chose another? Giorgio grinned smugly and confidently replied that this couldn't be, because Olivia definitely liked him. Although later, Giorgio wondered what he should do if suddenly someone appeared who could interest Olivia more than him. And at that moment, a monstrous plan to destroy his rival and make him unattractive in Olivia's eyes matured in Giorgio's head. In the evening, in the hall where they celebrated the return of the warriors from the campaign, cheerful shouts were heard and glasses clinked. Gerard, looking at the treats with appetite, asked his daughter if the pork was ready. Olivia smiled and, taking the knife, said that she would now prepare everything and they could finally have dinner. Having wished everyone a pleasant evening, Olivia, citing fatigue, went to rest. As Olivia passed by, she noticed Daniel and greeted him happily. For 2 months, Olivia tried to find an approach to Daniel, but she could not find a suitable topic of conversation. Olivia looked at Daniel with admiration, noting to herself that he had become even more attractive. Yes, from the look of her, it was safe to say that Olivia was hopelessly in love with Daniel. Leonardo, meanwhile, listened to Giorgio's story about his plans and thought that his friend's rival was certainly not to be envied. Giorgio interrupted Leonardo's thoughts, assuring him that he was not joking and was ready to do anything for Olivia's love. He was sure that a smart opponent would take care of his own safety, which is why he himself was ready to fight for his beloved. Leonardo, listening to his friend, thought that in Giorgio's place he would have preferred to marry Olivia for the sake of gaining power, rather than arrange all these games. At some point, Leonardo pulled himself up short, scolding himself for the stupid thoughts that kept creeping into his head. Giorgio looked suspiciously at the thoughtful Leonardo, asking if everything was okay with him. Finally, the day of Olivia's 18th birthday arrived, for which everyone had been carefully preparing. The maid helping Olivia put on her festive dress admired her beauty. Having made sure that the mistress was ready, the maid announced that it was time to go downstairs, where her father was waiting for her. Olivia nodded and hurried down to her father, because he should be the first to see her like this. Gerard was struck by his daughter's beauty when she entered the hall and appeared before everyone. He proudly proclaimed that Olivia was the most beautiful girl he knew and that he was proud to be her father. Olivia, touched by her father's words, thanked him for such warm words on her birthday. Reminding his daughter that she was leaving the academy tomorrow, Gerard sighed sadly. Olivia, trying to calm her father, promised to return soon and added that Oscar and Daisy would go with her. Olivia shared with her father her plans to open 10 more La Debonne stores during her stay in the capital. Gerard was a little hesitant about the wisdom of this decision, believing that the existing stores were sufficient. The father advised his daughter to pay attention to quality and not to chase the number of stores. But in response, Olivia explained her strategy to her father because they could easily push out small competing stores and simply absorb medium-sized ones. Olivia believed that in trading, you can't be afraid to be proactive. The girl believed that no one would find out about them until they loudly announced themselves. Gerard hugged his daughter, reminding her that he and Kyle would always be there and support her in any situation. Olivia smiled back and said that she trusted her father and brother completely, and this thought gave her confidence in herself. She was always a daddy's girl and was proud of it, without even trying to tear this fact away from anyone. After this, Gerard and Olivia proudly entered the huge hall, causing admiring glances from the guests. Gerard raised his glass and thanked everyone for honoring the celebration in honor of his beloved daughter with their presence. Wishing everyone a good time, Gerard invited the guests to the table. The guests looked with admiration at the father and daughter of Gerard Versace, the true defenders of the empire. Having opened the ball, Gerard invited his daughter to dance, because he rightfully deserved the first dance on her 18th birthday. Olivia, laughing slightly, made a playful curtsy and accepted her father's invitation. Kyle, frowning, declared that Olivia should dance the first dance with him, her brother. But at that moment, Daniel approached Kyle and pulled him aside for an important conversation. During the conversation, Kyle was surprised to learn that the Crown Prince had arrived for the celebration. Daniel explained that he personally warned Haman not to let other aristocrats in without his knowledge. Kyle agreed that the Crown Prince's visit should have been announced in advance. Daniel, wanting to be on the safe side, checked all the places where the Crown Prince could have stayed and found out that he was staying in a temple. Daniel asked if Kyle wanted to go to Tamir with Olivia. Daniel was rightfully Olivia's right-hand man during the absence of her father and brothers, who was the guardian of her peace. He watched with warmth as Olivia danced, basking in the love and respect of those around her. Daniel suddenly realized that his attitude towards Olivia had changed very much today. He suddenly remembered how 3 years ago, Olivia had asked him to teach her how to wield a sword. Olivia was only 15 years old then and looked completely different. For a second, Daniel thought that in Olivia he saw the features of a certain noble countess known to all the local population. He admired her courage and determination, which she showed from an early age. Olivia, exhausted, struggled to continue running, asking Daniel to give her a break. But Daniel encouraged the student, saying that she was doing well, but she still needed to run 2 more laps. Daniel enjoyed watching Olivia grow up and become more confident. But most of all, Daniel enjoyed training with Olivia in sword fights. Daniel always took training with Olivia seriously and did not give her any breaks, because he wanted her to get into the shape she wanted as soon as possible. He taught her to consider every training session as a real battle, even though they trained only with wooden swords. He taught her that unfair fighting is disrespect for the opponent, which means it is worth executing each blow correctly. Daniel reminded that Olivia would not be a little girl for the enemy, and that at the decisive moment, she would have to show all her skills. It was then, during training, that Olivia transformed from a little girl into a real queen in Daniel's eyes. After dancing, Olivia, tired of the guests' attention, decided to rest in her private rooms. Olivia took off her shoes and rubbed her tired feet. It was obvious that she had been holding back her emotions for a long time when she was in public. At that moment, Daniel entered the room, having heard that Olivia's legs were hurting. Olivia was embarrassed, but quickly found an explanation for Daniel, saying that her legs were simply numb from dancing. Olivia then invited Daniel to sit down and rest with her. Alone with Daniel in the room designated for relaxation, Olivia felt her heartbeat quicken sharply with excitement. Olivia realized that if she didn't do something now, Daniel might get married, and then she would lose him forever. Gathering her courage, Olivia reminded Daniel of her departure for the academy, and hopefully asked if anything had changed between them. Daniel was confused, not understanding what Olivia was getting at and what she was hinting at with her question. Olivia continued to talk about how she was leaving, which meant they wouldn't see each other for a long time. And that's why she really asked him not to fall in love with other girls. Trying to hide her excitement, the girl assured Daniel that she would return in a year so that he would wait for her. Realizing that it would be difficult to hide her feelings any longer, Olivia decided to change the subject before she blurted out too much. Then, suddenly jumping up from her seat, Olivia invited Daniel to dance. The melody playing was unusual for aristocratic balls. It was one of the favorite melodies of the Northerners, ideal for dancing. Olivia explained that this dance is called the courtship dance and can be started by anyone by inviting the object of their adoration. To be invited to this dance meant an open declaration of love in front of everyone. Pretending not to understand Olivia's hints, Daniel calmly asked her if she would like to dance with him to some other tune. Olivia barely contained her disappointment. Did Daniel not understand that she had been waiting for this for so long? Olivia sighed sadly and said that she had dreamed of dancing this dance, but if Lord Daniel refused, she understood him perfectly. After all, Olivia added, as her knight, Daniel had to protect her from the excessive attention of young men, and that was his main task. Olivia barely held back a smile as she looked at Daniel's confusion, because she immediately understood the reason for his refusal. And then Daniel did what she had been waiting for so long when he finally asked her to dance. He quickly explained that he knew this dance very well and wanted to show her his skills. Olivia, barely concealing her triumph, was surprised by his change of mind, but was glad of this turn of events. Daniel smiled and admitted that he had long dreamed of dancing the courtship dance with her. Extending his hand to Olivia, Daniel repeated his invitation once again, if the girl did not mind. A happy Olivia, of course, agreed, and with a smile on her face, replied that she would be happy to dance with Daniel. They kept their eyes on each other throughout the entire dance, and Olivia seemed to see right through Daniel's restraint. At that moment, Olivia felt like his lover. They were so close to each other. There was a tense anticipation of all the guests. The guests watched Olivia and Daniel dance with fascination, wondering how their relationship would end. Kyle, watching them from afar, whispered to his father that Olivia was embarrassed, because he knew his sister's behavior well. Gerard smiled back and said that he didn't see anything wrong with it, because they were dancing a courtship dance that meant a lot to both of them. One of the princesses, watching the dancers, remarked that she was not at all surprised by Daniel's skill, since he was from a family whose inhabitants were famous for their ability to dance. The young princess laughed, imagining the excitement the young girls must be feeling right now, watching the dancing couple. Another guest noted that she used to think of Daniel as cold and unfeeling, but today she sees how passionate his gaze is. The princess, without hiding her smile, noted that it was difficult not to fall in love with a girl like Olivia, and Daniel had every chance of winning her favor. Another girl quietly whispered to her friend that everything was not so simple because Olivia was the daughter of Count Versace, and Daniel was only the son of a baron. However, the Meridian family, although a baronial family, gave the country 2 of the 10 most famous swordsmen and had great fame. Daniel's father, Ron, was also known as one of the strongest swordmasters, and if the Meridian family had merged with the Versace family, their status would have become much higher. The young girls, mesmerized by Olivia and Daniel, whispered admiringly about what a beautiful couple they were. The dance ended and Daniel looked around the room with concern, looking for Olivia, who had disappeared somewhere. Daniel noticed Olivia at the table with a glass of sparkling wine and asked in surprise if she really drank alcohol. Olivia was sure that 1 glass of champagne would not make her drunk and would not cause any harm. Kyle, observing her behavior, was convinced that Olivia was already quite drunk, and her behavior reminded him of Daisy. Daniel immediately apologized to Gerard for not keeping an eye on his daughter and leaving Olivia unattended. Gerard, trying to avoid an awkward situation, offered to quietly take Olivia to the room before the other guests noticed her condition. Olivia categorically refused to leave the banquet, explaining that she would not see Daniel again after his departure. Kyle told Daniel to take her away immediately, and then suddenly discovered that he couldn't see Daisy anywhere. Where had she gone? Seeing Daisy right in front of him, Kyle turned to her and asked if the rumors about her imminent departure to Tamir were true. Daisy, slightly surprised by Kyle's sudden appearance, confirmed the news of her trip to Tamir to open several La Debon stores there. Kyle, trying to continue the conversation, hesitantly asked if he should also go to Tamir with her. Daisy, feeling awkward in his question, asked in response whether he was worried about Mrs. Olivia if he asked about it like that. In an attempt to justify himself, Kyle emphasized that he cared not only about his sister, but also about Miss Daisy. Daisy, clearly surprised by Kyle's words, asked him point-blank why he should be worried about her. Feeling uneasy about Kyle's flirting, she asked sharply what business it was of Mr. Kyle's with her future encounters with men from Tamir. Kyle, having gathered his courage, decided not to hide his feelings any longer and directly tell Daisy what was troubling him. He began his story by asking Daisy if she remembered what happened 4 years ago when they went to a party together. Daisy replied ironically that she was not one of those girls who did not remember anything after drinking alcohol, and of course she understood perfectly well what was being discussed. Kyle, hoping to continue the conversation, said that he would definitely come to Tamir next year. He promised that as soon as he got to Tamir, he would definitely contact her. A spark of hope flared up in Daisy's soul again, and she caught herself thinking that she was once again expecting something from this meeting with Kyle. His words, filled with care and attention, excited her imagination, and she began to lose control of herself. Suddenly, one of the girls approached Daisy and admired the beauty of the flowers in her hands, asking where she got such beautiful flowers. Riviera proudly told that these beautiful flowers were given to her by her fiancé and that he constantly confesses his love to her, showering her with flowers and gifts. Suddenly noticing Kyle, who was talking about something with Janet, the girl assumed that he was confessing his love to her. Kyle's face turned red, and the girl confidently declared that the two were perfect for each other. She looked at Daisy with interest, remembering that she, too, had received flowers from her fiancé as a child. Daisy remembered with a smile that when she and Kyle were kids, they used to play bride and groom, and it was just a joke that Kyle probably didn't even remember. Meanwhile, Kyle was rushing to find Daniel to tell him about the sudden problem. Bursting into the room, he shouted loudly that Daisy, having drunk too much, was lying unconscious on the sofa. Daniel angrily lashed out at Kyle, reminding him that he should know that Daisy couldn't drink. Kyle yelled in frustration that he hadn't given Daisy any water and asked Daniel to stop yelling at him. In his defense, he explained that he had had a hard time getting Daisy to the couch and putting her to bed, and that he hadn't had time to find out all the details. Daniel reminded Kyle that he was going to confess his love to Daisy today, but it seemed she was too drunk to appreciate his impulse. Kyle had no choice but to agree with Daniel and postpone the day of his confession until next time. Daniel, fearing a scandal, ordered Kyle to speak more quietly and warned that if Daisy woke up and made a scandal, it would all be his fault. Kyle, ignoring Daniel's words, walked up to Daisy and quietly addressed her, asking if she had come to her senses. Suddenly, Daisy opened her eyes sharply and sternly declared that he should not dare to give her flowers or confess his love. Kyle, confused by her words, tried to remind her that they had actually already decided to get married. Daisy angrily unleashed a storm of reproaches on Kyle, accusing him of stupidity and stating that he had become very irritating to her lately. Kyle, not understanding the reason for her anger, tried to calm Daisy down by taking all the blame on himself and assuring her that there would be no more confessions. Daniel turned to Kyle in confusion, reminding him that he had said he had simply found Daisy on the couch. Suddenly, Daisy pulled Kyle towards her and kissed him passionately. With shining eyes, she whispered that he now belonged to her, and as soon as he turned 20, they would immediately get married. With jealous rage in her voice, Daisy warned Kyle that if he dared to even look at another, he would greatly regret it. Daniel immediately grabbed Kyle, reproaching him for knowing perfectly well about Daisy's condition and just standing there, not even trying to avoid the kiss. Kyle's only response was to ask Daniel if he hadn't noticed that Daisy had just proposed to him and kissed him. Olivia, replaying the events of the previous evening in her head, bitterly admitted that Kyle must have been very happy about what happened, because Daisy didn't remember anything because of the alcohol she had drunk. Finally, the day of departure to the academy came, and Olivia went to a completely different world where its own laws and rules reigned. Daisy and Oscar were going to Tamir with Olivia, so the girl was completely safe. Daniel unexpectedly announced that he was also going to Tamir, although until the last moment his decision remained unclear. With a mysterious look, Daniel asked Olivia if she remembered all the important details that happened to them last night. Olivia replied that she only remembered the beginning of the evening and how they danced together. She decided that it was not important now and asked Daniel why he was going to Tamir anyway. Daniel reminded her that he was originally supposed to accompany her, but since she would be living in the academy dormitory, there was no need for security. Olivia, burning with shame, remembered how yesterday she had been stubborn and did not want to stay in Tamir without Daniel. She wanted to fall through the ground from shame. Daniel noted with regret that Olivia most likely didn't like the fact that he was going with them to Tamir. Olivia hastened to explain that this had nothing to do with his presence, since she would be permanently present at the residence and would only leave it occasionally. She tried to reason with Daniel that for a knight of his rank, there were more important things to do than guard a bored girl. Daniel calmly asked Olivia if he could stay in Tamir if he found another job there. Olivia quickly asked Daniel if he had been fired by accident, assuring him that if he was fired, she would definitely help him find a new job. Daniel, hiding a smile, explained that it was his personal decision to resign. Olivia was greeted by the chamberlain of the Sun Palace himself, Milo, who addressed her with respect. Olivia greeted Milo back, commanding him to raise his head and follow them. The scene of her arrival exactly matched the description from the novel in which the Emperor sought to protect Olivia from misfortune. Olivia was only alarmed by the fact that the chamberlain used her middle name, Argon, a privilege available only to members of the imperial family and those close to her. The fact is that many years ago, even before his wedding with the daughter of the Emperor of Argon, the father of the current emperor was in love with Cecilia, Olivia's mother. But a week before the wedding, Princess Argon died unexpectedly and another aristocrat took the place of the crown prince's wife. In order to somehow make amends to Argon, the imperial family gave her daughter the status of concubine of the crown prince, and she gave birth to a girl, the future Empress Cecilia. The past seemed like a colorful canvas to Olivia compared to the dull and faded present. According to the author of the novel, Olivia had to pay for her sins with her life. However, she was not going to accept the fate of a victim and allow the crown prince to go unpunished. She had already managed to learn the main thing, that neither the emperor nor his son could be trusted. After a long journey, Olivia's carriage finally reached the majestic gates of the imperial palace known as the Sun Palace. Olivia noted that the palace was as large as the wildest descriptions had suggested. Milo announced that only Lord Meridian and Lady Versace could proceed further, and that the rest were to remain in their seats or return to the carriage. Stopping at the massive door leading to the Emperor's chambers, Milo asked if Olivia and her companion were ready to appear before His Majesty to open the door. Olivia, daughter of the head of the outlying Duchy of Versace, knelt before the Emperor, the son of the Decaran Empire. Daniel, Baron Meridian, followed her example, bowing his head in respect. The Emperor greeted the arrivals in a friendly manner, inviting them to discard formalities and take their places. The Emperor clearly liked Olivia's impeccable manners, and he asked with undisguised curiosity where she had managed to acquire them. Olivia replied that all the intricacies of social etiquette were taught to her by Baroness Meridian, who acted as her nanny. Hearing this, the Emperor guessed that Olivia's decision to join the sword department was also due to her influence. Olivia was prepared for a tense conversation and already suspected that the conversation would turn to her illness, because of which she had refused to visit many times. Recalling Olivia's recent illness, the Emperor noted that she now looked quite healthy. After apologizing for the inconvenience, Olivia stated that she felt better as soon as she picked up a sword, since being a knight was her calling. The Emperor suddenly turned to Daniel, looking inquisitively into his face. The young sword master's outward resemblance to Lord Meridian was striking, and the Emperor could not ignore this fact. Noticing Daniel's remarkable talent, the Emperor invited him to join the ranks of the Imperial Guard. To justify his proposal, the Emperor mentioned that he was worried about Olivia, since she would have to live in the capital alone. Daniel readily replied that he would gladly accept this flattering offer, if not for one thing. The Emperor noted with irony that, judging by Daniel's words, he was free to leave his post at any time. The Baron replied with confidence that, despite his gratitude for such a high assessment of his abilities, he had already taken an oath of allegiance to the Versace family. Smiling, the Emperor noted that the head of Versace would never allow his man to swear allegiance to another family even for a short time. So now Daniel's transfer to the service of the Emperor was almost a done deal. To everyone's surprise, Daniel declared that his master, although a man of great spirit, would not waste valuable soldiers. Olivia looked at Daniel in confusion, wondering why he would say such things, risking drawing the Emperor's attention to their relationship. The Emperor laughed, implying that Olivia, being a talented commander, was too concerned about her subordinate's schedule. Continuing to smile, he noted that truly talented people should not waste time on rest, because their work is always in demand. The Emperor, turning to Daniel, offered him to take up service in the capital, at least for the time that Olivia would be nearby. Turning to the girl, he asked if everything was okay with her and if she had any objections. Olivia, hiding her true attitude to the situation, politely replied that it was a great honor for them to be noticed by His Majesty. In fact, Olivia was relieved to know that she would not be drawn into matters involving the Crown Prince. The Emperor, rising from his seat, summed up that he had spent a wonderful time in the company of his niece and recognized the talents of the young knight. Olivia politely assured that she would be happy to come to the capital at the first call of His Majesty. Bowing slightly, she remarked that she had probably taken up too much of the Emperor's time, and that it was time for them to leave. The Emperor declined the offer to accompany them to the Versace residence, and, having reached the temple in a court carriage, they transferred to their own carriage, sent in advance by Oscar. Daisy, looking at her friend's thoughtful face, asked if anything unpleasant had happened during the meeting with the Emperor. Having received an evasive answer, the girl asked directly with concern what had spoiled Olivia's mood so much. The girl was outraged by the Emperor's proposal, considering it unacceptable to poke her nose into the affairs of the Versace family. Guessing the reason for her friend's displeasure, Daisy assumed that she, afraid of upsetting the Emperor, did not express her displeasure to him. Olivia, sighing nervously, explained that the problem was not the proposal, but Daniel, who was ready to enter the imperial service. Daisy reproachfully reminded her that Olivia was the heir to Meridian and could not dispose of her friend's life as she pleased. The girl noted with fear that if her father found out about Daniel entering the service of the Emperor, he would immediately rush to the capital. At that moment, Daniel himself approached them, trying to calm Olivia down and explaining that this was a temporary position. He assured his friend that the oath of allegiance he had given to Daisy was much more important to him than the Emperor's order. Daniel carefully asked the girl if his temporary service in the Imperial Guard was causing him any inconvenience. Olivia, hiding her true feelings, replied that everything was fine, as if he himself had asked her about it. Smiling, the girl reminded him that he got this job thanks to her patronage. Slightly embarrassed, Daniel asked what gift she would like to receive as a token of her gratitude. Daisy, who had been silently watching them until then, noticed that the gift should be chosen by oneself, thinking about the one for whom it was intended. Olivia, not wanting to show her true attitude to the situation, replied that she would like whatever Daniel chose. Olivia thought with a slight sadness that for the first time in a long time they were together again, enjoying each other's company. Even before last summer, when Daniel was her personal squire, they often spent time like this. Soon the carriage stopped at the gates of the Versace residence, informing Olivia of its arrival. Looking at the majestic mansion, the girl remembered that this house was once given by Emperor Alfred Thurs to his beloved wife, Empress Cecilia. The Emperor's love for young Cecilia was evident in everything, in the luxury of the house and garden, in the elegance of the architecture, and in various other aspects of life. Olivia was greeted by a manager named Fred, who bowed affably, as he usually did according to all the rules of etiquette. The man warmly informed her that he had been looking forward to her arrival and was very glad to meet her. Olivia responded by asking him to be attentive to household chores, introducing Daniel, who would serve in the Imperial Guard, and her faithful friend Daisy. The young maid, Rose, bowed and introduced herself to Olivia, telling her that she had once served Empress Cecilia. Looking at Rose and Fred, the girl remembered that these two remained faithful to Cecilia until the very end, protecting her. Smiling at the maid, Olivia asked her to continue to take care of her. Fred looked at Daisy with mock reproach, noticing that Rose was very happy with the news of the girl's arrival. Daisy replied with a slight smile that she too missed Fred and Rose, because they always looked after young Olivia like family. Olivia remembered that she had always perceived Fred as a strict teacher and Rose as a caring nanny, but looking at Daisy now, she saw an ordinary girl in front of her. At that moment, Daniel came up to her, asking her with concern if everything was okay. Olivia thought with irony that she would not have long to rejoice, because a real storm was approaching, and soon everything would change. She again remembered the traditions of the Decalan Empire, which had been strictly observed for centuries and considered unshakable. According to the legend laid down by the second head of the Versace family, all aristocrats were required to undergo training at the academy. This was originally intended to strengthen imperial power, but eventually bore fruit. Thanks to the training, the Decalan Empire received young, talented managers at its disposal. Educated aristocrats occupied important positions and were guided in their work not by emotions, but by common sense. Olivia thought that a country that valued education was like a flexible reed, able to withstand any storm. Calling over a young maid who was passing by, Olivia kindly asked how she had slept. The girl, her eyes wide in surprise, babbled that Milady knew her name, which left Olivia slightly confused. She suddenly remembered that back in the Versace castle she had been given servants, and among them was this little girl, about whom Daisy cared most of all. Rora's face lit up with a joyful smile as Olivia addressed her by name. Meanwhile, at the Smock Hall Academy, Olivia was getting to know her room in the women's dormitory. The girl looked with interest at the students' uniforms, white for the magicians and deep blue for the representatives of other faculties. She noticed that the color of the sleeves, collar, vests, and buttons differed depending on the student's profession. Olivia thought with pride that, as a future student of the fencing department, she would be wearing a silver uniform. The uniform was issued in 2 copies, a dress for formal events and a casual suit for training. Looking at herself in the mirror, the girl heard Rora's enthusiastic exclamation, "Who really liked the costume?" Olivia remembered that each head and deputy at the academy were entitled to a separate room. Looking around the spacious room, Olivia noticed that it needed some furnishing. Turning to Rora, the girl told her to arrange the space according to her taste. Olivia also asked Rora to order a bed, sofa, and desk from Oscar, similar to those in the Versace castle. Having allowed Rora to choose the most necessary pieces of furniture, Olivia let her go until the evening. Olivia forbade her to buy cheap things, believing that the dignity of the mistress is also noticeable in the quality of her servants' things. She jokingly noted that this could be considered a kind of social assistance to her employees. They decided to do the shopping together with Oscar because he knew the best local stores well, and Olivia herself knew about this well. Rora, pleased with this turn of events, cheerfully set off to carry out her mistress's errands immediately after seeing her off to the carriage. After leaving the dorm, Olivia first headed to the fencing department building. She was glad that she had brought a map with her. Otherwise, she would have certainly gotten lost in these labyrinths. When Olivia got there, she was surprised to find that the hallway was empty. But where were all the students? Was everyone still asleep? It was already time for breakfast, judging by the schedule that Olivia had managed to get hold of. At that moment, a group of students in her faculty uniform appeared from around the corner, and the girl decided that she had finally found the right place. Not understanding why the students suddenly took off and started running, Olivia decided to follow them. Meanwhile, in the building of the La de Poche Company, the usual everyday work was in full swing. Oscar listened with undisguised pleasure to Rora, who conveyed to him Olivia's instructions regarding the purchases. Afraid of seeming intrusive, the girl timidly noted that the Lord was very busy, and she could easily go to the store alone. Oscar exclaimed indignantly that this was out of the question, because he was the one who should choose the things. Then he looked at Rora with feigned severity and asked her never to upset him like that again. The girl, her eyes wide with surprise, asked again if she had really offended him in some way. Oscar solemnly announced that his favorite pastime was spending money, and other people's money at that. Rubbing his hands and heading towards the exit, he happily suggested that she have some fun. Remembering Daisy, Oscar ordered Rora to choose something for her as well and send all the purchases to the Versace residence. Oscar also ordered that the bed that Daisy used when she lived in the Versace palace be sent. Rora, pale with horror, tried to stop Oscar, fearing that she would be fired for such spending. Oscar, brushing her aside like an annoying fly, assured the girl that Olivia only loved generous people. Not quite understanding what Oscar meant, Rora asked apprehensively if this meant that if you earned a lot of money, you could also spend a lot. Oscar, smiling contentedly, explained to her that all this money was actually earned by him and Mrs. Daisy. The weather that day was truly summery. The sun was shining brightly, enticing the townspeople to go for a walk. Michael, seeing Arnold, asked him if he would be conducting military training for new recruits this year. Sighing, Arnold answered him that it was so, although he himself mentally cursed this stupid, boring duty. Michael immediately noticed that his friend was in a bad mood and decided to cheer him up a little by telling him that Versace's daughter had entered the academy this year. He reminded Arnold that their mutual friend Kyle's niece would be studying fencing. Hearing the news, Arnold perked up and enthusiastically exclaimed, could he finally see Kyle Versace's legendary sword style? Michael noted with a smile that this was most likely the case, and that he would have such an opportunity very soon. Kyle adored his little sister, and probably personally taught her fencing, passing on his invaluable experience and fighting style to her. It is unlikely that he would have trusted anyone else to teach such a close student. Meanwhile, students began to gather in the square in front of the fencing faculty building. Arnold, looking menacingly at the crowd of newcomers, sternly asked if everyone knew the reason why he had ordered them to appear half an hour early. Without waiting for an answer, he briefly commanded all those who were late to take a prone position. Arnold was ready to explode, irritated that no one was even trying to do basic exercises. Olivia watched with distaste as the freshmen were forced to follow the orders of this arrogant second-year boy. In her opinion, it was necessary to arrive at such gatherings exactly on time, because being late, as well as arriving before the appointed time, inevitably results in similar humiliations. Suddenly, a cheerful voice was heard from above, and Olivia raised her head, noticing the young man in the tree. Noticing a familiar form, Olivia asked what brought a student from the magic faculty named Ray to their sight. Suddenly, Ray playfully asked Olivia if she found him handsome. It was strange why he was acting so cheeky. Olivia evasively noted that everyone has their own tastes and she has clear preferences. Ray decided to go for broke, assuming that the girl was crazy about him and might even agree to marry him. Thinking about the guy's words, Olivia noted his doll-like appearance, lilac hair, blue eyes, and white skin. However, Olivia turned the guy down, citing the fact that she already had a fiancé, Daniel, and she had no intention of cheating. Suddenly, Arnold's commanding voice was heard, urging the lagging students on during the run. Olivia decided to quietly join the runners, but they were too far from that place. The girl then turned to Ray, who was sitting on a branch, and asked him to use magic to move her to the center of the running column of first-year students. Ray readily agreed to fulfill Olivia's request and began preparing for the move. A second later, Olivia literally disappeared into thin air, and a surprised Ray was not sure if his spell had worked. Suddenly, the girl triumphantly realized that the plan had succeeded, and now she was among the other students. Olivia relaxed and ran calmly in the general formation, hoping that no one noticed her sudden appearance. Arnold announced to the students that only one lap had been completed, urging them to get used to the load. Olivia, turning to the red-haired guy, laughed inwardly at his self-confidence and stern tone. After finishing her run, Olivia mentally thanked Ray and decided that she would find a way to thank him in person later. Ray watched Olivia with a smile, noting to himself that she was even more forgetful than he had previously thought. The young man wondered if Olivia remembered their conversation many years ago about the signs of true love. Recalling their conversation, Ray repeated Olivia's words that when you meet that very person, your heart will beat faster and your breath will immediately catch from emotion. That was exactly what Ray was feeling now, but he was only confused that Olivia didn't seem to feel the same way about him in return. Arnold's voice brought Ray back to reality, as right now the senior student was making fun of the freshman for being tired. Olivia breathed heavily and thought that her morning run on an empty stomach was harder than usual. Arnold continued to humiliate the newcomers, accusing those who would fail the test of cowardice. The senior student invited the students to challenge him and show their abilities. Without waiting for volunteers, Arnold chose a rival from among the girls himself, pointing his finger at her. Olivia recognized the student, noting her tenacity because during the run the girl ran last but never gave up. Watching the fight closely, Olivia noted the girl's uncertain stance and grip and assumed that she would not last long. Indignant voices were heard among the new guys ready to replace the girl. Arnold noted with irony the student's desire to play the role of noble knights. Turning to the student, Arnold asked about the purpose of her admission to the academy and whether she had come here for handouts. The girl, proudly raising her chin, clearly answered that she wanted to master martial arts. The student accepted the senior student's challenge, offering to start a duel, and carefully watched her opponent. The next second, the students clashed, the girl attacking with all her might, trying to make an impression. However, she turned out to be too weak and inexperienced, and the sword immediately flew out of her hands. Olivia watched in surprise as the sword landed right in front of her. But was it just a coincidence? At the end of the fight, the student thanked Arnold for the fight and the experience she gained. Arnold appreciated her efforts, but admitted that he was disappointed with the level of preparation of the newcomers. The senior student was especially afraid that among the newcomers, there would be others who didn't even know how to hold a sword properly. Arnold asked the girls if there were any among them who knew how to handle a sword. Noticing Olivia among the other students, Arnold decided to call her too, assuming that the white-haired beauty would not refuse the prince's help. But alas, now she would have to decide everything alone. Olivia thought, internally rejoicing that such attention was only to her advantage, because her main goal was to remain unnoticed, like an ordinary student. Without a shadow of a doubt, Olivia accepted Arnold's challenge, knowing its outcome in advance. Arnold decided to introduce himself, but first asked the name of his new rival. Olivia defiantly replied that in a duel it was not necessary to know the opponent's name. Suddenly, a recently defeated student intervened in the conversation, calling Olivia to order and respect for older students. Olivia responded by repeating her teacher's words about the inappropriateness of politeness during combat. Arnold decided not to prolong the verbal altercation and invited Olivia to fight. Olivia took a fighting stance and attacked, not wanting to hesitate for a second and end this fight right away, without delay. From the very first seconds, Arnold was amazed by the agility and strength of the unfamiliar student, doubting that he was seeing a newbie in front of him. The teachers watched the fight from the stands, and one of them was amazed by Arnold's tenacity. Another teacher named Theo chuckled, noting that this was not surprising, since they were watching a duel between Arnold and the younger sister of Kyle, a famous swordmaster. While observing Olivia's technique, the professor noticed a similarity with Kyle's fighting style and reported it to his colleague. Theo was surprised because he thought that Olivia's fiancé Daniel had taught her martial arts. The professor, having taken a closer look, realized that Theo was mistaken, and the girl was exactly repeating Kyle's techniques. The surprised Theo thought, could this student really master the techniques of two masters at once? At this time, Arnold, assessing Olivia's strength, admitted that she was a strong mid-level fighter with excellent reaction and basic skills. He suggested that Olivia had the potential to become a true swordmaster if she continued training. At that moment, Olivia felt her strength leaving her, and spots of hunger began to flash before her eyes. Seeing that Olivia had slowed down, Arnold took it as a clever move and picked up the pace of the fight. But Olivia, breathing heavily, explained that she could not continue the fight on an empty stomach and was losing concentration. Realizing that her weakness could be used against her, Olivia decided that this was the perfect moment for a final attack. Taking advantage of her opponent's hesitation, Olivia knocked the sword out of Arnold's hands with a sharp blow. A stunned Arnold couldn't believe that he, an experienced fighter, had just lost to a first-year student. Holding back her joy at the victory, Olivia finally said her name and thanked Arnold for the fight. Arnold admitted defeat and also told her his name in response, noting Olivia's strength as a worthy opponent. Having recovered a little, Arnold hastened to apologize to Olivia for his rudeness during the run and explained his behavior as a senior's duty. Olivia confidently retorted that she knew about the traditions of the combat faculty and now being a student at the academy was ready to observe them. She smiled, pleased with her answer and the impression she had made on the students and teachers who were watching from afar. Meanwhile, the fight ended and Arnold released the students. Before heading out to join the rest of the students, Olivia announced to Arnold her intention to eat after her tough workout, leaving him no choice but to agree to pay for her lunch. At the same time, a secret meeting was taking place in the palace, at which matters of state importance were discussed. The spy reported everything he had managed to learn about the enemy's plans and expressed his readiness to continue the investigation. However, Milo stopped him, asking him to instead gather information about Olivia's life at the academy. The emperor remembered Olivia and asked how strong her displeasure had been after the visit. He thought for a long time about what pretext he could use to invite Olivia to the palace. Milo looked closely at the emperor and suddenly noticed that Olivia's eyes reminded him of the emperor's sister. The emperor snorted indignantly and replied that such a comparison was not surprising for Milo, who had always had problems with his eyesight. After some thought, the emperor suggested that Olivia could be a wonderful daughter-in-law, and this thought had been in his head for a long time. Milo, however, recalled that the candidates for brides for the crown prince have long been selected and are currently undergoing the necessary preparations. The emperor said thoughtfully that there was always a way to change the situation and put his plans into practice. Milo, despite his loyalty to the emperor, decided to object to him and warn him against such a bold step, because feuding with the Versace family could cost them dearly. He asked the emperor a direct question about the reaction of the other family members if even Olivia agreed to his proposal. The self-confident emperor laughed and objected that all his sons were the most handsome men in the empire and would definitely not be left without brides. After which he asked Milo if he was too harsh in his statements. Milo coolly noted that he always says what he thinks to someone's face and warned the emperor that if he continued to insist on his own way, the empress might not be able to bear it and leave him. The emperor casually dismissed Milo's last remark, noting that his wife had rarely appeared in the palace lately anyway. At this time, Olivia enjoyed delicious food and sunny weather. She thought that in this situation she would be able to continue her studies at the academy without ever meeting the main characters of the story she found herself in. She suddenly remembered that the main character studied at the humanities department and the main character at the politics department. Moreover, Olivia entered the academy a year later, which means the age difference makes their meeting almost impossible. Suddenly, Olivia was distracted by an unfamiliar voice. A girl was addressing her, calling her Mrs. Olivia, which was a little strange. The girl enthusiastically introduced herself as Jessica and explained that she had watched the fight and was amazed by her strength. An excited Jessica admitted that she admires Olivia and really wants to be friends with her. Olivia listened to her new acquaintance in surprise. Jessica admired her so sincerely that Olivia was taken aback by the unexpectedness. She suddenly laughed and easily agreed to Jessica's offer to become close friends, which brought the girl into indescribable delight. Having come to her senses a little, Olivia decided that it was time for them to hurry to class so as not to be late. On the way to the office, Olivia asked Jessica why she decided to study the art of swordsmanship. Olivia praised Jessica for her courage in choosing a difficult path in life. Jessica believed that independence was an easier path than being constantly dependent on someone else for protection. Olivia guessed that Jessica's escape was due to her unwillingness to marry for convenience and her hiding in a martial arts academy. Olivia admitted that she too had taken refuge in the academy to escape death, so she, like no one else, could understand Jessica's experiences. After warning Jessica to keep her composure, Olivia led the way. It was wonderful spring weather. The 8th day of the month in Tamir delighted everyone with warmth and sun. Meanwhile, in the swordsmanship department, second-year Arnold was alone, thinking about his recent fight with Olivia. Arnold assumed that the girl he fought was the younger sister of the renowned swordmaster Lord Kyle. The young man was amazed by the incredible strength of his new student, which resembled the skill of Lord Kyle himself. The appearance of his friend Michael interrupted Arnold's thoughts, as he tried to calm his comrade down after his defeat. Michael reminded that Arnold will still have many chances to take revenge and prove his skills. Trying to cheer Arnold up, Michael noted that Olivia's success was only due to training with her brother, and that she herself was an ordinary freshman. Moreover, Michael considered Olivia to be an arrogant person whose real face was hidden behind a mask of imperiousness. Arnold was outraged by his friend's words, reminding him that Olivia had personally given him instructions during the fight. Michael, frightened by his friend's anger, hastened to take his words back, not understanding the reason for such a violent reaction. Arnold tried to convey his point of view to Michael, which was based on the deepest respect for Kyle's family. Olivia's behavior, from Arnold's point of view, was quite expected from the younger sister of such a famous fencer. Arnold was convinced that Olivia even studied Daniel Meridian's skills for the sole purpose of finding his weak point and exploiting it in battle. At that moment, Olivia, feeling a slight ringing in her ears, thought that someone was discussing her behind her back. Meanwhile, Samuel Land, a professor and mentor to the freshmen, appeared in the classroom. He sternly warned those gathered that within the walls of the academy, swordsmanship alone was not enough. Those who show poor results in at least one of the subjects face the disappointing prospect of having to repeat a year. As part of the military discipline, first-year students had to study international relations, management, economics, and the art of leadership. Military history provided an opportunity to experience not only the triumph of victories, but also the bitterness of defeats, and most importantly, to learn from the mistakes of the past. In addition, the schedule included mathematics and physics. The professor warned that a frivolous attitude towards these subjects could result in being sent to preparatory courses for knights. Olivia noted to herself that the academy was more like a military school, where one could not achieve success simply by being good at swinging a sword. Professor Land emphasized that outstanding swordsmanship does not make a student a true warrior. A true warrior is, first of all, a thinking individual, capable of making decisions independently, and not a spineless tool in the hands of a tyrant. Listening to the professor's speech, Olivia realized that this institution was raising conscious warriors, not blind executors of someone else's will. Professor Land advised students to familiarize themselves with the schedule and faculty, and then prepare for their group assignments tomorrow. One of the students asked if they were given space and time for independent training after the main classes. The professor allowed the use of the area behind the academy building or the training hall for these purposes, having submitted an application for visiting it. The right to independent study is given to the top 10 students from the high-level group, which was an incentive to prove themselves during tomorrow's tests. Olivia, realizing the importance of tomorrow, decided to show the best result. Meanwhile, the news about the new student, Miss Versace, had already spread within the walls of the academy. The seniors whispered among themselves about her victory over Arnold on the very first day of school. At that moment, a young man appeared right in front of them and loudly demanded to be taken to Olivia Versace. The lesson ended, and Olivia wondered what she should do next. Suddenly, the seniors rushed to tell Olivia about a stranger who was looking for her at the threshold of the academy right now. Olivia's mind flashed back to a recent incident, a chance encounter in the hallway with the same guy who had sent her a whole mountain of love letters. With a joyful smile on his face, Giorgio greeted Olivia and immediately asked her directly if she had missed him while they had not seen each other. He admitted that he thought about her every day and was looking forward to their next meeting. Olivia had no desire to continue this dubious acquaintance, so she tried to behave with restraint, hoping to get rid of the annoying admirer as soon as possible. Olivia noticed with horror that a crowd of onlookers had already begun to gather around them, greedily catching her every word and movement. The girl suggested that Giorgio take a walk outside the academy to be alone. Already during the walk, Olivia asked her companion if he didn't find it strange that people around them were constantly paying attention to them. She felt extremely uncomfortable being the center of everyone's attention just because there was such a prominent gentleman next to her. In her mind, Olivia already regretted 1,000 times that she had gotten involved with this Giorgio, not wanting to attract unnecessary attention to herself, especially from the Crown Prince. Olivia decided to limit her meeting with Giorgio to a joint lunch, inviting him to have lunch together, if, of course, he was free. Not wanting to waste time looking for a secluded place, she suggested that Giorgio have lunch in the academy's cafeteria. Giorgio, of course, was not thrilled with this idea. He had planned to spend time with the lady of his heart in a more sophisticated setting, but he still agreed. The young man gallantly invited Olivia to the table and offered to treat herself, boasting that he had selected the best dishes especially for her. Looking at this abundance, Olivia felt a wave of nausea instead of an appetite, which she now had none at all, but she also could not refuse Giorgio. Giorgio was surprised to note that his appetite today also left much to be desired. As Olivia looked at Giorgio, she noted to herself that his hands were too well groomed for a future warrior. The girl decided to ask Giorgio if he was really serious about martial arts. Giorgio, after a little hesitation, admitted that he had to give up his dream of a military career. The reason for this, according to Giorgio, was the young man's complete inability to practice martial arts, and he was embarrassed to admit this to Olivia at the very beginning. The girl was amazed at how easily Giorgio admitted this, because, as far as she could tell, he was a self-confident person. Olivia sadly noted to herself that if he hadn't been so unsuccessful in battles, he could have been an ideal candidate for the role of the main character in a romance novel, because he was handsome. Not wanting to offend Giorgio, Olivia asked him what he was doing if he didn't have to worry about his reputation as a future warrior. The girl added that Giorgio could have hired the best teachers and achieved great success if he had had even a drop of talent in the military craft. With genuine surprise, Giorgio asked Olivia if she really thought so. He was happy to hear compliments from Olivia and believed in his own strength, considering her a straightforward and honest girl. At that moment, Olivia realized that she was completely confused. Giorgio's words seemed to turn everything upside down, forcing her to look at this guy in a new way. Giorgio, meanwhile, continued to sing Olivia's praises, comparing her to other girls. In his eyes, Olivia was strong, honest, and straightforward, which is what won him over from the very beginning of their acquaintance. Olivia, however, had absolutely no desire for their relationship to go beyond the bounds of decency. The phrase about their relationship made Giorgio wary. Did Olivia really perceive him as a friend of the heart, and not just as an acquaintance? In an attempt to rectify the situation, Olivia made it clear to Giorgio that it would be better for them to see each other as little as possible. Olivia's sudden change in mood alarmed Giorgio, because just a second ago, he had cherished the hope of their close friendship. The girl reminded him of the endless letters he had sent her over the course of a year, turning her life into a real nightmare. Olivia suggested that Giorgio forget about her once and for all to avoid further troubles, and also to stop trying to apologize because she had not held a grudge against him for a long time. She abruptly cut Giorgio off mid-sentence, begging him not to pursue her any further, as this was already going beyond all bounds. Resolutely getting up from the table, she announced her departure, considering that the conversation was over. Giorgio, however, was not going to give in so easily, taking Olivia's words for ordinary coquetry, and tried to stop her by grabbing her hand. Olivia reminded Giorgio that he should keep his distance, making it clear that their meeting was over. Inwardly triumphant that she had managed to come out of this difficult situation dry, Olivia hurried out of sight. However, understanding the laws of the genre, Olivia knew that the story could not end so simply, and at that moment she accidentally ran into a girl passing by. The girl apologized to Olivia, asking for forgiveness for her clumsiness, which caused her to spill the drink right on her clothes. Showering Olivia with apologies, the girl tried to justify herself because she was in such a hurry that she simply didn't notice her. Olivia realized with horror that standing in front of her was the novel's main character, Adriana, who, according to the plot, was supposed to spill grape juice on her new suit. Olivia tried to remember the details of how the main characters of the novel met, but everything was mixed up in her head. Olivia was already starting to panic in her mind. She had hoped to avoid meeting Adriana, knowing how their first meeting could end. Adriana was horrified to notice the stain that appeared on Olivia's snow-white blouse. Blushing with shame, she offered to give Olivia the blouse to her for washing. Adriana was ready to do anything to make amends, because it was she who caused the damage to her suit. Olivia tried to calm Adriana down, convincing her that this story was not her fault, so she had nothing to worry about. The academy students gathered around the girl and whispered among themselves, discussing what had happened. At that moment, Giorgio emerged from the crowd, and fearing for Olivia, he hurried to her, asking about the girl's well-being. Memory helpfully gave Olivia memories of how her meeting with Adriana went in the original version of the novel. Olivia remembered how, in a fit of anger, she snatched the tray of food from Adriana's hands and poured the contents over her head. Giorgio asked Olivia again and again if she needed help. At that moment, Olivia noticed that Giorgio, without even realizing it, had saved her from an irreparable mistake by grabbing her hand in time. Olivia assured Giorgio that she was okay, although that didn't make the situation any less awkward. Realizing the absurdity of what was happening, Olivia was already mentally saying goodbye to hopes of returning everything to its place. Adriana, recognizing the young man who ran up to them as Giorgio, was very happy, deciding that they knew Olivia well. Giorgio hastened to ask Adriana if she really hadn't noticed Olivia, and if so, why did she continue walking in the same direction? He reproached her for the fact that, hiding behind her repentance, she was only trying to attract the attention of everyone around her, including him. Adriana responded by only apologizing to the girl again for the spilled grape juice, hoping to smooth over the awkward situation. Giorgio waved it off, considering it a completely natural reaction for any girl to a ruined dress. The guy was perplexed. Seeing in Olivia's behavior only a polite request to clear the way, couldn't he just give way? Considering the incident not yet over, he sternly advised Adriana to move away immediately so as not to block the road. Witnesses to the incident were puzzled as to why such a scandal had flared up out of such a trifle, suspecting Adriana of deliberate provocation. Just in case, Olivia was even escorted to a hospital to rule out any unpleasant consequences. While in the hospital, Hale told Olivia directly that he saw his friend Giorgio in the company of a girl for the first time, and added that he clearly had never had a romantic relationship. The friendly young man left his guests alone, inviting them to visit the hospital whenever they wanted. Finally, Giorgio was left alone with Olivia, without the omnipresent ears. The girl pointed out with a smile that this time, too, it wasn't just the walls that were watching their conversation. Olivia counted 6 observers, 1 on the top floor and 5 more in a small room. Noticing Giorgio's confusion, Olivia asked how well he knew Adriana. Instead of answering, the guy decided to shock Olivia by confessing his feelings. The girl recalled the recent conflict, considering it an attempt to protect her honor and dignity. But Giorgio insisted that his confession was sincere and did not require any justification. Olivia was shocked to realize that this was the first confession of love she had received since being transferred to this world. She, of course, turned down her suitor, insisting that he tell her about his relationship with Adriana. The girl made it clear that her heart was already taken and she was not looking for a new relationship. An agitated Giorgio became filled with jealousy, wanting to know the name of his rival. He immediately tried to diminish the significance of his relationship with Adriana, reducing it to a fleeting help a long time ago. Olivia remembered how a year ago in the cafeteria, Adriana got into a conflict with the students of the humanities faculty. The situation with Giorgio's confession confused the girl, because according to the plot of the novel, he was supposed to fall in love with Adriana. Perhaps the changes in the guy's behavior occurred long before he met Adriana. Olivia suggested that Giorgio's feelings for her were an obstacle to the development of a romance with another girl. If Giorgio doesn't have a close relationship with Adriana, then she probably hasn't met her betrothed yet. The guy only knew Adriana's name and appearance, and had no romantic interest in her. An offended Giorgio tried to hurt Olivia by emphasizing his popularity among many other girls at their academy. Keeping her cool, Olivia thanked him for his help, but firmly refused to communicate further. The sun was setting, painting the sky crimson, when Olivia noticed her pursuers. The girl decided not to play hide and seek, forcing the observers to come out of hiding. While still in the academy building, Olivia noticed a tall man hiding in a small room on the top floor. Giorgio clicked his tongue in displeasure, wondering why those who had been secretly watching them hadn't come out to greet them in person. Leonardo sarcastically asked his friend how his conversation with Adriana went, and then with Olivia. Giorgio noted that Olivia did not succumb to Adriana's manipulations, maintaining an icy calm. Leonardo concluded that a girl who could talk calmly with Giorgio definitely had great abilities. Leonardo came to the conclusion that Olivia and Adriana were on opposite sides of the barricades, which meant that the likelihood that the latter served the Empress had increased. Furious, Adriana couldn't understand why Olivia wouldn't give in to her tricks, stubbornly refusing to play by the written rules. Leonardo suspected that the schemer was laying claim to the place of the Crown Prince's wife. Giorgio did not believe that Olivia was involved in political games because she showed no interest in either him or Leonardo. The prince was puzzled as to why Olivia was interested in his relationship with Adriana in the first place. Leonardo suspected some hidden motive in the girl's interest in him, assuming that she was pursuing her own goals. Giorgio, sharing his friend's jealousy, wanted more than anything to know who had managed to win Olivia's heart. He hastened to reassure Leonardo, assuring him that their relationship was so strong that even rivalry for a woman would not become a bone of contention between them. Thinking out loud, Giorgio assumed that Olivia would most likely rush to the defense of her chosen one, and therefore Leonardo would be defeated in this fight. Night fell upon the city, and the silvery disk of the moon flooded the entire earth with its light. Adriana was angry. She could not understand why Giorgio did not go over to her side, disregarding her superiority. She was confident in the support of all the participants in their game, but the sudden appearance of Giorgio ruined all her plans. What angered Adriana most was that she could not get alone with the Crown Prince to charm him without unnecessary witnesses. A mercenary who suddenly appeared informed Adriana that the objects of their surveillance had headed to the hospital immediately after today's incident in the cafeteria. Surprised, Adriana did not understand why Olivia needed to go to the hospital, because the girl was not even hurt at all. The mercenary explained that it was impossible to approach them because of the Crown Prince's guards, who were always near him in this place. The thought that Olivia had already met the Crown Prince infuriated Adriana and made her wonder what other talents this mysterious girl possessed. The mercenary assessed Olivia's skill with a sword as close to the level of a master, if not superior. At that moment, Adriana realized why all her tricks were powerless. Most likely, that girl had a power that could resist her charms. The worried mercenary suggested that Adriana back off and stop interfering in this dangerous game. Adriana was adamant. She had no choice but to go all the way, and for this she went a long way. The mercenary tried to appeal to the feelings of his beloved, not hiding his jealousy. Adriana hastened to reassure him, assuring him that all her actions were only part of the plan, and her heart belonged only to him. Trying to justify her behavior, she reminded him of her vulnerability, because he, being only a mercenary, could not protect her from all dangers. She tried to convince her faithful chosen one that it was here, in the thick of things, that she would be safe, and he would be able to protect her from any threats. Having said goodbye to her lover, Adriana began to wait impatiently for his return. Alone, she decided to focus all her attention on Olivia in order to unravel the secret of her power and find a way to destroy her. The next day, the sky was clear and blue, and many students had gathered at the academy's training ground. Olivia knew that students from all academies had the right to attend the tournament to sort out newcomers to their faculty, which explained the large number of people. There were so many people gathered that Olivia felt dizzy, and she knew that Giorgio must definitely be somewhere among them. Jessica, worried about her friend's strange appearance, carefully asked if everything was okay. The tournament host announced the rules. The participants had to use the swords given to them, and going outside the arena or losing a weapon was considered a defeat. The match continued until the opponent was knocked out, and the competition, in which about 40 people took part, was divided into 4 groups of 10 participants each. Calculating that she had about 6 opponents to defeat, Olivia prepared for the tournament. She wanted to finish the competition as soon as possible and enjoy the long-awaited lunch. The competition began, and Olivia was surprised to see that some of the students were moving much faster than she had expected. She also noted a big difference in the level of preparation of the students, as some of them could barely hold swords in their hands. To her relief, most of the fights ended almost immediately, as she easily defeated opponents lacking any real combat experience. Jessica, who was watching the fight, said with admiration that she would like to learn how to wield a sword from such a strong mentor. At that moment, Olivia noticed a familiar face in the crowd. It was the same student who had tried to lure her to meet Giorgio yesterday. Watching his dexterous and quick movements during the fight, the girl realized that he was definitely not a commoner in front of her. She assumed that this talented young man came from a noble family, but then the fact of his admission to this academy seemed even more mysterious. She was embarrassed by the stranger's friendly look, as if he was pleased to meet her and was glad to see her. Jessica's voice brought Olivia back to reality, reminding her that she was the next participant in the duel and confidently predicting her victory. Giorgio raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw an unfamiliar young man with such abilities and could not understand where this first-year student came from in the academy. Leonardo, meanwhile, explained that Olivia had missed the entrance exam due to her late arrival from Hershey. With hope in his voice, Giorgio assumed that Olivia would definitely win this fight. Watching what was happening, he thought with envy that if he had spent more time studying fencing, he would now be able to fight Olivia. Leonardo admitted that he could not forget Olivia since that very meeting at the banquet in honor of the punitive detachment. He wondered why the girl was crying in her father's arms that day, when she should have just been happy about his return. The face of Olivia that he saw now was very different from the image he had stored in his memory. Excited by her behavior, he wanted to know what this girl was capable of and how great her strength of spirit was. Meanwhile, Olivia had once again gained the upper hand, placing her sword directly to the chest of her disarmed opponent. At that moment, approaching Giorgio from the stands, Adriana apologized for yesterday's rudeness, trying to forget about that conflict. She feigned concern for Olivia's fate, asking Giorgio about the girl's well-being and offering her help. Giorgio hastened to reassure Adriana that Olivia was fine. Taking a closer look at Olivia, she pretended that she had just now recognized her, noticing that the girl was studying in the swordsmanship department. With false admiration, she rejoiced at her victory, emphasizing Olivia's strength. After this, seizing the right moment, she asked Giorgio to introduce her to his retinue. Leonardo knew that Adriana constantly resorted to such tricks because she could not speak to him directly. Leonardo's patience snapped, and he suggested that Giorgio leave, no longer wishing to be in the company of the annoying girl. Having said goodbye to the irritated Adriana, the friends hurried away. Giorgio thanked Leonardo for his help and noted with relief that they had managed to escape unnoticed. He muttered with annoyance that it was all Olivia's fault, since it was because of her that their attempt to hide had failed. Olivia, meanwhile, won the intermediate stage of the competition, although she had no doubts about her victory. Ray congratulated Olivia on winning the competition with a smile on his face, noting that she was still going strong. Olivia, surprised by Ray's presence, asked what exactly he meant when he mentioned her power in the past. Noticing that Ray was late for class, Olivia reminded him of the schedules of the other houses. Ray assured Olivia that he was fine and, upon learning that the girl had no classes, offered to walk her home. Olivia was pleasantly surprised by this guy's gallantry and lamented that she could not teach her beloved Daniel the same behavior. After agreeing to Ray's proposal, Olivia reminded him of the importance of attending classes. Olivia talked about the ability of young guys to seduce girls, comparing Ray to her brother Kyle. She proudly spoke about her victory in the competition, noting that a handsome stranger showered her with flower petals. Enjoying the warm spring day, Olivia dreamily imagined how wonderful it would be if Daniel were nearby. After this, the girl decided to go to a beer house. It was a popular place among young people. According to Jessica, the beer house was a favorite place for students in her department. Olivia was hoping to improve her relationship with the guys in her group, so she decided to follow Jessica's advice and head straight to this place. At the beer house, Olivia ran into Ellen, Chris, and Ron, with whom she had recently competed. Ron congratulated Olivia on her victory, noting that her ability to block attacks was impressive. Olivia thanked him for the compliment and then asked Ellen why he looked so serious. Jessica explained to Olivia that Ellen was simply shy, since it was he who suggested that they meet at the beer house, not expecting to see the winner of the competition there. Olivia found Ellen's reaction very touching, and she immediately noticed how he blushed, brushing off Jessica's words. Jessica clarified that she is only close with Olivia, explaining her harshness towards Ellen by their childhood friendship. Watching the guys' relationship, Olivia was surprised by how they constantly bickered, despite their obvious sympathy for each other. Taking her first sips of beer, Olivia suddenly noticed that she liked it. After some time, the table was covered with empty alcohol bottles. Ellen looked at Olivia with concern, wondering if she had really drunk all that alone. Olivia, feeling slightly drunk, asked Ellen to call her by her first name, since they were the same age anyway. Ellen admitted that he thought Olivia hated him, recalling the conflict with his brother. Olivia, already having difficulty remembering about her brother Ellen, looked at him in surprise. A familiar name popped into the girl's head, and she loudly asked Ellen if his brother was Lord Giorgio. Looking at Ellen, Olivia confidently stated that he looked very much like his brother. Seeing that Olivia had overindulged in alcohol, Ellen offered to walk her home. Olivia flatly refused, explaining that another guide was already waiting for her somewhere near the beer house. Ignoring Ellen's objections, Olivia stubbornly insisted that someone was waiting for her. The girl's gaze fell on Ray, and she began to list his virtues, finally convincing herself of her sympathy for him. Suddenly, at that very moment, Daniel appeared behind Olivia, whom she really didn't expect to see here. Seeing Daniel, she greeted him joyfully, not hiding her delight. The alcohol loosened Olivia's tongue, and she told Daniel about how she sent him a note with the help of the beer house workers. Daniel decided to take his friend home immediately, showing his caring attitude towards her. Not wanting to leave, she proudly told Daniel about her victory in the competition. After apologizing to Ellen and the entire group, Daniel paid for the drinks and led Olivia to the exit. Ellen hastened to call out to Daniel, asking if he was the same Lord Daniel Meridian, known throughout the area. Having confirmed his guess, Daniel strictly forbade Ellen and his company from treating Olivia to alcohol. The guy, surprised by Daniel's words, asked in response about his relationship with Olivia. Ellen reminded Daniel that they were studying at the same academy, and therefore today he was in charge of the girl. Hearing Ellen call Olivia by name, Daniel coldly put the boy down. Daniel hinted to Ellen that he should understand his words the first time, because he himself was a fairly smart student at the academy. Ellen tried to return to his previous question about what kind of relationship Daniel had with Olivia. Daniel responded evasively, noting that he was the one who took Olivia home when she was drinking, and besides, they lived together. He and Olivia are responsible for each other, and that's enough for the guy to stop pestering them with his stupid questions. Pleased with Daniel's direct answer, Ellen apologized to him and retreated. Watching the carriage move away, Ellen thought that perhaps he didn't need to worry about the girl, because Daniel truly loved her. On the way home, Daniel politely asked Olivia what had caused her to drink so much alcohol. She, overcoming her shame and intoxication, confessed her feelings to Daniel, because now it was easier for her to speak than usual. Embarrassed, Olivia asked Daniel to reciprocate her feelings, or he would break her heart. Daniel suggested talking about it later, moving the conversation to Friday. As they were approaching the house, Daniel repeated to Olivia that a drunken conversation was worthless, because in the morning she would forget all the details anyway. Helping Olivia out of the carriage, Daniel showed care and attention to the girl by extending his hand to her. But when saying goodbye to Daniel, Olivia suddenly couldn't resist and kissed him. Daniel thought in his heart that it would be a shame if Olivia again didn't remember anything about this evening. The girl had one bad habit. She completely forgot everything that happened to her when she was drunk. Daniel suddenly remembered one episode that happened between them when they were dancing. He admitted to himself that knowing about Olivia's mistake had really hurt him. Remembering his father's words, Daniel decided with sadness that in this situation he saw no future for his relationship with Olivia. Daniel thought about not being able to be with Olivia after her confession. Olivia, replaying the events of the last few days in her head, felt very uneasy. She was indignant, remembering Daniel's request to wait until graduation and his subsequent behavior. Daniel suddenly suggested that Olivia join him, which of course left the girl in love with no choice. Delighted with Daniel's offer, Olivia happily agreed. Daniel explained to Olivia that he was responsible for her if he began to openly court her. She completely agreed with the guy, noting that she was also ready to take responsibility for both of them. The next morning, Olivia woke up in her room at the academy dorm. As soon as she opened her eyes, she immediately saw an unfamiliar girl next to her, who introduced herself as Violetta. Olivia greeted her and gave her name in return. But who was this mysterious stranger? Unexpectedly for herself, she noticed a beautiful decoration of the living room with flowers especially for her. Violetta said that she decorated the room with flowers, knowing about the hostess's habit of having breakfast in the living room. Olivia, noticing Violetta's slight embarrassment, invited her to have breakfast together, assuring her that she was also very hungry. The meal took place in a friendly atmosphere, and Olivia enjoyed the company of her new acquaintance. Violetta was very nice and never gave Olivia a reason to feel uncomfortable. During the casual conversation, Olivia asked what faculty Violetta was studying in and casually mentioned Ray. This name suddenly aroused genuine curiosity in Violetta, and she asked whether they were talking about that very unusual young man. Olivia confirmed with a smile that she was talking about him, the guy with bright lilac hair and piercing blue eyes. Suddenly, Olivia felt a wave of negative energy around Violetta and worried that she might have made some mistake. Fearing that she had been misunderstood, Olivia hastened to assure Violetta that she and Ray were friends, but that her heart belonged to someone else. Violetta's question about whether Olivia was going to marry Ray left the girl slightly shocked. Olivia wondered why she would marry a guy she only addressed affectionately, since in the West, this is not a reason for marriage at all. Olivia emphasized that they had only seen each other a couple of times, without even having time to really become friends. And all that connected her with this young man was a superficial acquaintance. Violetta, intrigued by Olivia's revelations, asked with interest who was the object of her affections. A little embarrassed, Olivia explained that it was too early to talk about her lover, since she had only confessed her feelings and was anxiously awaiting an answer. The girl described Daniel tenderly, noting his extraordinary beauty, which had no equal among those she had met before. Olivia admired his impeccable figure, expressive eyebrows, and graceful nose, which gave his appearance a unique charm. The girl's special attention was drawn to Daniel's lips, which, in her opinion, contained some special magic. Violetta looked worriedly at Olivia, whose face was flushed and whose expression had taken on a dreamy hue. As she said goodbye, Olivia thanked Violetta for the pleasant company and cheerful conversation that lifted her spirits. Violetta was in seventh heaven, because Olivia herself called her by name and allowed her to address her by the same name. The girl remembered how Ray pointed out to her from afar a beautiful stranger with snow-white hair, riding a horse with abandon. It was the legendary Olivia Versace. Wanting to study in the same stream as Olivia, Violetta even sacrificed a year of study, postponing her admission to the academy. The girl planned to meet Olivia right after the competition, but the cunning Ray got ahead of her, quickly approaching the object of her adoration. Due to Reynolds' sudden appearance, Violetta missed the chance to get to know Olivia better, which made her very annoyed. And now, enjoying breakfast together, Violetta was triumphant, because being Olivia Versace's neighbor is a special privilege that the entire academy dreams of. Violetta worriedly asked Olivia if she had drunk too much alcohol the night before, since she had gotten so drunk that she couldn't get home on her own. The girl was tormented by the question of how Daniel ended up nearby and helped Olivia return to the dorm. Olivia admitted with a smile that she wrote to Daniel herself, taking advantage of the fact that she now finally had real friends. The memory of her touching her lips to Daniel's forehead, sending him to sleep, still stirred her heart. Olivia was looking forward to Friday because Daniel promised to pick her up for the weekend. Violetta reminded Olivia that she had a trip planned to the Versace family residence this weekend. Noticing a strange flickering in the corner of the room, Violetta quickly asked Olivia what kind of oddity was emitting such an unusual light. Olivia explained that the magic ball was a gift from her father, which allows her to keep in touch with the entire family by acting as a telephone. Gerard's voice, coming from the magic ball, sounded worried. He wanted to know if something had happened during Olivia's meeting with the Crown Prince, to which she went accompanied by Daniel. Olivia reassured her father that everything had gone well, and Daniel had decided to join the royal guard. Gerard reminded Olivia of the powers of the magic ball, with which she could contact not only him and Daisy, but also Daniel. He explained that Daniel, as a longtime confidant of the Versace family, took on the responsibility of representing their interests. Thanks to Daniel's impeccable reputation, the northern nobility shows him respect, and meetings with the prince are much more successful in the presence of such an influential companion. It suddenly dawned on Olivia that there might be a conspiracy of ill-wishers behind all this, and it was Daniel who was now protecting her from a hidden threat. Gerard confirmed her suspicions, because Daniel had refused to accompany her to the meeting with the prince until the very end, but changed his mind in the evening after the banquet. The man told how Daniel personally escorted Olivia to the room and later visited her again, so he decided that they had already discussed everything together. Only now did Olivia realize that it was Daniel who had saved her that evening, and she was overcome with a feeling of deep gratitude towards this man. Gerard, a little embarrassed, apologized to his daughter for having to hide the truth, but Daniel did not give his consent, and they could not involve her in their plans. Tired after a long conversation, Olivia asked her father not to make any important decisions without her, and, in particular, not to travel abroad until her return. Olivia instructed her father to check the documents sent from the emperor, suspecting that there might be some inaccuracies. Olivia's thoughts returned to the events of the previous day, and despite the ease of her new life, she could not shake off the feeling of anxiety for her family, who were so far away. The girl shuddered as she recalled how cruelly fate had treated the former Olivia, and now, being in her body, she could not completely get rid of the fear of a possible repetition of the past. However, now with Daniel by her side, Olivia believed that everything would be fine. Olivia was also looking forward to meeting her father and brother soon, which she told them with undisguised tenderness. Kyle, hearing his sister's words, hastened to clarify with his father whether Olivia really loved him more than anyone else. The devoted servant hastened to calm the serious passions, assuring the Count and the young master of the young lady's equal love for both. Olivia had big plans and decided to open a shop called La Debon on the first floor of the shopping center opposite the trade union building. The choice of location for the shop was not accidental, because this street was considered the busiest in all of Tamir, and despite the high rent, thanks to the investments received, the girl could afford it. Daisy, who held the position of head of La Debon, was currently at her workplace. Emboldened, she decided to ask Oscar directly if he had a lover, immediately apologizing for her tactlessness before doing so. Oscar, clearly tired of such questions, reminded Daisy that he did not have a lover. Daisy, without wasting a second, immediately offered Oscar her candidacy for the role of his chosen one. Meanwhile, Kyle, possessed by a thought that had suddenly come to him, burst into his father's room to immediately share his guesses. Gerard, tired of his son's constant fantasies, insistently ordered him to forget about everything and just have a good rest. Sam, reporting to the Count about his readiness for the upcoming meeting, said that everyone was waiting only for him. Citing urgent matters, Gerard advised his son to take care of the documents in the fortress in his free time. Kyle, outraged by his father's attitude, tried to convey to him the importance of his dream, which opened his eyes to his own future. He was impressed by his prophetic dream and was sure that he would soon have to get married, so he had to go to Tamir immediately. Gerard, tired of his son's endless statements about his imminent marriage, noted with relief that Kyle had finally realized the importance of this event and came to his senses. Oscar, a little embarrassed, asked Daisy if his previous remark had seemed arrogant. Daisy replied seriously that he really did think too highly of himself, but immediately assured him that this time he was not joking about his proposal. An indignant Oscar could not believe that this was true, because he always carefully studied the character of girls before starting a relationship. Trying to hide his awkwardness, Oscar remembered something important and started to leave. Daisy, holding back a smile, asked Oscar to stay, admitting it was a joke and offering to have a cup of tea. Oscar said that if she was going to apologize, she shouldn't have done it because he could have agreed. In search of a solution to her problem, Daisy suggested trying a strategy based on Kyle's jealousy of Oscar. She explained the simple plan. All she had to do was spread the rumor that she was having an affair with another man, and if he loved her, he would come running straight from Hershey. When Oscar asked her where she got these ideas, Daisy calmly replied that she read it in a novel. Oscar doubtfully reminded Daisy that his future opponent was a master of the sword, and that this could threaten his life. Confused, Daisy admitted that she didn't know what to do because she liked Kyle, but there was no reaction from the guy. Looking closely at Oscar, Daisy declared that Kyle was secretly definitely in love with her and asked him to help her one time. Oscar, before agreeing, asked how Daisy was going to end this performance and whether she would give in if he did not respond to her trick. To begin with, Daisy suggested fooling Mrs. Olivia and Father Oscar while taking out a suitcase with money, the purpose of which she promised to explain later. Taking a large sum of money out of her suitcase, Daisy instructed Oscar to buy a ring and give it to her in order to make Kyle jealous. At the same time, Olivia was trying to remember the daily routine at the academy, where even after the assignment, all the students gathered at the stadium at 7 o'clock in the morning for a general training session. After an hour and a half of crawling, the sweat even mixed with dust and everyone was terribly exhausted. After a half-hour break, the newcomers remained at the stadium, and the older groups went to their own training hall next to the faculty. The martial arts master announced to the students that today they would learn how to deal with border guards during a confrontation with the enemy. The master explained that these skills would be useful to them in suppressing riots or in the event of a full-scale war, and selected 10 men from the senior group to learn the basics of infantry combat. In this class, they had to swing their swords and defend themselves with shields just like all the other students. Wiping sweat from her brow, Olivia confidently stated that it was more like a military school than an academy, and admitted that she was finding it very difficult. Ellen asked Olivia with concern if she had managed to get home that night after the party. Olivia calmly replied that she had arrived without incident, and asked why he was asking about it. The girl added discontentedly that she did not need consolation, and that his directness and attempts to cheer her up did not seem entirely sincere. Ellen, a little embarrassed, asked Olivia if she only liked Daniel because of his good looks. Olivia admitted that, although she does not deny Daniel's attractiveness, she likes him as a person, and not just as a handsome man. The girl recalled with a smile how Daniel carefully walked her home after the party, and noted that this was an important indicator of the seriousness of their relationship. Olivia explained her point by saying that a real relationship between a man and a woman is when a couple lives together and takes responsibility for each other. Plucking up his courage, Ellen admitted that he couldn't resist asking Daniel about their relationship that night. Olivia didn't see anything unusual about that evening because Daniel, as a representative of her family, lives in the same house with her. The girl added that Daniel, being her personal bodyguard, is obliged to accompany her home after parties for her safety. The only thing Olivia couldn't understand was what Daniel meant by responsibility in their relationship. Ellen explained that, as a rule, such phrases mean a man's serious intentions and his readiness to call the girl his. Olivia, shocked by what she heard, asked in complete confusion if Daniel really considered her his girlfriend. Meanwhile, the Emperor proudly noted that Olivia was ranked first in her department in terms of academic performance, although this was expected. Turning to Milo, the Emperor was pleased to say that such a result was entirely to be expected from her dynasty, recalling Olivia's ferocious skill with a sword. Milo, slightly embarrassed, admitted that he had not seen Olivia in battle and had only heard of Lord Meridian's legendary skill. After a moment of silence, the Emperor asked the advisor if Olivia had already met with Leonardo. The spy, reporting that Prince Leonardo had been watching the competition from afar, concluded that they were not yet acquainted and told about the prince's companion. The Emperor frowned and asked if they were talking about the illegitimate daughter of the Bonaparte family, who owned only a small piece of land. The spy described Olivia's appearance in detail, mentioning her silver hair, and said that she was seeking to get closer to the heir to the throne through Giorgio. The enraged emperor indignantly declared that the illegitimate daughter of the Bonaparte family could not have any relations with the empress. The spy noted that the only point of contact was their common homeland, and promised to obtain more detailed information a little later. Milo remembered that Baron Bonaparte had visited the empress several times, and suggested that they check again the list of guests at the palace over the past years. The emperor ordered Jerome to take one of his crows and thoroughly check Baron Bonaparte, starting from his financial status and ending with all family connections. Surprised, Milo asked the emperor if he was worried about his son, since he decided to use his personal raven to check on him. The emperor explained with alarm in his voice that his nephew, who was now in Tamir, was the main subject of his concerns. He admitted that he was afraid of his nephew's possible actions towards Leonardo, but hoped that the prince was in control of everything. To be on the safe side, the emperor sent Ray, who possessed enormous power, to the Tower of Mages. Milo noted with bewilderment that Prince Ray had been visiting the academy frequently lately. The surprised emperor, hearing about Ray's travels, even dropped his cup of tea. With obvious concern in his voice, he asked if the place was safe enough for such a guest. Milo suggested contacting the head of the Tower of Mages to clarify the situation and ensure his safety. Olivia, recalling stories from the past, noticed that Prince Ray always caused the emperor a lot of trouble. The members of the Decaran imperial family were descendants of the Golden Dragon, whose blood had become greatly weakened over time due to interbreeding. Olivia added that sometimes, although extremely rare, purebred children are born who look like normal people, but unfortunately they die at an early age. The reason for their fragility was that they were unable to cope with the dragon power that was in their blood. Unlike the others, Ray was born already possessing enormous power, which he managed to withstand. But unfortunately, being born in a human body became a real curse for him. Olivia said that Reynold was hidden in a place specially created for him, where he spent many years in complete isolation from the outside world. Slightly out of breath after 4 hours of running, Olivia admitted that she now understands why the break between workouts lasts a full 3 hours. As Olivia passed the cafeteria, she heard one of her classmates calling her to have lunch together. Olivia politely declined, explaining that she preferred to eat in her room, away from the noisy crowd. Seeing Jessica, Olivia kindly asked her friend how the workout went. Jessica, beaming with joy, replied that everything was just wonderful, because today they were learning how to hold a sword correctly. Olivia, having decided to have lunch with her friend, invited Jessica to join her in her room. An overjoyed Jessica enthusiastically supported the idea, admitting that she had long dreamed of having lunch with her. Olivia asked Rora with concern if she had had time to eat anything when she entered her room. Rora replied that she and the maid Sophie had already had lunch and asked what she should take with her when she came to Olivia tomorrow. Olivia asked not to worry, because there was everything necessary in the house, and told me to tell Mrs. Daisy to get the cart ready by 8 o'clock on Friday evening, because Olivia was going to dinner. Delighted, Rora promised to convey the request to the lady, and did not hide the fact that she really enjoyed following her instructions. The girl sadly admitted that at the academy, everyone, except Sophie, treated her with disdain as a simpleton from the north. Olivia wondered if the fencing department had a bad reputation, since no one had ever told her that she was from the north. The girl confidently stated that she had enough friends, among whom were Jessica, Ellen, Violetta, and Chris. Hearing a painfully familiar voice, Rora joyfully exclaimed that it was Lady Jessica who had come. Olivia happily invited her friend into the room, noticing how much fun she was having in Jessica's company. Jessica, seeing the book on the table, enthusiastically declared that this literary masterpiece was her favorite book. Olivia smiled, noting that this book describes the story that every girl dreams of, where the main character, a prosecutor, marries a handsome knight and lives happily ever after with him. Jessica warmly confirmed her words and admitted that it was thanks to this book that she decided to become a knight. Olivia responded by inviting her to the table, noting that in real life everything is much more complicated and one should not judge it by romantic stories. Watching Jessica talk animatedly about the affair over the meal, Olivia thought it was the first time she had seen her friend so happy. She wondered what had affected Jessica so much. Maybe she should have just changed her department earlier. Olivia asked with concern if Jessica was having a hard time with her morning routine. Jessica, despite being tired, admitted that although it is hard for her, she is coping, and overcoming difficulties only encourages her to new achievements. Olivia, smiling slyly, asked Jessica if she had any nice knight in sight. Embarrassed, Jessica replied that she had not yet met a knight like the hero from her favorite book. Olivia laughed and said that of course Jessica had such a knight, and then jokingly asked if he was tall and strong enough to protect her. Jessica became even more embarrassed and muttered that perhaps this was too personal a question. Olivia assured that she didn't attach too much importance to it, and was only asking to keep the conversation going. She shared that her heart belongs to a tall and handsome knight who is much stronger than her. Jessica asked with a dreamy voice if she too could ever meet such a wonderful person. Olivia confidently stated that such a charming girl as Jessica would have no shortage of admirers, especially among the students of their faculty. Jessica, blushing embarrassedly, replied that she wasn't too sure about that, since Olivia already had a lot of admirers among the students. Olivia laughed and explained that it was all because they just wanted to fight her or ask about her skills. Olivia, wanting to close the topic of her personal life, noted that bragging and trying to attract the attention of a beautiful girl is typical behavior of guys in all women's books. After a moment of silence, she confidently declared that she didn't need anyone because tomorrow she was going on a date with Daniel. Remembering the next day's meeting, Olivia asked Rora to contact Daisy and ask her to give her 3 more shirts and trousers from her new suit. Olivia added that after classes, she would go to the gym and return for dinner around 8 o'clock in the evening. Leaving the student dormitory, Olivia turned onto a narrow street and immediately became wary, hearing a suspicious rustling somewhere very close. Olivia felt a chill run down her spine, as if someone's invisible eyes were watching her every step. She dove sharply into a narrow passage between 2 buildings and disappeared from the sight of her pursuer, dissolving into the labyrinth of city walls. The confused pursuer froze in place, trying to figure out where his target had gone, like a mirage in broad daylight. Crouched in the shadows, Olivia waited for her pursuer, clutching a small but sharp dagger tightly in her hand. The spy, amazed by the girl's speed and agility, mentally noted that the rumors about her abilities were true. With a sharp movement, Olivia approached the spy, wanting to look into the eyes of the one who dared to disturb her peace. The guy clearly did not expect such a quick reaction from Olivia, although he knew that this girl had enormous strength and experience. Olivia looked closely at the young man, realizing that he did not look like a hired killer, but rather like a frightened boy. There was no longer any doubt right now. One of the Crown Prince's men was standing in front of her. The thought of being spied on by the prince made Olivia flush with indignation and anger. Olivia coldly ordered that her master be told that the next attempt at surveillance would cost the messenger his life. Leaning against a tree, the guy thought about Olivia's incredible strength and aura, which reminded him so much of her formidable brother Kyle. At this time, in the luxurious Versace castle, the head of the knightly division named Cabiel reported important news to his master. With a tired voice, Cabiel approached the ruler with a proposal to return Lord Kyle from Tamir, explaining this due to the difficult situation in the castle. The head of the knightly guard described with alarm how the guards had not slept a wink all night, patrolling the borders in anticipation of an attack. The ruler listened to the report with undisguised pleasure, anticipating the effect his plan would produce. Cabiel was puzzled by the master's words, suspecting that Lord Kyle's dispatch was not an accident, but part of a cunning plan. Gerard confidently stated that even if Kyle were brought back, it would not change anything in the relationship between the young people. He explained his decision by the fact that northern men are too reserved in showing their feelings, and only separation from his beloved girl would force Kyle to take decisive measures. Gerard, with a smile on his face, suggested that Cabiel find himself a mistress in order to better understand the feelings of the young lord and push him to take action. The ruler shared his cherished dream of finding a beautiful bride for his son this year and having a lavish wedding. Cabiel was shocked by the ruler's words, not understanding how he could go against the feelings of his own son. He reminded the ruler of Lord Daniel's deep affection for Olivia and how tenderly he cared for her. Cabiel emphasized that Daniel is sincerely and deeply in love with the girl, and his feelings are real. The head of the knightly division gave an example of how Daniel changed after 2 weeks of separation, when he led a punitive detachment to war. Gerard, unable to listen to any more objections, decided to test Olivia's feelings himself by offering to give her a little test. In the dorm room, anticipating Olivia's return, Violetta and Sophie could not have imagined what an unexpected acquaintance awaited them that evening. Hearing familiar footsteps outside the door, Violetta exclaimed joyfully, confident that it was their friend who had returned. But opening the door, Sophie was dumbfounded with surprise, seeing a tall, stately young man on the threshold. Violetta looked at her friend in surprise, not understanding the reason for such a violent reaction. Horrified, Sophie cried out that their visitor looked very much like Olivia's relative, who had struck her with his beauty and stateliness. Violetta, remembering that students usually return home on weekends, decided that Olivia's brother had come to visit. Confident in her guess, Violetta turned to the young man, suggesting that he was none other than Kyle de Versace. Smiling politely, the young man apologized for the unexpected visit and asked if he had come to the wrong door. Recognizing the visitor as Lord Daniel, Violetta hastened to introduce herself, charmed by the guest's beauty and manners. Blushing with embarrassment, Violetta admitted that she had heard a lot about Daniel from Olivia and therefore recognized him immediately. She suggested that the young man settle down and have some tea while Olivia returned from training. Violetta's thoughts began to work feverishly, because if this was that same Daniel Meridian, then he could easily protect Olivia from Ray's annoying attention. It became clear to her why Olivia fell in love with such a handsome and strong man. Unexpectedly for everyone, Daniel interrupted her reasoning with a question: does Olivia really consider him her lover? Violetta, burning with impatience to quickly tell about her friend's feelings, blurted out that she heard Olivia admiring Daniel's beauty. In her opinion, now everything would definitely work out for them, and Violetta even helped the two lovers with her revelation with Daniel today. Coming to her senses, Violetta began to justify herself by saying that Olivia was very upset when she didn't receive a response to her confession. Trying to make amends, she added that anyone would be upset not to receive an answer to such an important revelation, wouldn't they? Violetta launched into a detailed explanation that everyone considered Olivia to be the incarnation of the goddess Nefertiti and admired her beauty and skill with a sword. Noticing Daniel's tension, she hastened to reassure him that Olivia's feelings had probably cooled by now and that he shouldn't attach much importance to them. Daniel, interrupting this flow of eloquence, explained that he had responded to Olivia's confession that day and that they were now in a relationship. He decided that tonight was the time to confess his love once again and dispel all of Olivia's doubts. Violetta thought with admiration that in front of her was not only a handsome, but also a very intelligent young man. At that moment, Olivia burst into the room, accompanied by Sophie, joyfully calling out to her friend. The maid blushed and immediately started babbling that they had a guest, and then finally blurted out that she had spoken to Olivia's lover a minute ago. Hearing the last word, Olivia froze in place, not believing her ears. Daniel explained the reason for his unexpected appearance with a slight smile, hinting at his close relationship with Olivia. A little confused, he asked if his presence was causing trouble to the lady of the house. Olivia, all blushing from embarrassment, assured him that he was the only one in her life, and of course his appearance was only a joy to her. Having asked the guests for a few minutes, Olivia hurried to tidy herself up. Beaming triumphantly, Violetta asked Daniel if he was grateful to her for helping him understand Olivia's true feelings for the guy. She hoped that their love would be mutual and long-lasting, otherwise her help would go to another man. A puzzled Daniel hastened to assure the girl that his feelings for Olivia had always been sincere and strong. True, he immediately warned Violetta against rash actions, realizing that she could use Olivia for her own purposes. Violetta explained that she was guided only by good intentions and sincerely wished her friend happiness. With a touch of irony, she added that feuding with family is common among aristocrats. While Daniel and Lola were chatting in the living room, Olivia, with the help of Sophie, was diligently putting on her makeup. A little hesitantly, Olivia asked her friend if she looked too bright with her makeup on. Lola reassured her friend that there was very little makeup, and Olivia looked great. She proudly adjusted Olivia's dress, emphasizing that it was made especially for her. Violetta gasped as she entered, surprised by her friend's transformation. After some time, a carriage drawn by ceremonial horses drove away from the gates of the academy. Noticing Olivia's unusual stiffness, Daniel gently asked the reason for her anxiety. Olivia assured that she was fine, although her look and behavior said otherwise. Abruptly changing the subject, Olivia asked Daniel in surprise why he had sat so close, even though there was plenty of room in the carriage. Daniel asked, slightly surprised, if lovers weren't supposed to sit next to each other. Olivia's heart began to beat faster. She thought that her Daniel could not have changed so quickly. Daniel touched her hands gently, noting that they had become rough from the girl's intense training with the sword. Olivia, in order to hide her embarrassment, began to complain about being tired because recently she had a lot of worries. She tried to understand why Daniel was acting differently than usual, trying to find an explanation for his tenderness and affection. Daniel whispered that such behavior was quite natural for lovers. Olivia asked hopefully if Daniel remembered that night when she was a little drunk. Daniel replied that he remembered very well that evening when he had to carry Olivia to her room. Olivia realized with horror that she had absolutely no memory of what happened after the ball. She began to apologize sheepishly for her behavior, blaming it all on the alcohol and the fact that she had allowed herself to relax a little. Daniel reminded her that she grabbed his hand when he wanted to leave and thus stopped him. He continued the story with a smile, mentioning that she had begun to worry about him marrying another girl and had said so out loud. Daniel admitted that she even directly stated that he had no right to marry anyone other than her. Olivia mentally cursed the alcohol and her talkativeness that evening. Daniel continued his story, reminding her how she had asked him to go with her without waiting until the morning. Olivia listened with excitement to Daniel's voice, which drowned out all other sounds. Taking courage, Daniel declared that he did not want to wait any longer, and in one swift movement approached Olivia. Olivia felt his breath on her lips and the beating of her own heart. The soft touch of Daniel's lips made her forget about everything in the world, because it was this moment she had dreamed of all her life. Breaking the kiss, Daniel asked Olivia if she liked what he did right now. Embarrassed, Olivia whispered that the kiss was wonderful and she had been waiting for such an act for a long time. Daniel, smiling, asked her to look at him, not understanding why the girl suddenly turned away. He tried to cheer the girl up, saying that he himself was very embarrassed and that there was nothing special about it. Daniel reminded Olivia of her own words, spoken that night after the ball. He confessed his love to her with an open heart, emphasizing that his feelings were absolutely sincere. Trying to lighten the mood a little, Daniel asked Olivia about her plans for tomorrow. Olivia answered hesitantly that she was thinking of going horseback riding the following morning. Daniel approved of her choice, noting that fresh air was exactly what they both needed right now. Olivia looked at Daniel with a happy smile, wishing this trip would last forever. Olivia hesitated, embarrassed, not daring to ask Daniel if he could kiss her again. Daniel looked at Olivia tenderly and asked if he could call her his beloved in front of everyone, to which the girl agreed. The sky was covered with gray clouds, and the Versace residence was hit by a torrential rain that had not stopped since early morning. The wonderful weather that had delighted the residents of the settlement for a whole week was replaced by prolonged rain. And on this rainy morning, Olivia called a meeting, which was attended by Daisy, Oscar, and Julian. Due to the constant downpour, Olivia even had to cancel a planned horseback ride. Suddenly, Olivia's gaze fell on Daisy's hand, and she asked the girl in surprise about the ring on her finger. Daisy, blushing slightly, confirmed that she was getting married soon. Oscar announced with a fake smile that he was marrying Daisy and asked all his friends to congratulate them on their upcoming wedding. The news of the engagement came as a real shock to everyone because no one even suspected about Oscar and Daisy's relationship. Olivia was puzzled by Oscar's strange, joking reaction because she knew that he really had loved Daisy for a long time. Daisy explained that Oscar was just very embarrassed, which was why he was acting so strange. Deep down, Olivia doubted that Daisy and Oscar were right for each other, although she didn't want to spoil the joy of the engagement. Taking a closer look at the ring, Olivia admitted that it was very beautiful and suited Daisy perfectly. Taking advantage of the moment, Olivia casually announced to everyone that she was Daniel's lover. Daisy congratulated Olivia enthusiastically, although in reality, she had known about their closeness for a long time. Inspired by the engagement, Daisy decided to take charge of choosing an engagement ring for Olivia. Oscar reminded everyone of the urgency of preparing for the wedding because the decision to get engaged was made unexpectedly even for him. Olivia, watching Oscar, noted that he was becoming more and more like Kyle. As they said goodbye, Olivia advised Oscar and Daisy to go on a date and have a good time at the company's expense. Moving on to company business, Olivia checked with Julian about the store's opening date for next week. Julian revealed plans to launch the outlet after assessing customer response during the spring festival. Olivia noted that even in this world, cosmetics are in demand, and a few good ideas are enough to achieve success. Olivia ordered La Petite to be separated from the other stores and asked Oscar to find 3 more experienced cosmetics salespeople. Julian, in turn, was supposed to offer free makeup to customers who bought a dress from their store, which would serve as good advertising. Oscar, after listening to the plan, noted that separating the 2 outlets could reduce the profitability of their business. Olivia reassured Oscar that the problems could be solved as they arose and instructed him to continue searching for premises near the LeBlanc branch. Oscar suddenly asked about the management of the La Petite outlet, to which Olivia immediately put Julian in charge. Explaining her decision, the girl emphasized that the idea with cosmetics belonged to Julian and asked Oscar to find out everything about local aristocrats with a good reputation and sense of style. Oscar clarified where they planned to attract aristocrats, besides the settlement of Hershey. Olivia, without hesitation, listed several other neighboring settlements where they could find their clients. Olivia continued her briefing by instructing Oscar to negotiate with two of the most prominent newspapers for advertising during the spring festival. She made a grand announcement about a new product, which was a rose-shaped bath soap with a bright, interesting name. Olivia asked Daisy to create a package for the soap in the same pink color as the dress she wore the day before. She then took the idea further by suggesting that pink be the brand's symbol to stand out from its competitors. Julian suggested adding a white bow to the pink packaging for added beauty. An enthusiastic Julian praised Olivia's genius and admired the idea for the new product. Images of Olivia's dress, which had been made especially for the spring festival, came into Julian's mind. The servant suddenly interrupted the meeting, announcing that the carriage was waiting for Madame Olivia downstairs. Olivia looked out the window with annoyance and realized that the rain had not stopped, which meant that she would not be able to see Daniel. Despite the servant's entreaties, Olivia was determined to catch at least a glimpse of Daniel. The servant hastened to inform that Daniel was currently in his office. Olivia asked Daisy to go without her, promising to return soon, and headed towards Daniel's office. Recalling her previous meeting with Daniel, Olivia noted with annoyance that this time she would not be able to spend time with him. Entering the office, Olivia rushed towards Daniel, asking why he hadn't seen her off before leaving. Daniel admitted with a slight smile that he had been absorbed in work and gallantly apologized to Olivia. Olivia looked at Daniel tenderly, wanting to cuddle up to him and never let go. Daniel, responding to Olivia's silent call, approached the girl with excitement. Much to Olivia's disappointment, Daniel's kiss landed not on her lips but on the tip of her nose. Daniel, as if making excuses, offered to accompany Olivia, citing his duties in the Royal Guard. Olivia, hiding her disappointment, agreed and thought with alarm that serious relationships had never been easy for her. Once Olivia was next to Daniel, she couldn't stop the flow of words that seemed to burst out. Unable to contain the secret, Olivia blurted out to Daniel the news of the beginning of a relationship between Daisy and Oscar. Daniel was stunned by the news and, not believing his ears, asked his sister if it was true. Daisy proudly confirmed Olivia's words and happily clung to Oscar. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and Olivia looked with alarm at Daniel, whose face was filled with furious anger. In an effort to defuse the situation, Olivia hastened to assure Daniel that he could always count on her help in the event of a conflict with Kyle. Daniel said, with cold confidence in his voice, that he could definitely handle it himself. In an effort to break off the unpleasant conversation, Daniel suggested that Olivia hit the road so as not to be late. The crew set off, and after them the clouds dispersed and the bright sun lit up the sky. Oscar, overcome with wild fear, confessed to Daisy that he was very uneasy after Daniel's reaction. Daisy responded by promising to cover for him if necessary, because the plan must be completed. Oscar imagined with horror what consequences awaited him if the Baron found out about their false wedding. Suddenly, Oscar, as if sensing Daniel's gaze, turned around sharply and realized that he was eager for a serious conversation. Approaching the frightened Oscar, Daniel offered to talk, man to man. Daisy rushed to her brother and Oscar, asking them to postpone the conversation, but it seemed it was too late to retreat. Despite Daisy's entreaties, Oscar was determined to tell Daniel the whole truth. Oscar blurted out that Olivia was jealous of Daisy when she saw the ring she gave her. Trying to put everything in the best light, Oscar came up with a legend that the ring he gave her signified long-term friendship and respect. That's all. Daisy, supporting Oscar, touchingly spoke about her feelings for the guy, which are based on trust. Oscar triumphantly once again stated that the presentation of the ring did not indicate an imminent wedding, but simply his gift to a good friend. Realizing that she had a chance to end the conversation, Daisy again hurried her brother, asking him to quickly change his clothes and come back. Left alone with Oscar, Daisy praised him for his resourcefulness and for the story he had made up about the ring. Upon arrival, Olivia was surprised to note that the palace was very familiar to her. At that very moment, Milo approached Olivia and greeted her with respect. Milo explained that the place was called the Garden of Argon and that the former Empress Cecilia liked to spend time here. He spoke of the tender and trusting relationship between Cecilia and her half-brother, the future emperor. Olivia remembered that Alfredo's mother died in childbirth and Princess Argon replaced the children's biological mother. Olivia tried to find a connection between the Emperor's relationship with his aunt and his attitude towards the novel's original heroine, whose body she entered. Milo explained that Cecilia had always protected Alfredo and that he was not Olivia's enemy. Olivia asked incredulously who her real enemy was then. Recalling her first meeting with the Emperor, Olivia mentioned an attempt to poison her. Milo immediately asked how she knew about the assassination attempt. Did she really read about it in some book? Olivia referred to a novel that tells how an emperor who was in love with her prevented an attempt to poison her. She spoke about her suspicions and the fact that on that day she did not notice the substitution of the cup with poison. Thanks to a coincidence of several events, Olivia was able to find out that they really were trying to poison her. Olivia was outraged that Milo continued to claim that the Emperor was not her enemy, since he had made no attempt to protect her. Milo paused and then calmly stated that he was the one who had replaced the cup before Olivia arrived. Milo continued his story about how the Emperor checked the cup and found poison in it. In addition, the enraged Emperor personally took up the investigation of the assassination attempt on Olivia. Milo asked Olivia if she really believed that the Emperor was involved in the assassination attempt. He then invited Olivia to lunch and promised to tell her the details of the incident, making her even more interested. Milo reiterated that he had always been Cecilia's loyal man. The man told Olivia that before she left, Cecilia asked him to protect Alfredo. Milo believed that Olivia was the only one who reminded the Emperor of his beloved sister and could melt the ice in his heart. But Olivia, knowing her hot temper and difficult character, doubted whether she would be able to find a common language with the Emperor. Thinking to herself, she nevertheless excluded the Emperor from the list of suspects, and at that moment remembered the family of Count Timirov. Did she really see her enemies all this time in the people who actually saved her life? At that moment, the Crown Prince entered the garden, and Milo quickly reported to him that he and Olivia had been waiting for his appearance for a long time. Olivia, looking at the strikingly handsome Crown Prince, understood why he was one of the main characters of the novel. Olivia, as the representative of the border duchy of Versace, officially greeted Leonardo, the Crown Prince and son of the Empire. Leonardo apologized to Olivia with a smile for the fact that he was dining with her instead of the Emperor, citing His Majesty's busyness. The appearance and manners of the Crown Prince pleasantly surprised Olivia, exceeding her expectations. Olivia immediately pulled herself up short for such thoughts, because the book Leonardo, the character in the novel where she found herself, was not bad either. Suddenly, Leonardo turned to the topic of Olivia's recent duel, praising her skill and asking who her teacher was. Olivia, a little embarrassed, admitted that the technique she used during the duel was shown to her by Lord Daniel. Leonardo's smile never left his face as he continued to ask the girl about her technique, suggesting that Daniel had also taught her how to attack with the back of the sword. Olivia replied that this move was pure improvisation, born in the heat of battle. Olivia explained that she is not afraid to try new things if she is interested in something. Leonardo's behavior confused the girl, because in the novel he could not stand Olivia and treated her with obvious hostility. Leonardo's friendly look and smile directed at Olivia made her feel bewildered and worried. Olivia jokingly asked the prince not to look at her so piercingly, because all girls are prone to fantasies and see things that are not there. Leonardo admitted that he is amused by Olivia's straightforwardness and sharp tongue, and that is why he never loses the smile on his face. Olivia decided that she was faced with yet another rake who was trying to charm her with his charm. The girl thought with annoyance that she had already experienced similar feelings when she first met Giorgio. Suddenly, Leonardo asked if Olivia was going to hit him for looking at him so intently. After these words, the prince dismissed the servants and, becoming more serious, suggested that Olivia have a frank conversation. Leonardo asked Olivia why she had not applied for the role of his wife. Olivia replied that she could not become the prince's wife because her heart was already taken. Leonardo regretfully reported that the emperor really wanted to see her as his daughter-in-law, and that he and his father were preparing a marriage proposal. Then Leonardo, with a change in expression, asked Olivia what she thought about becoming the Empress of Dakharan. Olivia reminded Leonardo that the loyalty of aristocratic families was the price of patronage of the imperial house. Olivia asked ironically if the prince really needed her personal loyalty. In the novel, Leonardo manipulated Olivia, but now the girl refused to become his puppet. Olivia took the opportunity to ask Leonardo an important question about Patricia Versace. The conversation turned to what connected the Versace family and the imperial dynasty. Olivia reminded Leonardo of the ancient oath according to which the Versace family would always remain the shield of the empire. Leonardo noted that in order to preserve the union, he did not necessarily have to marry a representative of the Versace family, since there were other candidates. The prince confessed to Olivia that he was preparing for a possible uprising and needed Versace's support. Looking straight into Olivia's eyes, he asked her if she would become his loyal ally. Olivia assured the prince that the Versaces would never break their oath and would protect the empire, even without receiving anything in return. Leonardo, wanting to be sure of her loyalty, invited Olivia to take part in the preparations for the uprising. Olivia was puzzled because Leonardo spoke of the coming rebellion with surprising confidence. In the book, Leonardo acted completely differently, but in this reality, it seems, he decided to change his destiny, and Olivia was not going to stop him. The girl did not understand why the plot of her life began to differ from the book, but she was quite happy with it. Olivia offered Leonardo a deal, whereby she would become his ally for 2 years after marrying her beloved. She also promised to support Leonardo if the uprising did happen and not allow him to die. Olivia honestly warned Leonardo that the Versace family had long since ceased to be connected with the emperor and was pursuing an independent policy. She could not vouch for her relative's decision, but promised that she would try to convince them to support Leonardo. Leonardo appreciated Olivia's offer, joking that he envied her lover. Olivia, blushing, replied that he was too good for her and that in fact she had a lot of shortcomings. After this conversation, Leonardo said goodbye to Olivia, wishing her happiness and strong love in her marriage. Meanwhile, in Tamir, Oscar showed Daniel the jewelry store in which Olivia had invested money. Oscar proudly told his friend about the history of his business development, in which he and Olivia were helped by the La Defoshi stores and another successful deal with a large company. Seeing Daniel and Daisy enter, Oscar called out loudly to Hans as the owner of the shop. Hans, delighted, rushed to greet the guests, especially happy to see Daniel, whom he had not seen for a long time since he served in Tamir. Daniel smiled as he remembered the old days and hinted to Hans that he no longer overcharged as much as before. Hans, laughing, assured Daniel that since Kyle and Daniel scolded him for cheating, he had come to his senses and was now trading honestly. As Hans led the guests into the back of the shop, he asked Daniel curiously if he was going to buy a ring for Olivia. Daniel, slightly embarrassed, admitted that he wanted to choose a ring for his beloved. Hans, as an experienced salesman, offered to help in choosing a stone for the ring, asking about the preferences of the future bride. He smiled and showed Daniel a stunning emerald, the color of which resembled Olivia's eyes. Hans asked Daniel who he was looking for the ring for, guessing that he was of course talking about Olivia. A sly light flashed in Hans's eyes. It turned out that he had a special offer prepared for such a significant event. Daniel wondered in his mind how Hans had guessed that the ring was needed specifically for Olivia and why he had decided to prepare the precious stone in advance. Oscar explained to his friend that Hans drew inspiration from Olivia's beauty and charm and unwittingly became her admirer. He advised Daniel not to be too clever this time, but to choose a simple and comfortable ring without unnecessary frills. Oscar explained his idea by saying that a small ring would be easier to wear, it wouldn't get in Olivia's way, and most importantly, it wouldn't give other men a chance to hit on her. Daniel heard common sense in Oscar's words because other men would definitely not have any unnecessary thoughts around Olivia. Daniel's voice became jealous and he sarcastically asked his friend why he had bought a ring with such a large stone, which was clearly not to Daisy's taste. Oscar, realizing what he had done, muttered that it was his beloved's whim, and of course he could not refuse her, and ordered the most expensive and beautiful ring for his lady love. Daniel assured Oscar that he would not skimp and would give Olivia a luxurious ring that would emphasize the depth of his feelings. Oscar smiled and asked Daniel directly if he had decided to ask for Olivia's hand. He no longer doubted the seriousness of his friend's intentions and even praised him for his decisiveness and straightforwardness. Taking advantage of the moment, Oscar suggested ordering an engagement ring for Olivia right away, so as not to waste time. Justifying himself by his desire to help a friend, he said that it takes time to create important things, and therefore it is better to plan everything in advance. Daniel was taken aback by his friend's pressure, and noted that he hadn't even proposed to Olivia yet, and that she might misunderstand such haste. Daisy unexpectedly joined the conversation, and to Daniel's surprise, she thought that Olivia would be offended by Daniel's slowness. She reminded Daniel of how important it was for a girl to receive a ring from her beloved man, assuring him that Olivia would be happy. In her mind, she compared Daniel to Kyle, who gives his girlfriend only wildflowers instead of a real ring. Besides, he always ran away at the most crucial moment when it was time to propose. Daniel was surprised by Daisy's behavior. She spoke with such bitterness and pain as if it was about her. Daniel asked his friend if she was really describing Kyle right now. Daisy, literally transforming before our eyes, defiantly declared that she didn't know any Kyle at all and didn't want to know. Oscar blinked his eyes in fear, afraid that Daisy would tell Daniel everything about their plan. Daniel was still puzzled by Daisy's strange behavior and turned to Oscar, considering him the instigator of this adventure. Daniel asked Oscar directly if he was crazy and if he understood the seriousness of the situation. Oscar looked at Daisy pleadingly, wanting to make her the culprit of the situation, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Daniel sighed, knowing they were both hopeless in their blindness, but decided to play the game, giving Kyle another chance to win Daisy. Daniel decided that it would be better for him to attend this meeting as a support and control the situation. He mentally decided to use Olivia as a cover for this venture, realizing that an honest and straightforward girl would have to resort to cunning and deception. Meanwhile, Leonardo and Olivia were walking in the garden of the Imperial Palace, enjoying the warm evening and each other's pleasant company. Leonardo returned to the conversation about Olivia's refusal to marry the Crown Prince and noted that Daniel did not even know what treasure he had received. The prince added with a smile that Olivia could always change her mind and change her decision, and the doors of the Imperial Palace were always open to her. Olivia was quick to stop the topic from developing further, reminding Leonardo that she had already made her choice and was not used to changing her decisions. Leonardo sighed in disappointment and, saying goodbye to Olivia, asked her about her habits, trying to prolong the meeting a little longer. Olivia looked thoughtfully into the distance and suddenly stopped dead in her tracks, recognizing Daniel's figure among the courtiers. Daniel bowed with dignity to the heir to the throne, as befits secular etiquette. Leonardo recognized Baron Daniel and, slightly raising one eyebrow, asked him about the purpose of his visit. Daniel made it clear to the prince that he had come for his beloved. Leonardo realized that the man Olivia had praised so much was this very Baron and smiled politely at him. He also did not forget to remind the Baron that his beloved had already agreed to the engagement, not giving Daniel a single chance to change his mind. As a sign of reconciliation, he wished Daniel good service by his side for 2 years. Daniel thanked Leonardo for his trust and promised that he and Olivia would serve him faithfully. Leonardo looked sadly after Olivia and Daniel as they walked away, consoling himself with the thought that they would live at court for at least 2 years. The Crown Prince could not bear the thought of losing such a valuable ally, for Esther, as he had learned, still hated him. Meanwhile, Kyle woke up in a cold sweat, having once again dreamed about Daisy marrying someone else. For the past few days, Kyle had barely slept or eaten, suffering from nightmares. He did not understand what was happening to him and began to fear his own sick imagination. Olivia was concerned about Kyle's condition because he stopped sleeping and eating normally after Daisy left for Tamir. She remembered how 12 years ago, late at night in the Versace castle, the lights were on in all the windows, and a 10-year-old boy, Kyle, was rushing around the corridors, unable to sleep. The kind maid tried to calm the worried boy, assuring him that everything would be fine. Despite her words, Kyle noticed how much his nanny Baroness Meridian's hands were shaking. The maid quietly knocked on the door and, letting Kyle go ahead, informed the mistress of the castle that the young master had come to visit her. After Olivia's birth, their mother hardly got out of bed, and her health deteriorated greatly. The worried father, afraid to disturb his wife once again, spoke to her very carefully and no longer held back his tears. As the years passed, the bright sparkle in Cecilia's blue eyes faded, and her once fiery red locks became dull. On that fateful night, the mother's eyes finally went out and life left her fragile body. All the nobility gathered at the funeral, including Alfred and the deceased's brother named Petrick. Suddenly, Uncle Petrick, who was supposed to inherit his sister's fortune, attacked Kyle's father, accusing him of his wife's death. Old Alfred, shocked by grief, watched silently, unable to intervene. The day after the funeral, Kyle left home without saying goodbye to anyone. He wandered through the forest until he reached his mother's favorite greenhouse, filled with the fragrance of flowers. Tears flowed from his eyes, and the boy could not stop for a long time, grieving over his loss. Suddenly, little Daisy found him and allowed him to cry into a handkerchief, noticing that he was very upset. The girl reminded Kyle of his mother's instructions that it was okay to cry, but only if there was someone nearby to comfort you. Kyle sobbed, repeating that his father, although strong, could not protect his mother. Little Daisy remarked that it was better to be a strong man than a weak one in any case. Kyle doubted. What's the point of strength if even it couldn't help protect a loved one? To this, Daisy proudly declared that she, for example, could easily defend herself, and that was the whole point. Then Kyle, trying to smile through his tears, asked his sister to protect him too. Daisy slyly replied that according to her mother, a girl should be faithful and protect only her husband. At that very moment, Kyle, as if it had suddenly dawned on him, asked Daisy to become his wife. The girl blinked her eyes in surprise, asking him if he was really proposing to her. Kyle, trying to be serious, confirmed his words and was not willing to back down from them. Then the practical girl, Daisy, said that for such an occasion flowers and a ring were needed. Kyle gestured proudly at the greenhouse, inviting Daisy to consider all these flowers her wedding bouquet. The girl nodded in agreement, but reminded him about the ring, which had still not been offered to her. Kyle gathered a beautiful bouquet of flowers and, getting down on one knee, solemnly repeated his question. After such a proposal from the boy, Daisy, holding back a smile, agreed to become Kyle's wife. Remembering the wedding traditions, she suggested that they then seal their marriage bond with a kiss, which greatly surprised little Kyle. Kyle, embarrassed, admitted that he was just a little nervous about the proposal. Daisy encouraged him by noting that brave men always get the most beautiful girls. Thus, in a glass greenhouse colored by the dawn, the wedding ceremony of young Kyle and Daisy took place, sealed with an innocent kiss. That day, despite the sadness, Kyle felt lightness and peace for the first time. 12 years later, remembering that day, Kyle asked his father to let him go to Tamir. Gerard was indignant. Did his son really think that he could manage the farm here alone? Kyle calmly noted that Olivia was much better at handling business and could help her father. But Gerard categorically refused to burden Olivia with household chores. Kyle exclaimed that he too had his own dreams, and not just the hard work of running the settlement. The father raised his eyebrows in surprise and sarcastically remarked that he couldn't remember his son even having a girlfriend. Then Kyle, angry, declared that this was precisely why he needed to go to Tamir and return from there married. Gerard replied that even if Kyle had a son as stubborn as Kyle himself, there was probably nothing wrong with that. The servant who was nearby agreed with him and immediately offered to send Kyle to Tamir immediately. Gerard unexpectedly agreed because he himself had been waiting for a long time for the day when his son would finally grow up. At that very time, in the palace, the emperor was listening to the report of his spy. The spy said that the crown prince had been in high spirits the entire previous day and had smiled a lot. The emperor only briefly replied that he knew the reason for his son's good mood. The emperor, rubbing his hands, asked if Olivia smiled back at him. Leonardo, the crown prince, was a sharp-witted and unrivaled swordsman from childhood, but to his father's great regret, he was completely indifferent to girls. He treated with respect all the candidates for marriage proposed by his father, but none of them touched his heart. The emperor hoped that meeting with Olivia would help the prince forget about the past and focus on the affairs of state. But his plans were not destined to come true because Gerard's daughter refused the heir to the throne. The emperor understood that Olivia's refusal could have a negative impact on Leonardo and return him to his previous indifferent state. At this moment, the assistant brought in a document that the emperor had long requested. Having glanced over the papers and made sure that everything was in place, the ruler put them aside. He approached Jerome with a question about whether he had managed to find a weak spot in the Duchy of Sabine. Jerome reported that his people had already infiltrated the Empress and would soon bring results. The Emperor had no doubt that this time luck would be on their side. The power of the House of Lords was divided between 3 branches: the center, the east, and the west. The west was under the control of the County of Castel, allied with the Empress. The Emperor noticed that relations between them had recently deteriorated, and it was high time to take advantage of the situation by luring the Duchy of Sabina to his side. He began to question the spy about Olivia's successes at the academy and her relationships with her classmates. The spy told about the failure of his best student, Zet, who failed to complete the task of spying on Olivia. He described in detail her extraordinary talent with a sword, leaving no doubt about Olivia's strength. Hearing this, the emperor only became more convinced that the attempt on the girl's life was the work of an angry empress. Despite the academy's strict rules prohibiting entry onto its premises, he feared for the safety of his future daughter-in-law. The emperor demanded that the spy be vigilant, fearing that Olivia might again become a victim of palace intrigues. Meanwhile, Olivia herself finally reached Tamir and, meeting with Daniel, warmly apologized for her long absence and sudden arrival. She admitted that she missed him and was afraid that everything that was happening was nothing more than a dream. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her head. Was this the same man who met her at the gates of the Versace castle? Daniel, sensing her state, hastened to once again confess his feelings and convince her of the seriousness of his intentions. He was ready to repeat these words again and again, wanting to drown out all her doubts. Daniel, trying to cheer Olivia up, humorously noted that she only chose handsome men. He thanked her for her attention to his person, promising his eternal devotion and fidelity. Olivia felt her cheeks flush as she sensed the tenderness in Daniel's words. Suddenly coming to his senses, Daniel timidly asked his beloved about the date of their future wedding. But in response to this, there followed a long kiss under the moon and made them forget about everything in the world. Olivia, a little embarrassed, reminded him of her intention to return to Tamir after 2 years, mentioning that His Highness seemed to have misunderstood her. Daniel, unwilling to accept such a delay, asked whether Olivia was abandoning their engagement. He honestly admitted that he expected a quick wedding and would be very upset if all this time they had to enjoy only rare meetings. Mustering up his courage, Daniel took out a small velvet box from his pocket, wanting to show Olivia the exquisite ring he had been keeping in his pocket all this time. He explained that this was not the ring he had in mind for the engagement, but just a small gift he had chosen with all his heart. Olivia, touched by his words and the beauty of the gift, happily accepted the ring, noting that for her it was the most beautiful in the world because he was the one who gave it to her. After giving Daniel a long, loving look, Olivia gently said that it was time for her to go home. While the girl was looking at her ring, suddenly the magic ball rang, announcing a call from the Versace castle. It turned out to be Kyle, who wanted to know about his sister's affairs and her new life in Tamir. Olivia briefly told him about Daisy's new fiancé, who turned out to be Oscar. When Olivia heard that her brother knew nothing about Daisy's new crush, she added that it was a much better option than dating that indecisive guy from Hershey. The conversation had to be interrupted, because immediately from the magic ball came an indignant cry from the brother. After reconnecting, Olivia listened to Kyle's angry tirade about the ugliness of some young men, like this Oscar, who are unable to open up their feelings to a girl. After asking her brother who this angry message was intended for, Olivia again mentioned Oscar as an excellent choice for Daisy. She recalled that it was he who presented Daisy with an engagement ring, which speaks of his determination. Kyle, stunned by the news of the marriage proposal, accused his sister of betraying the interests of the family because she took the side not of her own brother, but of some stranger. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Olivia abruptly interrupted the conversation, wishing her brother good luck. Yes, the plan to make Kyle jealous worked better than they could have imagined. He was furious. As soon as he heard the news about Oscar, he instantly forgot about his father's request, ordering the servant Haman to bring him that special ring from the safe. He described the place where it was kept and asked to take with him a document with the seal of the Versace family from the secret storage. Kyle was determined to win his fiancée's favor at all costs. Haman handed the gentleman a small box containing the ring of Kyle's mother, the mistress of the Versace castle. Haman carefully placed the ring in a velvet box and assured Kyle that Mistress Daisy would definitely appreciate his efforts. Kyle, fiddling with the ring box in his hands, wondered if it was too late to propose to Daisy after 4 years of dating. Haman, in order to cheer Kyle up, reminded him of the story of how Lord Daniel plucked up the courage to confess his feelings to Lady Olivia right in her house. Kyle, inspired by Daniel's example, decided that he was no worse and certainly better than this upstart Oscar, who dared to propose to Daisy. Kyle's thoughts were racing. He couldn't think of a way to challenge Oscar to a duel, because he didn't wield a sword, unlike him. Haman, noticing Kyle's confusion, suggested that he fight Oscar fairly, for example, with his fists. Kyle bitterly recalled his previous failed attempt to confess his love to Daisy and give her a ring, but this time he was determined to win her favor. At that moment, Lola quietly knocked on the door of Olivia's room and announced that Lord Daniel was waiting for her. Olivia told Lola to let Daniel in and put the magic ball away so that he wouldn't accidentally break it. Daniel, sitting down next to Olivia, asked if Kyle had created this stormy scene with her of his own free will. Olivia sighed wearily and confirmed that Kyle himself had insisted on the conversation, the screams from which still gave her a headache. Daniel smiled softly and invited Olivia to sit down and calmly discuss everything that had happened. Olivia proudly admired the emerald in the ring Daniel had given her, admiring how perfectly the stone matched the color of her eyes. Olivia was incredibly pleased with Daniel's gift and admitted that she used to be a little jealous of Daisy when she received gifts from fans. Olivia remembered the boring lunch with Leonardo and compared it to the magical date with Daniel on the riverbank, which seemed like a real fairy tale to her. Olivia never expected to link her fate with Daniel, a man who is not used to wasting time on trifles and always achieves his goals. Olivia's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a question about the Crown Prince and the impending rebellion, which caught her off guard. Sensing something was wrong, Olivia asked Daniel directly how precarious the Crown Prince's position had become lately. Daniel, without hiding it, responded that the situation was indeed heating up, and the position of the imperial family had noticeably weakened, especially after the sensational story in the Taj Mahal. Olivia was well aware of the tragedy at the Taj Mahal, when the second Prince Rey allegedly drank sacred water and died. There were many rumors throughout the empire about the emperor's origins, and many considered him unworthy of the throne due to the lack of proper support. Despite the fact that the emperor's mother was from the noble Argon family, she was demoted to the status of a concubine, which negatively affected her son's reputation. Having become emperor, he remained faithful to his love for Cecilia, the daughter of a simple servant, who bore him his only heir, Patrick. Before heading north, Empress Cecilia transferred all rights to the throne to her son Patrick, who became Emperor Patrick II, hiding his humble origins from the House of Lords. Realizing the scale of the problem, Olivia asked Daniel who remained on the side of the imperial family. Daniel listed the few remaining forces of the imperial family, among which were Empress Josephine's son and Kyle. Olivia was extremely surprised to hear Kyle's name and did not understand what he had to do with the fight for the throne. Daniel calmly explained to Olivia that Kyle was the third heir to the throne, and she, oddly enough, was the fourth. Olivia was shocked by this news because there was not a word about this in the novel, and she realized that now her life could be in danger. She tried to understand the situation by thinking about other members of the imperial family and came to the conclusion that the Empress, being the Emperor's sister, occupied a higher position. Olivia mentally praised herself for making a deal with Leonardo, rather than running away hastily and thoughtlessly as Kyle had wanted to do. After thinking it over again, Olivia came to the conclusion that the only reason someone could attack her was because of her rights to the throne. She remembered the incident with the poisoned tea that the Emperor himself had given her, and was glad that he had come to his senses in time and averted the threat from her. Daniel was furious that someone would dare to attempt on Olivia's life and suggested that Empress Josephine might be behind the attempt. Olivia, developing Daniel's thought, suggested that if she were killed, then a war would inevitably break out between Versace and the imperial palace. She reasoned that if Versace won this war, then Kyle would become emperor, but most likely everyone would decide that a coup d'etat had taken place. Olivia understood that in any case, no matter who won, the rights to the throne would pass to the third prince, which did not suit any of the participants in this struggle. Daniel listened to Olivia's reasoning, becoming more and more imbued with the seriousness of the situation and realizing how dangerous this game was becoming. Olivia said that most members of the House of Lords are on the side of the Empress, so the Crown Prince decided to look for ways to overthrow the current government. She admitted that Leonardo personally asked her to help organize the uprising in order to protect Versace from the imperial wrath. Olivia couldn't reveal all the secrets to Daniel, but she assured him that she and the Crown Prince had the same goal they needed to ensure safety and peace for Versace. Olivia mentally lamented that she couldn't tell Daniel everything she knew from the novel, and this made it very difficult for her. She honestly admitted to Daniel that she made a deal with the Crown Prince in order to survive and find a way out of this difficult situation. Olivia revealed that the deal was for her to become Leonardo's ally for 2 years and help him manage Tamir. The girl understood that it was difficult for Daniel to accept this truth, but she could not explain her choice in any other way without revealing the content of the novel. Daniel was ready to do anything for his beloved, and without hesitation, suggested postponing their engagement, assuring that it was enough for him to simply be near Olivia. Daniel's proposal shocked the girl. She never expected that he would be willing to wait these 2 years until everything settled down. Olivia resolutely rejected Daniel's proposal and stated that she would definitely marry him and give him beautiful children, a son and a daughter. Loneliness scared Olivia, and more than anything in the world, she wanted to create a strong and happy family with Daniel. Daniel, seeing Olivia's determination, promised that he would do everything possible to help her fulfill the terms of the deal with the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, in the palace, in his office, Crown Prince Leonardo listened to the messenger's report on Olivia's decision. Giorgio, not believing his ears, asked Leonardo again if Miss Olivia had really agreed to become part of their dangerous plan. Leonardo confirmed the messenger's words with a sullen look and, rubbing his temples, asked Giorgio to speak more quietly so as not to irritate his aching head. Giorgio reminded Leonardo that, under the terms of the deal, he could not guarantee Olivia's protection, since the Knights of the Empire obey only the Emperor. Giorgio was amazed that Olivia, being a smart girl, agreed to a deal that did not promise her any benefit and put her life in danger. Not approving of his friend's actions, Giorgio tried to reason with him and dissuade him from this adventure, worrying about Olivia's life. Leonardo, having weighed all the pros and cons, confidently answered Giorgio that now they desperately needed Olivia's support, and it would be simply stupid to refuse it. Leonardo explained that they were confronted by 7 members of the House of Lords, some of the courtiers, and Prince Esther. Apart from the hostile forces, the rest of the nobility remains neutral, waiting to see whose scales will tip. Leonardo understood that the key to defeating the Emperor was the support of the North, the majority of whose army was made up of graduates of the Smakol Academy. Most of the soldiers saw their ideals in Gerard Versace and Ron Meridian, and their word carried enormous weight with all Northerners. Leonardo couldn't help but admit that Olivia, being a master swordsman, had an undeniable advantage, and her participation in their cause was invaluable. Giorgio doubted that military action was inevitable, since he and Versace had been friends for many years. Leonardo, not sharing his friend's optimism, explained that knowledge of the blood oath brought him closer to the secretary of the Versace family. Only a person who personally saw the secretary could gain access to the most important secrets and mysteries of the family. Olivia, like no one else, was suitable for this role, and Leonardo was even ready to marry her in order to gain the support of the North. Giorgio angrily reminded Leonardo that they could have avoided all this trouble if they had gotten rid of Versace earlier. He blamed himself for not following the Empress's orders and leaving Versace to die in the Taj Mahal. On that fateful day, the Empress ordered the destruction of everyone in the temple, but the Emperor disobeyed her and saved Versace and the third prince. Giorgio believed that the Emperor had acted rashly in choosing love over power and might. He was indignant that, because of this mistake, Leonardo and the Empress were forced to suffer and endure hardships. 2 years ago, Leonardo turned 15, and on that day, the entire empire celebrated the anniversary of its founding. In honor of this event, everyone went to the Taj Mahal, where there was a majestic temple where the ashes of the founder of the empire rested. The main treat at the festival was sacred water from a spring that flowed on the temple grounds. After drinking the sacred water, each of those present confirmed their belonging to the line of Kamahil I and swore allegiance to the empire. During the celebration, Raymond, Leonardo's brother, noticed that something was wrong with the third prince, Reynold. Leonardo, sensing danger in his gut, shouted to his brother, ordering him to move away from Reynold. By the time everyone turned around, it was too late, as the third prince, Reynold, had killed his brother Raymond. It was a punishment for absorbing the dragon's blood, a terrible curse that befell all who thirsted for unlimited power. Reynold, once a sweet and good-natured boy, turned into a ruthless monster, intoxicated with golden magic. The priest, seeing what was happening, called the guards to protect Her Majesty from the maddened prince. Reynold turned to his mother in a panic, complaining of the unbearable pain tearing through his body. Josephine, in a frenzy, accused her son of fratricide and called on the emperor to execute Reynold, claiming that he had become a monster. Josephine's words, usually full of cruelty and coldness, sounded especially eerie and penetrating this time. At that moment, Leonardo appeared behind Reynold and struck his brother down with one blow of his sword. The sword fell from Leonardo's hands just as he managed to kill his brother, who had turned into a monster. Leaning over his fallen brother, Leonardo bitterly whispered that he was innocent and had become a victim of evil magic. The emperor recoiled from his son in horror, realizing that he was being controlled by some evil force. He ordered the guards to seize Reynold, fearing that he might attack someone else. Reynold groaned in pain and cried out for help, begging his father to save him. The emperor understood that it was impossible to save Reynold, and the only way to relieve him of his suffering was to take his life. Ray saw tears streaming down the emperor's cheeks, and these were the first tears he allowed himself to shed in front of his sons. Reynold's body shook with pain, and the golden-colored magic became more and more entangled around his body. The guy felt his bones breaking from the inside, his flesh burning alive, and he was ready to do anything to stop this hellish torment. Leonardo's consciousness returned in fits and starts, and he had difficulty remembering what had happened. Seeing Leonardo's sword, Reynold begged to kill him to put him out of his suffering. At that moment, Leonardo finally believed that Reynold was just a pawn in the hands of their cruel mother. He had long understood that she was using her son to manipulate the emperor and attract his attention. Reynold was always a kind and trusting boy, which his mother shamelessly took advantage of. Leonardo reproached himself for having discovered her vile plans too late and for not being able to protect his brother. Looking at Reynold, he felt no hatred but only regret, realizing that he was a good man at heart. Despite everything that had happened, Leonardo could not raise his hand against his brother, knowing that the real blame did not lie with him. Suddenly, everything around Reynold was illuminated by a bright light, and he asked his brother in confusion what was happening. A strange feeling of weightlessness enveloped Reynold's body. He felt as if he was dissolving into thin air. Fear gripped Reynold. He stopped feeling his own body, not understanding what was happening to him. Leonardo approached the head of the Tower of Magicians, wanting to know what she was doing with his brother. In a calm voice, Gabrielle assured Leonardo that she had only moved Reynold to a safe place for the time being. Gabrielle's magic was incredibly powerful, and she easily restored the church destroyed by Reynold. Gabrielle didn't stop there. Using magic, she healed the wounds of the members of the imperial family, and even the wounds on Raymond's body. With the help of her magic, everything around returned to its previous appearance, as if time had turned back, erasing the traces of the tragedy. In this terrible situation, Crown Prince Leonardo lost two brothers at once. To decide Reynold's fate, the Emperor summoned Empress Justilla, Leonardo, and Empress Josephine. Empress Josephine calmly declared that the easiest thing to do would be to kill Reynold. Josephine, full of rage, could not understand why Justilla hesitated in offering to let Reynold live. Josephine was filled with anger. She considered it unthinkable to leave alive the one who dared to attempt on the life of her family. Considering Justilla's soft-heartedness inappropriate, Josephine did not mince words in condemning the Empress. Turning to Justilla, Josephine wondered why she thought the criminal should escape punishment. Interrupting Josephine's angry tirade, the Emperor reminded her that Reynold had not acted alone. Undeterred, Josephine sarcastically suggested blaming the members of the royal family who were not at the meeting. Josephine, obsessed with revenge, suggested framing the Versace family as the culprits in order to get rid of them. The Emperor, outraged by Josephine's words, ordered her to stop talking nonsense. Wanting to get her way, Josephine gave the Emperor a choice, either Reynolds or Versace. Shocked by Josephine's cruelty, the Emperor bitterly noted that he did not expect such behavior from her. In response, Josephine responded coldly, accusing the Emperor of cowardice, since he was unable to make a difficult but fair decision. Noticing that Justilla was holding her head, Leonardo worriedly asked what was wrong with her, suspecting a magical attack. Seeing that she was not feeling well, the Emperor ordered Leonardo to immediately take her to her chambers. Continuing the conversation with Leonardo, the Emperor noted that the blame for Reynold's actions also lies with his mother. The Emperor admitted that if a decision is made to get rid of Versace, all members of the family, including Olivia and Raphael, will be at risk. Josephine, shocked by the Emperor's words, could not hide her surprise. Without deviating from her goal, she again presented the Emperor with a choice, demanding that he save either Reynold or Versace. Thinking over the situation coldly, Josephine suggested staging Reynolds' suicide by poisoning himself with holy water laced with poison. Outraged by his stepmother's words, Leonardo exclaimed that this was impossible, because if this became known, the Emperor, like himself, would be in serious trouble. With a heavy sigh, the Emperor confessed to Leonardo that just as he could not leave Reynold, he could not betray the Versace family. For the Emperor, the Versaces became a real family, and he could not allow them to be harmed. To protect both Reynolds and Versace, the Emperor decided to hide the truth about what happened, announcing that Raymond had died after drinking holy water laced with a deadly poison. The ashes of the second prince were buried, but still remained without due attention from the imperial family. Leonardo, not knowing the truth, harbored a grudge against his father, accusing him of being excessively attached to Versace. Leonardo couldn't blame his brother for what happened, so he took out his anger on his father. While Raymond was still awaiting his due honor, Reynold hid from the world in the Tower of the Mages. Leonardo hated Versace not for what happened at the Taj Mahal temple, but for his father's cowardice in choosing to protect them instead of his own family. In a fit of anger, Leonardo declared that his father had no right to humiliate Raymond's memory in such a way. Giorgio tried to reason with his friend, reminding him that if the emperor got rid of Versace, he would lose his last hope. That is why, according to Leonardo, they need to act, because if the emperor is clinging to Versace, then they should ask them for help. Giorgio agreed with Leonardo's arguments, although he did not like the plan at all. Leonardo had no intention of forcing Olivia to help, since she already had her own conditions, which he had not told his friend about. Leonardo allowed Olivia's engagement after learning that she had a beloved man. Giorgio couldn't believe what he heard. Could it be that Miss Olivia had found a suitor? Having confirmed that Olivia really did have a lover, and a very influential one at that, Leonardo went to bed. Giorgio was left perplexed, demanding that his friend tell him details about Olivia's mysterious lover. At this time, Olivia was having dinner with Daisy in the dining room of the Versace residence. Olivia noticed that Daisy was acting unusual and asked if she was okay. Thoughtful Daisy no longer remembered what they were talking about and asked Olivia what she was talking about. Confused by her friend's reaction, Olivia assumed that Daisy was already losing her mind because of her relationship with Kyle, in which Oscar was also involved. Coming out of her reverie, Daisy apologized to Olivia, admitting that she had been thinking about Oscar. Olivia sarcastically remarked that Oscar was such a good guy that she had already forgotten about that fool, meaning her negligent brother Kyle. Daisy, comparing Oscar with Kyle, noted that her fiancé was a better match because he was rich, handsome, and faithful to her. Olivia objected that a real man is ready to do anything for the girl he loves, as they say, go through fire and water. Continuing her thought, Olivia suggested that Daisy might have misjudged the guy's feelings. At this point, Daniel joined the conversation and disagreed with Olivia, noting that the more a person is in love, the more difficult it is for him to confess, as was the case with him and Olivia. Olivia objected with fury in her voice, because when you love, it is harder to restrain your feelings than to hide them. Daniel considered Daisy's behavior to be wrong, for whom Oscar was only a replacement for her beloved man. Olivia stood up for Daisy, noting that one can only forget a person with the help of another love. Daisy countered by asking what to do if that same person does not reciprocate. Daniel reproached Daisy again, reminding her that a person's feelings cannot be considered a deal, and that her emotions are also very important. After advising Daisy not to repeat her mistakes, Daniel suggested that she tell Kyle about her feelings. Daniel believed that Daisy still had hope for reciprocity. The main thing was not to give up. Daniel, by the way, advised the girl not to resort to alcohol and awkward situations in order to forget Kyle. Surprised, Daisy had no idea that Daniel had long ago guessed about her feelings for Kyle. An embarrassed Daisy admitted that Daniel was right, and she did love Kyle. Looking back, Daisy realized how selfish she had been and was afraid that Kyle didn't see her as his soulmate. Daisy's lack of self-confidence prevented her from openly expressing her opinion, because she considered Ray a more suitable match for Olivia. Daisy repeatedly turned to Olivia for advice, but she responded reluctantly and soon stopped reading letters from her friend altogether, which upset her greatly. At that moment, Olivia called out to them, wanting to know what they were secretly talking about in private. When Olivia learned that they were talking about Kyle, she couldn't hide her indignation. Olivia was shocked by Daisy's choice because she considered Kyle a complete fool. Daisy quickly apologized to Olivia and noted that if she was not against her union with Kyle, then it turns out that they are already matchmakers twice. Olivia, in turn, replied that she would be only too happy to get rid of her annoying brother Kyle. Daniel noted that all Daisy needed now was a little more faith in Kyle. Olivia suddenly said that Daisy and Daniel were the perfect combination of brother and sister, because she and Kyle would have already had dozens of fights. Watching them, Olivia felt a kindly envy for their relationship. Daisy replied that their reconciliation had been quite stormy, with Kyle calling her unexpectedly the day before and telling her everything he thought about her. Olivia revealed that she and Daisy were to attend a charity dinner for Count d'Arville to meet representatives of La Etite and La Debonne, the companies with which they collaborate. For this evening, Olivia chose a luxurious blue dress with a richly embroidered corset, and her hair was decorated with the latest novelty from the La Etite collection. The maid who entered the room could not contain her admiration, struck by Olivia's beauty and her new dress. Lord Callaxton was also impressed by Daisy's outfit, noting that she looked stunning. After telling Daisy that Olivia had already left for dinner, Lord Calican asked her to make sure that no one would disturb him and Kyle. The conversation smoothly turned to the topic of relationships, and Lord Calican asked Daisy if she knew the love story of her parents. Daisy said that her mother confessed her love to her father herself, although she believed that the initiative should come from the man. Daisy shared with Lord Calixton with a smile the love story in which Jean openly confessed her feelings to Ron in front of all the guards. Lord Calixton noted that by acting in this way, Jean risked being left without an answer, because even such brave men as Ron could be frightened by an unexpected confession in front of everyone. According to the Lord, Kyle was not one to take hints and simply lacked the courage to make the first move himself. Daisy doubted Calixton's words because she was sure that Kyle simply did not love her. Otherwise, he would have confessed his feelings long ago. Saying that she needed to pull herself together before meeting Kyle, Daisy went to her room. As Daisy walked down the stairs, she ran into Oscar, who was waiting for her to discuss an important matter. Seeing her, Oscar happily greeted his friend and noticed that he had already begun to worry. Daisy suggested to Oscar that they stop this comedy of an engagement, since their secret was out, and then asked him if he really loved her. Oscar replied with a smile on his face that from the very beginning he had strong feelings for her, as for a beloved friend. Daisy laughed, suggesting that she was the only one in this story who was truly in love. At that moment, Kyle appeared on their way, and a surprised Daisy asked what he was doing there. After explaining to Kyle that they were heading to an important meeting, she asked him to wait until they returned. Kyle jealously asked the girl why she was going there with Lord Oscar. Oscar, keeping his composure, told Kyle that he was merely accompanying Ms. Daisy as a business partner. Daisy, not paying attention, reminded that she was in a hurry for an important meeting that she couldn't miss. Kyle, not wanting to let Daisy go, asked what her relationship was with Lord Oscar. Daisy sighed and briefly replied that she and Oscar were friends and partners. Promising to continue the conversation upon her return, Daisy hurried to the meeting, accompanied by Oscar. Oscar decided not to reveal the truth about his true relationship with Daisy until she herself decided to tell Kyle everything. During the trip, Daisy was studying documents and came across an unfamiliar name, Mary Jane. Oscar, hearing Daisy's question, tried to remember where he could have heard this name. Being well informed about the company's affairs, Daisy personally reviewed all candidates for positions at La Petite, owned by the Versace family. Oscar looked at the girl mysteriously and said that Daisy would be very surprised to find out who was hiding behind the name Mary Jane. This name was that of the lovely Miss Ayla de Sabine, which came as a great surprise to Daisy. There were 3 powerful ducal families in the empire, and Ayla belonged to the Eastern Duchy of Sabin. Miss Ayla de Sabine was one of the candidates for the hand and heart of the crown prince. Oscar added that Miss Sabine was very interested in cosmetics and would meet Olivia in person at the academy. The news of the visit of Miss Sabine, a supporter of Empress Josephine, attracted Oscar's attention, since Olivia rarely agreed to personal meetings. Meanwhile, back at the Versace estate, Kyle was giving Olivia and Daniel the latest news. Unable to bear it any longer, Kyle asked Olivia and Daniel if their feelings for each other were truly mutual. Olivia confirmed with a smile that she loved Daniel, and humorously noted that he would hardly have found another girl. When Olivia learned that Kyle had used classified documents to secretly come to the estate, she looked at him reproachfully. However, Olivia immediately added that Kyle did everything right, because it was an emergency situation. Trying to justify Kyle's actions to herself, Olivia assumed that Daniel would have done the same thing. Then Olivia suddenly asked Kyle if he had managed to see Daisy. Kyle replied that although he had managed to see Daisy, they had postponed the conversation until she returned from work. Olivia advised him not to postpone the important conversation with Daisy, otherwise it would be too late. Kyle admitted that he overheard Oscar and Daisy's conversation and was deeply disturbed by it. Noticing the change in Kyle's face, Olivia demanded to know what Oscar and Daisy had talked about. Kyle, blushing, relayed what he had heard from Oscar about his love for Daisy, as well as the girl's own response. Olivia said with a serious expression that Kyle had misinterpreted what he had heard. Olivia explained that Oscar likes to joke like that, and that there is no need to take it seriously. To prove her words, Olivia said that sometimes Oscar says similar things to her as a joke. Suddenly, Daniel asked Olivia if she thought Oscar's joke was inappropriate towards Olivia. Daniel admitted that he found it unpleasant to even imagine such a thing. Olivia, in turn, also admitted that she doesn't like such words, even if it's just a joke. After some time, Olivia and Daniel went for a horse ride. The walk took place through a forest that had been cared for by Alfred the Fudd in honor of Empress Cecilia, who was fond of horse riding and hunting. Having dismounted, Olivia was about to get off the horse herself, but Daniel immediately offered her his help. Daniel gallantly offered Olivia his hand so that the girl would not accidentally fall. Hiding under the treetops, the lovers enjoyed each other's company. Illuminated by the rays of the setting sun, Olivia and Daniel couldn't take their eyes off each other. The girl suddenly thought that the perfect moment for a kiss had come, but Daniel's face was somehow too thoughtful. Olivia, trying to hide her embarrassment, asked Daniel what he was thinking about now. Daniel replied that he was planning to go to Hershey tomorrow and hadn't been able to tell anyone about it before. He believed that the deal with the Crown Prince needed to be discussed in person. In addition, Daniel decided to meet with all 6 major families of the North. According to Daniel, by joining forces with all the families, it will be much easier for them to defend their interests. Olivia agreed with Daniel, but expressed concern for the safety of other families. Daniel rightly noted that the collapse of the Versace and Meridian families would deal a crushing blow to the entire North. After all, it was the Versace family and the Meridian family that were the most powerful in this territory. Enemies will pounce on the weakened North like a swarm of bees on sweet honey if they show weakness. Olivia, thinking about Daniel's words, asked again if he was really suggesting that they all join forces. Daniel expressed confidence in the success of his plan, although he did not rule out the possibility of failure. At this point, Olivia's thoughts returned to Oscar's story about Miss Ila de Sabine, who was an important part of this story. She remembered that in the novel, Ayla was the main villain and never missed a single opportunity to humiliate Olivia. Daniel mentioned that relations between the Sabine Duchy and Empress Josephine had cooled over the past year, but he held out hope that Olivia's meeting with the Empress would rectify the situation. Olivia was surprised because in her novel there was no character named Daniel, and now it was as if he existed in another reality. Surprised by Daniel's knowledge of politics and the art of negotiation, Olivia couldn't understand because such things were not taught in their department. Daniel admitted that he and Oscar only entered the academy because of Daisy, so they only studied for 3 years. Olivia noted that even before enrolling, Daniel and Oscar were skilled swordsmen, so they hardly needed training. Daniel confirmed with a smile that they had taken all the courses in the humanities department in order to meet Daisy. He humorously corrected himself by saying that it was most likely only Oscar who attended these courses for Daisy's sake, since that was where she studied. Daniel looked at Olivia seriously and announced that he would ask the Versace family for her hand in marriage this week. Noticing Olivia's confusion, Daniel gently asked if he was rushing things and if she wanted to reschedule this conversation. Olivia hastened to assure Daniel that she did not mind. She was just surprised by his haste. Olivia looked at Daniel tenderly and admitted that she loved only him. Daniel jokingly told Olivia that he would do anything to make her happy, but he felt that he could no longer contain his feelings as a man for a woman. Olivia playfully asked if he was talking about the kiss or something more, noticing that they were thinking about different things. Daniel blushed slightly, clarifying that he was talking about physical intimacy between a man and a woman, and assured her that he was not one to rush things. Holding back a smile, Daniel asked Olivia not to provoke him. Otherwise, he would not be able to control himself anymore. Olivia agreed, adding that they needed to get married soon so that Daniel would no longer suffer and would give free rein to his desires. Olivia suddenly remembered that in the original novel there was no character named Daniel who was a skilled swordsman. Olivia was overcome with anxiety. Where did Daniel go in her version of reality? Perhaps he died before the start of the new plot of the novel. Olivia asked Daniel anxiously how much she had changed the future by appearing. Daniel reassured Olivia that he would always protect her no matter what happened. The county charity meeting came to an end, and Oscar and Daisy headed back to the Versace residence. Oscar decided to take advantage of the moment and reminded Daisy that a man would not waste his time and money on a girl he was not interested in. Daisy, understanding Oscar's hint, asked if he meant to say that Mr. Kyle had come to the meeting out of love for her. Oscar, continuing his thought, stated that before confessing your feelings, you need to be sure that it is reciprocated. Only then will everything work out. Daisy suddenly flared up, noticing that it was easy for Oscar to talk about love because he had never had a girlfriend. Oscar responded by calling Daisy cruel and rude, but then laughed, admitting that she was right. Deep night fell upon the Versace residence, enveloping everything around in impenetrable darkness. Daisy hadn't planned to stay out late at the charity event, but an unexpected encounter with old friends changed her plans. Most of her friends had already settled down, started families, had children, and some were preparing for weddings. Her heart was filled with sadness, realizing that she was the only one who was still alone. Suddenly, the butler's voice pulled her out of her thoughts, asking if she was all right. Daisy thanked Oscar for his help and sent him on a well-deserved vacation. Kyle noticed that it was already dark and suggested that Daisy go back into the house. She unexpectedly shared with Kyle the story of her friend, who had been in love since childhood with a young man who did not reciprocate her feelings. Fortunately, her friend did not hold a grudge against her youthful love and remembered the past with a smile. Tired of waiting for her own happiness, Daisy wondered if she should follow her friend's example and leave her past relationship behind. The absence of the moon in the night sky seemed to give her the courage to speak so frankly. The girl wondered if she was making a mistake, because before her words, Kyle looked so happy. She thought about what amazing creatures these people are, because some prefer to hide their true feelings, even if they really want something. And there are those who continue to fight for their happiness, even after a long time. Kyle's gaze seemed to dim, and Daisy wondered if her own sadness was the cause of his sadness. With this mood, she said goodbye to Kyle and hurried to her room. Returning late at night, when everyone was already asleep, she discovered that the house seemed completely empty. It had been a long day, but it paled in comparison to how many years her love for Kyle had lasted. He did not forget the day when Daisy first confessed her feelings to him, because from that day, their close relationship began. Kyle reminded Daisy of her promise to always protect him no matter what. She swore that a girl should be faithful and always stand up for her husband. As a child, Kyle seemed to her like a brave prince from a fairy tale, and Daisy always looked for him with her eyes. One day she found him crying in a glass office, and from that day on, she swore to herself that she would protect this boy. Now, many years later, Kyle seemed to her like that same child again, ready to burst into tears. His words about marriage and subsequent infidelities confused Daisy, forcing her to think about him in a new way. She reminded him that their childhood engagement was nothing more than a game, and that there was no point in remembering that very day until now. Kyle objected, reminding her of the ring and flowers he had given her back then. Daisy tried to explain that when we were kids, everyone made jokes like that, without paying attention to the words. But Kyle was adamant, and was afraid that if he let Daisy go now, he would lose her forever. Tired of the argument, the girl suggested continuing the conversation in the morning, but now they needed to get a good rest. Kyle insisted on discussing everything right now, since they had already put off the important conversation for too long. Daisy gave in and prepared to listen to Kyle, because he was determined and it was difficult to refuse him. Suddenly he dropped to one knee and proposed to her again, just as he had done many years ago in their childhood. Daisy, surprised, couldn't believe her ears, suspecting that Kyle was just laughing at her. But Kyle was dead serious, and his heart was breaking with pain when Daisy indifferently suggested forgetting childhood promises. It seemed as if something inside her was forcing her to say all these words. As he bridged the distance between them, he thought only of confessing his love to Daisy once again and making her his wife. In his hands was the ring again, as a symbol of his unchanging feelings for Daisy and his desire to become her husband. Daisy was shocked to learn that Kyle was holding a royal topaz family ring intended for a Versace bride. It turned out that Kyle had been keeping the ring for 4 years, wanting to give it to Daisy on her special day. He reminded Daisy of her words when she was very young, she kissed him and proposed. That New Year's Eve, 15-year-old Daisy gave him her first kiss and promised to marry him. Memories came flooding back to Daisy. Did she really do all that? But then Daisy remembered that Kyle never reciprocated her feelings that night. He assured the girl of his love and suggested not to wait until she was 20, but to get married right now. Kyle vowed to take care of Daisy because her consent would make him the happiest man in the world. Not understanding which husband Kyle was talking about, Daisy couldn't help but smile and liked his naivety. Embarrassed, Kyle apologized for his outburst, blaming it on his nerves. He gently wiped the tears from Daisy's face and timidly asked if he could kiss her. The girl didn't understand why he was asking permission, because everything was already ready for a romantic kiss. Daisy, disregarding decency, called him her brave prince and asked him to kiss her on the lips. After this passionate moment, Kyle found himself in his office at the Versace residence, where he delved into searching for a book on a huge bookshelf. Suddenly, Daniel entered the office, turning to Kyle and noting that he was still awake. Daniel explained his late arrival by saying that he hadn't spent time with Kyle over a glass of good wine for a long time, so he took a bottle with him. Suddenly remembering something important, Kyle asked his friend how things were with Olivia and where she was now. Daniel reassured his friend by telling him that Olivia had already left and asked how his meeting with Daisy had gone and whether they had managed to resolve all their problems. Taking a sip of wine, Daniel decided to ask Kyle an important question that had been bothering him for a long time. Daniel wanted to know what he had been doing in the past, before Olivia came into his life. More specifically, Daniel was tormented by the question of what he had done in the past before Olivia had changed and become the person he knew her to be. He confessed to Kyle that he had not been present in Olivia's life in the past, and now wanted to know everything about the girl's past. Daniel repeated his main question again. Where was he then, in those very years when Olivia needed his support and love? Kyle thought about it, feeling the weight of what he had to tell his friend, knowing that the truth might be too much for Daniel to bear. Mustering up his courage, Kyle reminded Daniel of their conversation 2 years ago, when he had strictly forbidden his friend to go to the Black Forest. With a heavy sigh, Kyle admitted that in the past, Daniel died in the Black Forest along with the third prince. There were rumors that 3 years ago, Kyle traveled to the future, but no one believed it, as there was no confirmation of this incredible event. When Daniel died, his father Ron was devastated by the loss of his son, and Daisy was left completely alone without her brother. Olivia, overcome with the bitterness of loss, withdrew into herself and tried to avoid people, and Kyle began to behave towards others like a real scoundrel. It all started with Daniel's death. This tragic event became the point of no return for all the heroes. Daniel shared his memories with his friend. He remembered being told that Olivia had gone looking for him. Daniel was interested in another question regarding Olivia. Did she go to the Black Forest in the future, after his supposed death? Kyle noticed that Olivia had never liked to go anywhere since childhood, preferring to stay within the walls of her home. After putting the facts together, Kyle came to the conclusion that Olivia had saved him and the third prince 2 years ago, and that it was she who had made a deal with the crown prince on Saturday. Daniel admitted that the last 3 days spent with Olivia were like a fairy tale, and during this time he managed to think over all possible scenarios. Daniel came to the conclusion that Olivia's future changed after he appeared in her life, becoming the one and only for her. Kyle was outraged. He had warned his friend that Olivia couldn't meet the crown prince because it could ruin her life. Daniel calmly noted that it didn't matter anymore because he was alive and could take care of Olivia's happiness himself. Kyle honestly admitted that he could not reveal this terrible truth to Daniel because he always wanted to see his friend alive and well. Daniel, overcome with emotion, admitted that it was very difficult for him to be around Olivia, knowing that she loved him, but could not get close to him. Kyle, realizing the gravity of his mistake, explained that he was driven by the fear of losing his friend, so he did not dare tell him the truth. At the end of his story, Daniel remembered Daisy with horror and asked if she was dead too. Kyle, not wanting to lie to his friend any longer, confirmed that everyone died that terrible day except him, and Daisy was no exception. Daniel firmly stated that everything needed to be changed. He was sure that the Emperor and the Crown Prince did not kill them, but on the contrary, tried to save them. Daniel suggested that it was the Empress who tried to kill Olivia and the Emperor who stopped her. Kyle thought about his friend's words. Could it be that the Empress herself killed him and the third prince? Daniel, remembering Olivia's words, came to the conclusion that it was the Crown Prince who was now trying to save Versace. Kyle agreed that the imperial family was most likely on their side, and they would do everything possible to save the Versaces from the danger that threatened the family. Daniel remembered that Olivia had talked about how she had to cooperate with the Crown Prince to save her family, and that she also intended to save Kyle and his father. Daniel confidently stated that Olivia also knows the future, and perhaps even more than they think. Kyle admitted that this was entirely possible, since Olivia had changed a lot 3 years ago. Suddenly, Daniel suggested that Kyle go north and call a meeting of 6 generations of families to discuss the current situation and find a way out of the impasse. Kyle was taken aback by the surprise and asked his friend what he was planning and why he needed it. Looking at his friend with distrust, Kyle asked directly if he was really suggesting that they trust the Emperor and the Crown Prince, since he had previously considered them his sworn enemies. For 3 years, Kyle and Daniel stayed away from the imperial family, trying not to cross paths with them, because it was Kyle who initiated the preparation of the uprising, which even the Crown Prince knew nothing about. Daniel calmly replied that if Olivia believed the Emperor, then he was willing to give them a chance. Kyle reluctantly agreed, warning his friend not to betray her trust. Daniel vowed that he would never betray Olivia and also asked Kyle to protect Daisy, even if he had to sacrifice his life for her. Remembering one important moment, Daniel asked if Kyle would like to become an emperor someday, because this place rightfully belongs to him. Kyle chuckled and replied that the imperial throne had never interested him and still does not. Daniel smiled and stated that in that case, he would move up the career ladder to take a worthy position and be worthy of Olivia. Daniel decided to sign a prenuptial agreement with Olivia first, to secure her future and show everyone the seriousness of his intentions. Kyle, as Olivia's older brother, proudly declared his intention to marry first since he is older. Daniel, not wanting to give in, retorted, reminding her of his status as Daisy's older brother. Entering the office, the servant restrainedly congratulated Kyle on his successful declaration of feelings, hinting at his imminent marriage. He tactfully mentioned the need to sign official papers to cement the alliance. The wise servant suggested that the young people think of the upcoming event as the unification of two families. Carefully, he raised the question of Olivia's future place of residence after the wedding and change of surname. The servant assured her that he would personally monitor Olivia's well-being and asked her not to worry. The next morning, the Versace and Meridian families exchanged signed marriage contracts. The holiday weekend came to an end, and all the students returned to their normal classes at the academy. Returning to school, Olivia noticed something strange about herself. She stopped avoiding people. Giorgio, as usual, tried to talk to Olivia, hoping for at least a small conversation. Olivia, being busy, agreed to talk to him only on the way to class. The girl no longer saw any point in ignoring Giorgio, since he no longer played an important role in Leonardo's life. Jessica, as Olivia's best friend, suggested going to the gym together. Olivia, having promised her friend that she would come soon, finally clarified with Giorgio the purpose of their conversation. Giorgio, embarrassed, suggested continuing their conversation in a more comfortable place. He gallantly invited Olivia for a walk so that no one could interrupt their conversation. As they walked slowly along the path, Olivia paid almost no attention to Giorgio's words. She was only interested in information about Leonardo. Giorgio, sensing his interlocutor's indifference, invited her to go ahead, promising to quietly follow her. A fresh breeze carried the delicate scent of flowers to Olivia, which seemed to envelop her beautiful blonde hair. At that moment, Giorgio remembered their first meeting, when the beautiful Olivia, basking in the rays of the morning sun, gracefully fenced on the training ground. Olivia noticed Giorgio's strange behavior. His unnaturally red face made her wary. He was happy that Olivia called him by name. Her voice sounded like a beautiful melody. In a fit of emotion, Giorgio confessed his love to Olivia, and then suddenly felt very dizzy. Olivia barely managed to catch Giorgio. Otherwise, he would have fallen straight to the ground. When he came to, he could not understand what had happened to him and why he suddenly felt dizzy. Giorgio was touched by Olivia's care. She carried him on her back, gently scolding him along the way for his eternal weakness. He had never been so close to any of the girls, and now it was Olivia who was next to him. Olivia seemed ideal to Giorgio. She was beautiful, strong, but at the same time unapproachable and arrogant. They said that she only communicated with those who were equal to her in status, but he noticed one peculiarity about her, because Olivia never even tries to find out the social status of her interlocutor. Rumor has it that Olivia was born in the North, where etiquette and good manners are not taken into account. Giorgio believed that Olivia knew all the rules of decency perfectly well, but simply neglected them. Olivia, tired of dragging Giorgio on her back, was impatiently awaiting the end of their meeting and was at the limit of her patience. Jessica was extremely surprised to see her friend carrying Giorgio on her back. Finally reaching the training ground, the friend saw that Giorgio had already come to his senses. Olivia, deciding to focus on her main business, suggested that Jessica show her some martial arts techniques. Jessica was delighted with Olivia's graceful movements, which always attracted everyone's attention. Olivia explained to her friend that only through persistent training could one achieve ease and precision in movements during a fight. After just a few demonstrations by Olivia, Jessica was able to repeat the kicks on a training doll. Olivia praised her friend for her quick learning and efforts, which Olivia always admired in her. Giorgio couldn't help but admire Olivia as she taught Jessica. Olivia, hearing Giorgio's laughter, demanded an explanation, because just recently she had no time for laughing because of him. Giorgio asked the girls for a little time to show them something interesting. Unexpectedly, using his magic, he created a portal that was able to change the space around him. Giorgio explained that this portal would take them to a virtual space where no one would see them. He told Olivia that she had been followed for a long time, and therefore it would be better to hide and think carefully about how to proceed. Olivia had guessed that she had been under surveillance since her visit to the palace, but she felt safe within the walls of the academy. She did not reveal her title as a sword master, deciding to proceed with caution. Giorgio asked Olivia to refuse the deal proposed by Leonardo, as he considered it too dangerous. Olivia, realizing that Giorgio was hiding something, demanded to be told the whole truth. Giorgio was surprised by Olivia's sudden willingness to cooperate with the imperial palace, since she had previously carefully avoided any connection with it. Olivia understood that a few days ago she would have happily accepted Giorgio's proposal, but now the situation had changed. She needed to protect many people, because a great danger threatened the well-being of her family. Giorgio tried to convince Olivia to abandon the dangerous undertaking, promising to persuade Leonardo to make a deal. Olivia did not take his words seriously, openly doubting Giorgio's ability to influence Leonardo. The ease with which Olivia suddenly destroyed the magical space amazed Giorgio, making him think about her incredible power. Giorgio was shocked, because the magical barrier that Olivia destroyed was his ability, granted by the imperial family. Olivia was surprised by Leonardo's appearance on the training field, because he wasn't there just a second ago. Leonardo could not explain his appearance in any way, asking Olivia to simply believe his words. Suddenly, a horrifying picture appeared before everyone. Leonardo was standing over Jessica's bloody body, clutching a sword in his hands. Olivia, who had been in the virtual space created by Giorgio the whole time, was shocked by what had happened. She was furious, and without thinking, she rushed to attack Leonardo, accusing him of killing Jessica. Leonardo tried to calm the angry Olivia, assuring her that he was not guilty of attacking Jessica. Jessica, barely alive, asked Olivia for help, feeling that her strength was leaving her. Olivia, without a second's doubt that she was right, hit Leonardo in order to quickly get to her wounded friend. Olivia rushed to Jessica's aid, trying to cheer her up and give her hope. Giorgio, not understanding anything, asked Leonardo about the reasons for the bloody fight on the training field. Olivia, after examining Jessica's wound, assumed that the attack was carried out by a skilled swordsman. Giorgio quickly took out a potion that was supposed to heal Jessica's wound and get her back on her feet. With the help of a magic potion, he quickly healed Jessica's wound, but the girl still looked very weak due to the loss of a large amount of blood. Olivia guessed that Leonardo was not attacking Jessica, but was trying to help her. But she was furious at the cruel games of this stupid novel. Leonardo was disappointed that Olivia accused him of assault, even though he was trying to protect Jessica. He noted with bitterness that Olivia, in a fit of anger, was ready to kill even the crown prince. Olivia, having cooled down a bit, leaned close to Jessica to find out how she was feeling. Leonardo assumed that Jessica needed help getting home. Leonardo was outraged by what happened and called himself a victim of some insidious forces that started all this. He couldn't understand why Giorgio just stood there and watched as a girl with a sword attacked him. Leonardo reassured Jessica that the magic potion had completely healed her wound. Jessica thanked Leonardo for saving her, realizing that he had risked his life for her. Leonardo suggested finishing the training and treating the wounds properly. Olivia, having recovered from the initial shock, tried to figure out who attacked Jessica. Leonardo said he had not seen his attacker, but promised to talk about it later, smiling and noting that the fight had been quite exciting. Meanwhile, at the Versace family residence, Olivia's father met with Daniel and Ron. Gerard greeted the guests warmly, asking why Kyle had not come with them. Daniel explained that Kyle was still in Temur and couldn't make it today. Gerard immediately politely asked Daniel about Emperor Patrick's well-being. Daniel said that after the incident at the Taj Mahal, Patrick has been keeping a close eye on the Empress and the House of Lords. Gerard, wondering to himself about the trust in the Emperor and the heir, asked Daniel if he knew the reason for the death of the second prince. He also reminded Daniel that the third prince inherited the strongest dragon blood. Gerard expressed gratitude to the Emperor for saving the Versace family and suggested bringing Olivia closer to Leonardo. He believed that Daniel was the best candidate to take the place next to Olivia. Gerard always valued Daniel's calm and reasonable nature, not seeing any shortcomings in him. He noted that, unlike the foolish emperor who blindly loved his sister, the crown prince might be different. Gerard reminded Daniel of Leonardo's behavior at the funeral of the second prince, since he was still a small child at the time. Daniel compared Leonardo's behavior that day to Patrick's behavior when he released Cecilia and once again declared his trust in the emperor. Clarifying Gerard's thought, he asked if he wanted the deal between Olivia and the Crown Prince to continue. Daniel, among other things, decided to remind Gerard that Kyle does not seek to become emperor. Gerard, taking this news into account, suggested discussing their actions in connection with the planned actions. He said that Cecilia was against their children's involvement in the throne, and that he also wants them to live happily, like the entire Versace family. Gerard gave Daniel freedom of choice, proposing to call the 6 largest families to a council. Gerard decided to throw a lavish banquet at which he would solemnly announce his engagement. Meanwhile, Olivia, heading to the Academy for the Magic faculty, noticed her friend Violetta from afar. Delighted to meet her, Olivia called out to Violetta and suggested that they go for a walk together. Suddenly, Violetta asked the reason for Olivia's visit and her desire to meet Isla. Olivia explained that she needed to personally talk to Isla, who was interested in working for Laitit and was currently studying at the Faculty of Magic. During their walk together, Violetta asked Olivia about the details of her recent meeting with Lord Daniel. Slightly embarrassed, Olivia confessed to her friend that her relationship with the Lord had grown romantic and that they were now a couple. Violetta admired the beauty of the ring given to Olivia and reminded her friend of the need to invite her to the wedding ceremony. Fantasizing about the future, Violetta assumed that Olivia and Lord Daniel would have very beautiful children and suddenly asked if Ray knew about the changes in her friend's life. Olivia responded in surprise that she hadn't seen Ray at the academy yet, but assumed he must be somewhere nearby. Violetta explained that Ray was currently busy teaching and occasionally filling in for other mages in the tower. In addition, Violetta noted that he began to appear frequently at the Faculty of Magic, which was very unusual. The girl explained that at the moment, he is performing the duties of the head of the tower, combining them with research, so it is very rare to see him. Violetta strictly ordered her friend not to tell the guy about her relationship with Lord Daniel under any circumstances. She pointed to an inconspicuous door that led to Isla's lab and warned her friend to be careful. The girl drew Olivia's attention to the fact that dangerous experiments with poisons were being conducted in the laboratory and advised her not to touch anything. Before Olivia entered the lab, Violetta handed her a toy bunny, explaining that if she pressed it, she would come immediately. Smiling, Violetta explained that this bunny was made for her as a child by Ray, who at the time, according to her, was a very sweet child. The girl added that the toy is connected to her bracelet with the help of magic, and if you press on the hair, the bracelet will light up, informing her that her friend needs help. Olivia, noticing how tenderly Violetta treated the toy, assumed that she really liked Ray. With an indignant snort, Violetta hastened to assure Olivia that Ray was not her type at all. Finally, the girl asked her friend to press the toy bunny once again when she was about to leave, so that she could see her off. As Olivia watched her friend leave, she thought with a smile that even as a child, Ray used magic to create trinkets. The memory of him made Olivia feel a little sad, and she thought that she would like to have such a caring brother. Entering the lab, Olivia was surprised to see that Isla was nowhere to be seen. Olivia remembered that since returning to the academy, she visited Isla's room in the dorm every day, but her friend was never home. Finally, one day, Olivia received a note from Isla through her servants, inviting her to a meeting in the laboratory. When Olivia entered, Isla greeted her with a restrained smile, invited her to sit down, and promised to return soon with tea. Returning with a tray in her hands, Ayla told Olivia that she had prepared tea from rare flowers that are famous for their ability to relieve fatigue. Inhaling the subtle aroma of tea, Olivia praised Isla's exquisite taste and the beauty of the tea set. As she poured the tea, Ayla asked with a grin if Olivia would like to dip a silver spoon into the cup before drinking to check for poison. In a calm voice, Olivia replied that she was sure that if there was poison in the tea, then Ayla would have an antidote. After taking a sip of tea, Isla asked Olivia if she really considered her such a good person that she wouldn't even consider poisoning herself. In a confident tone, Olivia replied that she knew perfectly well that it was in Ayla's interests to keep her alive, at least for a while, in order to achieve her own goals. Deciding not to waste time on small talk, Olivia got down to the purpose of the visit and started talking about a girl named Mary Jane who had applied for a job at Laitit. With a hint of mockery, Isla noted that all the threads of this story led to Oscar, and that it was most likely he who advised Mary Jane to contact the company. Isla admitted that she had wanted to meet her for a long time, and was very glad that Olivia came to this meeting today. Changing the subject of the conversation, the girl suddenly asked Olivia why she had not visited Tamir last year as she had planned. Hearing this question, Olivia became even more convinced that her role in this story was not limited to just the deal with the Crown Prince. After all, their first meeting took place at the Spring Festival, and if even this detail has changed, does that mean that Ayla herself has changed? Remembering the plot of the novel, Olivia thought that Ayla was the only friend of the main character Adriana. But despite this, she used Olivia and mocked her in every possible way. The story ended tragically. At the end of the novel, both girls died. Olivia decided not to beat around the bush, and addressing Ayla directly, asked why she had refused the opportunity to become the wife of the Crown Prince. With a sigh, Ayla explained that she had abandoned the marriage due to health problems, without going into details. Olivia knew that the Sabine clan, from which Ayla came, was famous for its ancestor, who was a seer. Unfortunately, the rare gift of seeing the future that many descendants of the Sabin family inherited often became a curse for them. Many members of the family went mad, unable to cope with the gift of foresight that fell upon them, while others died at an early age. To avoid this sad fate, the Sabin family made a pact with the imperial family, destroying all records related to the gift of foresight. No one knew exactly what price the Sabin family paid to ensure that knowledge of their gift was forever destroyed. Lost in thought, Olivia wondered why Ayla had decided to share such information with her, because it was the family secret of the Sabine family, for which they had made a deal with the emperor. Last summer, when Ayla entered the academy and the selection of a wife for the Crown Prince began, the future she saw in her dreams began to blur. She couldn't understand why everything wasn't going as she had dreamed, and turned to Olivia with this question. Ayla even suggested that Olivia, like her, had the ability to see the future, since her actions had such a strong influence on the predicted course of events. Olivia, trying to calm her friend, said that her decisions were influenced not by prophetic dreams, but by the advice of her late mother. 3 years ago, her mother advised her to take up fencing, and a year ago to refuse to participate in the selection of brides for the prince and continue her studies. Ayla knew that the Argon family, to which Olivia belonged, did not have the gift of foresight, so she was surprised to learn of her mother's advice. Olivia didn't dare admit that Lady Bonaparte was the main character in a romance novel she was reading, and therefore tried to stay away from her. Ayla expressed her honest opinion of Lady Bonaparte, noting that her excessive kindness was sometimes simply irritating. This excessive softness, in Ayla's opinion, only hinders her, dooming all her endeavors to failure. Ayla suggested to Olivia that they drop the formalities and address each other simply by their first names. Olivia was puzzled. Was Ayla really serious about asking her about her erroneous dreams? Ayla admitted that, at first, she was very upset by the incorrect prophecies, but gradually came to the conclusion that dreams do not predict the future, but indicate opportunities. She noticed that even if she tried to avoid the events from her dreams, they still happened. But only the line connected with Adriana did not want to coincide with reality. Talking to Olivia helped Ayla understand that she needed to become freer from the influence of dreams, and this opened up new horizons for her. In Sabina, where Ayla studied, she was taught that one should not interfere with the course of events in dreams, and should simply go with the flow. Freed from these false attitudes, Ayla could make a choice in favor of what she wanted from the very beginning. So she changed the humanities to the faculty of magic. It was thanks to Olivia's actions, which broke the scenario predicted by dreams, that Ayla learned not to follow them blindly, but to see them as a guide to action. Meanwhile, Olivia's thoughts were occupied with thoughts about who could prevent the events of the novel from coming true, and her attention was drawn to Empress Josephine. The Duchy of Sabine was on the side of the Empress, which made her a very influential figure, so Olivia decided to act carefully and not attract unnecessary attention to herself. Olivia congratulated Ayla on becoming a candidate to marry the Crown Prince, which left her new friend puzzled. Ayla never expected such a congratulation, because she didn't even participate in the selection. Meanwhile, guests invited to the family council were gathering at the Versace palace. Gerard, the head of the Versace family, greeted the crowd warmly, delighted at the rare opportunity to see everyone together. The conversation turned to the children of Count Monet from the Eastern District, who were famous for their talents. The works of art they created were worth fabulous amounts of money, and they generously donated most of their income to their family's knightly order. Olivia knew that the trading companies of La Debon and La Depoche prospered thanks to the support of the families living in their territories. Cashubal County, located on the edge of the Black Forest, was engaged in agriculture and food supplies. All these families were connected since the 12 Years' War, fighting shoulder to shoulder. Due to the harsh conditions, they had to stick together to survive. Contrary to popular belief, the founders of their union were not only Patricia Versace, but also other noble families. Gerard asked Daniel, as his son-in-law, to tell everyone about the deal Olivia had made with the Crown Prince. Daniel reported that Leonardo, the Crown Prince of the Empire, asked Olivia to be his protective sword. This news caused a storm of indignation among Count Monet, who was convinced that the prince was trying to seduce the innocent Olivia. Daniel quickly continued, reporting that during an audience with the Emperor, where he represented the Versace family, poison was added to Olivia's glass. This assassination attempt convinced everyone present that someone was hatching a plan to destroy the Versace family and the entire North. It became known that Leonardo was preparing an uprising against his mother, Empress Josephine, and was gathering allies. Olivia gave her word to help him for the 2 years he would be in Tamir. Cecilia expressed confidence that the girl, first of all, thought about the good of the North, risking her own life. Relatives decided not to stand aside and provide her with all possible assistance. Count Monet assured that his intelligence agents would provide Olivia with all the necessary information. Countess Kashubal promised to send an army at Olivia's disposal. Gerard offered to exchange important information through his son Kyle, who was in Tamir. Daniel remained the official representative of the Versace family and could act as a coordinator for the efforts of all families. Gerard called on all family members in Tamir to stick together and not split up if any of them asked for help. He suggested raising their glasses to the family unity they had not experienced in a long time. His relatives happily supported him and went to the banquet hall to continue the celebration in a close family circle. Meanwhile, in Olivia's chambers, a maid visited her to inform her of a guest's visit. Kyle, sitting comfortably on the couch, was surprised by Olivia's frowning expression. Olivia didn't explain the reasons for her mood and asked Kyle what brought him to her at such a late hour. Kyle announced that he had come to take her home and that a carriage with a pair of horses was already waiting for them. Kyle was worried, questioning if Daniel really treated Olivia well and loved her. Since Olivia was born, Daniel has always looked after her like a caring older brother. Kyle was grateful to Daniel for caring about Olivia even more than he did about his own sister Daisy. Feeling guilty about the past, Kyle asked Olivia for forgiveness for distancing himself from her after their mother's death. Olivia knew that Kyle's apology was directed not so much at her, but at the past Olivia he remembered. Kyle explained that at first it was hard for him and his father to see Olivia, so Daniel took care of her. Olivia assumed that Daniel was simply sympathizing with her during that period. Kyle agreed that at first it was sympathy, but 3 years ago, when Daniel began teaching Olivia how to wield a sword, everything changed. Kyle noticed that Daniel started to smile when he saw Olivia and realized that he was really enjoying spending time with her. He admitted that he believed Daniel was in love with Olivia and wished her happiness with all his heart. Olivia decided that despite her past life, she would fight for the happiness of those close to her. Olivia was ready to do anything, even make mistakes again, just so that those people who were dear to her would remain alive. The next morning, after a hasty breakfast, Olivia prepared for her visit to the Crown Prince's palace. The maid suddenly informed Olivia about the arrival of a certain Arnold Bathory, but why did he appear so early? Arnold apologized for his early visit and began to explain the purpose of his visit. It turned out that Arnold wanted to meet Lord Kyle and had been planning to find him for a long time. Olivia was surprised by Arnold's request and asked the reason for this guy's search for her brother. Arnold admitted that he has admired Lord Kyle since childhood and wants to become his apprentice. Olivia agreed to arrange a meeting, but warned that Arnold would have to convince Kyle himself. Arnold introduced himself to Kyle upon entering and immediately expressed his desire to learn swordsmanship from him. Olivia quickly introduced Arnold as her friend and asked Kyle to be polite. As a joke, Olivia tried to dissuade Arnold from studying with Kyle by suggesting Daniel as his teacher. However, Arnold firmly stated that he admired Lord Kyle's technique and wanted to become his student. Delighted by Arnold's words, Kyle humorously asked him if he really thought Kyle was the best fighter in the entire North. To become his apprentice, Arnold needs to defeat Olivia as Daniel's apprentice, and this became a condition for further training with Kyle. Kyle noted with a grin that even though he taught Olivia, for some reason, she never uses his technique in real combat. To this, Arnold countered that during their fight, Olivia used Kyle's technique and it was very impressive. Arnold's words struck a chord with Kyle, and he was touched that Olivia had used his technique. Upon learning this, Kyle proudly declared that his technique was perfect for Olivia, because the Versaces should use their family style. Kyle then quickly handed Arnold the sword and promised to teach him the best moves. Without a moment's hesitation, Kyle called Arnold to attack, ready to counter any attack. Daisy suggested that Olivia had deliberately provoked Kyle to get Arnold to like him. Olivia, without denying it, admitted that she could not pass by such sincerity from Arnold. She understood his feelings because she herself was a fan of Daniel as a student. Suddenly, Daisy quietly informed Olivia about her upcoming wedding with Kyle. Olivia happily congratulated Daisy and assured her that Kyle was easy to control, so if something was wrong, she just had to tell Olivia and she would fix it. Daisy responded by asking Olivia to look after her brother because he was not as smart as Kyle. Olivia thought longingly of Daniel, who was meeting with northern families in Hershey at the time. Leonardo greeted Olivia, noting that she had finally arrived. Olivia ironically asked Leonardo to extend his hand to her, citing the fact that her hand was sore after their last stormy meeting. She asked whether Leonardo had informed the emperor of her engagement, and if not, asked him to do so as soon as possible. Leonardo playfully noted that there was nothing suspicious in their communication. They were just discussing work matters, adding that Olivia looked very good in this dress. Olivia responded coldly that she was not happy with Leonardo's mood and the way he treated her. Leonardo asked mockingly what Olivia didn't like so much. Was it that he didn't call her by her full name according to the rules of etiquette? Olivia, holding back her irritation, admitted that she did not like the familiarity that sometimes manifested itself in the Crown Prince. Leonardo joked that Olivia must be very much in love, since she reacted so violently to his words, and immediately assured him that he was always happy for her happiness. Olivia sharply cut Leonardo off, saying that such conversations were inappropriate between them. Without letting up, Leonardo asked what was wrong with the wedding between Olivia and Daniel. Olivia was outraged by Leonardo's inappropriate jokes and noted that they had already found 3 candidates for his wife, so it was unclear what all these hints were about. Leonardo, ignoring Olivia's reaction, decided to turn the conversation to business and asked what, besides the question about the emperor, brought her to the palace. The unexpected meeting with Raffaella on the bridge took Leonardo by surprise. Raffaella, smiling affably, explained her appearance by her desire to meet Olivia. Olivia was surprised because in the book the princess was hardly mentioned due to her illness, and the rumors about her beauty were greatly exaggerated. Olivia caught Leonardo's wary gaze directed at Raffaella and concluded that their relationship was not easy. Raffaella looked at Olivia with undisguised curiosity, noting her healthy appearance. Raffaella's behavior infuriated Leonardo. He rudely interrupted the girl, accusing her of disrespect and tactlessness. The prince abruptly ordered the maids to take Raffaella away, scolding them for their negligence. Olivia, watching this scene, could not shake off the strange feeling caused by the magical aura of the bracelet on the princess's hand. Leonardo's sudden grabbing of his head made Olivia worry. What happened to him? Leonardo, turning pale, referred to the headache that always tormented him after meetings with his sister. Sometime later, Olivia found herself in the guest quarters of the Crown Prince's palace for the first time. Leonardo asked if Olivia liked the decor of the rooms, because her future home with Daniel should look just as luxurious. Stopping at the ancient organ that belonged to the Argon family, Leonardo invited the girl to play. Having learned that Olivia was a skilled musician, Leonardo was eager to hear what piece she would choose. Olivia decided to play a melody that her brother often played on the piano. Olivia recalled with a sad smile how as a child she would listen to a game in a small church near their home. Music had always fascinated Olivia, and her brother seemed to be able to produce the most incredible sounds from the keys. Olivia found the canon performed by her brother to be something magical and enchanting. Memories of her brother, which had previously brought joy, now caused Olivia only pain and longing. The girl, barely holding back tears, admitted that she missed him and was afraid that he had already forgotten her. Olivia grieved for the carefree times when their father was still alive, and her brother took care of her like a little child. And now a heavy burden has fallen on Olivia's shoulders. She needs to save her wayward cousin from certain death. Olivia's performance deeply touched Leonardo. He was sure that the girl had inherited talent from her ancestors, the famous musicians of the Argon family. Leonardo compared Olivia's performance to the movements of a skilled spider that weaves its web from the finest threads, sometimes slow and viscous, sometimes fast and swift. Seeing the girl's gaze, Leonardo guessed that she was yearning for someone very dear. A letter written in Alfred's neat handwriting, which Leonardo kept in the case of his musical instrument, came to mind. The author and addressee of the letter remained unknown, but Leonardo always felt that these lines were written from the heart. The letter contained a touching declaration of eternal love and fidelity to a woman who will always occupy a special place in the heart of the author of the letter. Hearing Olivia's playing, Leonardo realized that he could no longer be indifferent to her sadness. The hostility towards the Versace family and Olivia's father gradually disappeared, giving way to new, previously unfamiliar feelings. Leonardo swore to himself to protect Olivia, the last heir of the Argon family. For the sake of Olivia's happiness, Leonardo was ready to do anything. He changed a lot next to her. Leonardo was determined not to betray the girl who trusted him. Remembering the meeting on the bridge, Olivia asked Leonardo about the strange bracelet the princess was wearing. Leonardo suggested that Raffaella was into magic, hinting at Empress Josephine's lineage from the Castel family. Many members of the Castel family were gifted mages and ruled the Tower of Mages. Empress Josephine, not possessing magical abilities, was deprived of the opportunity to receive the title of magician. But Olivia was convinced that behind Raffaella's modest manners lurked a powerful force. Suddenly, Olivia came up with a cunning plan to expose the princess and reveal the secret of her magic. To carry out this plan, they had to outwit not only the Empress, but also the entire magical community. Leonardo was frightened by the boldness of Olivia's plan, but immediately hastened to calm the girl, promising to protect her if she was in danger. Olivia said that Emperor Alfred was married twice and had children from each marriage. Hereditary power was passed on by seniority, regardless of gender and origin, but priority was always given to the children of the first wife. By law, Raffaella should have been second in line to the throne, but due to her difficult relationship with her mother, she remained in the shadow of her younger brother Prince Reynold for a long time. At this moment, the maid discussing Princess Raffaella with her friend did not hide her irritation. The rumors about the princess's genius intellect as a child, according to the maid, were greatly exaggerated. In any case, a sharp change in the girl's character occurred after a serious illness, due to which her mother finally visited her. The maid shared gossip that Raffaella was allegedly not the emperor's biological daughter, and that was why Leonardo disliked her so much. Despite a difficult childhood and cool relations with her parents, Raffaella still achieved recognition and took her rightful place at court. The maid's conversation was interrupted by Lilia's voice, who told the girls to hurry. Lilia loudly announced that the princess asked not to be disturbed because she had no appetite today. And indeed, when the senior maid entered the room and offered the girl soup, the capricious Raffaella looked at the soup with disgust and declared that she would not eat it. Lilia patiently promised that she would convey Raffaella's wishes to the kitchen and that next time they would prepare something different for her. Raffaella suddenly decided to confess to Lilia that she had been behaving incorrectly all day. Lilia calmly confirmed that visiting each other's palaces without permission was indeed a violation of social etiquette. Raffaella, burning with envy, complained that she would never get such permission from Leonardo, especially after she saw Olivia in the garden. Raffaella, in a fit of emotion, swept the food off the table, indignant that everyone only loved Olivia. Lilia, having gathered the last of her patience, reminded Raffaella of her meeting with the Empress today. Raffaella stubbornly refused to go to the Empress, suggesting that she come herself if the meeting was so important to her. Meanwhile, Olivia returned to the academy after the weekend, full of energy and desire to study. The girl was eager to begin the group project on military history that they had been assigned. Olivia suggested to her project partner Ian that they focus on the impact of war on ordinary people. John agreed with her, noting that this way they would be able to show the war through the eyes of ordinary people. The guy emphasized that although Olivia is against wars, their task is to analyze in order to prevent people from repeating the mistakes of the past. Unexpectedly for everyone, Olivia admitted that she herself would have voted for the war if it were beneficial for the state. Jan, surprised by her statement, suggested that she take on the topic of damage and benefit from wars, since this topic was close to her. He quietly added that he did not understand the nobles and their motives, but decided not to develop this conversation. Olivia has divided the roles in the project. Ian will look for information about the negative consequences of the war, Ian about its benefits, and she will still be engaged in general conclusions. The girl noted to herself that Jan was behaving strangely today, as if he was provoking her into a conflict. Left alone with Ian loudly asked him who taught him to wield a sword so masterfully. Jan replied that this was the only thing he got from his father, who was a knight, which is why he later became a mercenary. Jan added with a smile that he was lucky in this matter, which he was very happy about. Suddenly, Ian came up behind him and roughly put his hand on the guy's shoulder. But what was he up to? There was a threat in the boy's voice as he advised her to stay away from Olivia if he valued his life. Ian responded sarcastically that from the outside, everyone could already see how Ian looked at Olivia as his lover. Not listening to the barbed words addressed to him, Ian abruptly declared that he would not allow Ian to get close to Olivia. Otherwise, he would have to take drastic measures. Ian looked at his classmate defiantly, confident that he would not be able to resist the urge to fight him. With a menacing tone in his voice, Ian suddenly asked what would happen to the arrogant aristocrat Ian when his boundless confidence collapsed. And most importantly, is he capable of fighting alone, even with Olivia Versace? He ended his tirade with a caustic question about whether Ian was capable of challenging all three families at once if he remained on different sides of the barricades, or was he only just now being so brave? Jan reminded that even a commoner can get an education at the academy, and there is no privilege in this. Although admission to the academy was, of course, impossible without the support of an influential aristocrat, this did not change the matter. After this conversation, Ian concluded that Ian was hiding someone's powerful support and that he should be watched more closely. At the same time, Olivia noticed Ayla, who appeared right in front of her, and asked who she was waiting for. Ayla, smiling, replied that she was waiting for her to talk. Olivia immediately suggested taking a walk to the Fencing Institute building, where there were usually few people. Ayla suddenly admitted that it was Sir Oscar who asked her to discuss the issue of cosmetics production with Olivia. Thinking back to last week, Olivia thought that she shouldn't have felt sorry for Ayla when they first met. Olivia decided to clarify the situation by asking why Ayla needed all this, and what rumors might start if their plans became known. Thinking over Ayla's words, Olivia decided that since the conversation had gone this far, it was worth thinking again about whether she should work together with this girl. Ayla continued to convince Olivia by offering to start producing and selling the lotion, the recipe for which is now known only to some maids. In addition, she proposed a fair distribution of income, and first of all, Oscar's salary would need to be paid. Ayla directly stated that she knew who actually created their store, and of course it was Olivia she was talking about. She continued to shower him with compliments, talking about Olivia's talent for creating such things. Olivia calmly replied that everything was fair. She was doing a job and she was getting paid for it. She once again emphasized that Oscar resolves all financial issues with her, and her responsibilities include developing the recipe. Left alone, Olivia remembered those moonlit walks with Daniel, which she missed so much. She thought, trying to determine the main villain of this story, whether it was Ayla, who was also fighting for a place in the sun. Olivia's thoughts turned to Daniel, who was scheduled to arrive tomorrow. She had already begun to fantasize about Daniel's future after he became a baron, because a place on the Council of 6 Families is not given for free. Cézanne, suddenly noticing Olivia, invited her to join their company, pretending that they were old friends. Olivia chuckled to herself, because this girl, Cézanne Monet, the daughter of the Count, became a candidate for the role of the wife of the Crown Prince instead of her. Olivia could have played along with Cézanne, but their relationship did not yet allow for such falsehood. Olivia politely declined, citing the fact that she already had an appointment and would look forward to another convenient opportunity to communicate. Olivia understood that it would not be possible to get rid of the obsessive Cézanne so easily. The plot of this novel was too complicated. Suddenly, Adriana appeared next to them, tripping and dropping her tray of food. The dishes shattered with a crash, and food and drinks flew in all directions. The worst offenders were Cézanne and Olivia, who was standing next to them as food and drinks spilled on their clothes. Olivia noticed how a girl named Natalie, who was standing next to Cézanne, discreetly tripped Adriana. Cézanne, not understanding the situation, accused Adriana of clumsiness and sharply reprimanded her. Olivia realized that this incident, according to the author's plan, was supposed to bring the main character and the protagonist closer together. But something went wrong. Cézanne grinned maliciously, hinting that this was not the first awkward thing that Adriana had done. This time, Olivia decided to remain silent, although she, like Suzanne, was splashed with food, and it was very unpleasant. It was clear that the fragile, defenseless Adriana with her naive eyes would be perceived by everyone as a victim of circumstances, and Olivia as a hardened criminal if she carried out a reprisal now. Olivia understood that everything that happened would be interpreted in favor of the main character, although she was not to blame. Olivia thought with annoyance that during her entire stay in this damned novel, there had already been more sideways glances than she had ever seen in her entire life. The girl admitted to herself with annoyance that this sweet and kind Adriana was already starting to make her shake with anger. Cézanne angrily reminded Adriana that this was not the first time she had spilled drinks, hinting that she would not tolerate it any longer. Adriana tried to justify herself by saying that Olivia saw everything herself, meaning how Natasha tripped her. Adriana tried to reach out to Olivia, asking her to confirm that everything was exactly as she said. Olivia thought with annoyance that now her actions could be regarded as revenge for the grape juice spilled last time. Olivia addressed Cézanne using her father's title of Baron, which was lower in status than Adrienne's father's title of Count. Olivia challenged Adriana if she had any evidence to back up her words, or if she had made it all up to make her look bad. Adriana timidly objected that Olivia had misunderstood everything and that she, as a noble lady, listened attentively to any explanations. Olivia suddenly said everything to Adriana's face, noting that the whole world knows about her arrogance and excessive pride. Gathering the last of her patience, Olivia decided to explain the situation to Adriana. Olivia turned to the girl who was standing at a distance, asking her to tell her honestly how everything really happened. Natasha, embarrassed, admitted that while passing by, she accidentally caught on Adriana's leg, causing her to drop the tray. Olivia looked sternly at Adriana and invited her to continue this conversation. Olivia would have been happy to forget about this incident if Adriana had not constantly tried to draw her into her intrigues. She looked coldly at Adriana and reminded her that in such situations one should apologize. Olivia's patience snapped and she decided to fight back against the impudent girl. She deliberately knocked over a tray of food and drinks on Adriana's head, repeating her actions. Olivia felt relieved that she could finally stand up for herself. Suddenly, Olivia noticed that there was some kind of commotion in the square. But why were so many people gathered there? Imagine her surprise when she saw Daniel among those who arrived. Daniel greeted his beloved tenderly and invited her to go home with him. Adriana looked at Daniel with undisguised admiration. He was the best in the world in her eyes. Adriana thought with envy that with such a handsome and stately man like Daniel next to her, Olivia would not even look at other men. Adriana couldn't understand how she hadn't figured out earlier that Daniel was Olivia's lover. Daniel, turning to Olivia, noted that their relationship had now moved to a new level. Olivia noted with a smile that now Daniel would not be able to find another bride because she would always be there. Daniel said he had both good and bad news for Olivia. Olivia looked at Daniel with concern and asked the main question about whether he had managed to persuade the Emperor. Daniel regretfully reported that the Emperor was adamant and did not consent to the engagement. The news that Daniel reported certainly surprised Olivia, but it didn't upset her much. Olivia didn't see anything wrong with her and Daniel getting married without announcing their engagement. Late in the evening, a ceremonial carriage pulled up to one of the guest houses. The stranger politely asked the maid if Baron Bonaparte was staying here. The maid, having pointed out the right door to the stranger, told her to go up to the second floor. At that moment, Charles, cursing loudly, discovered in his room an unexpected guest, Adriana, who was his daughter. The man irritably reminded Adriana of the young man from the academy whom she had recommended to him. Charles was indignant, describing the boy as a commoner who had adopted someone else's name and gotten into the academy on forged recommendations. He reminded Adriana about her child and that the truth could ruin their lives, so the meeting with this guy should happen as soon as possible. Adriana calmly explained that the young man did not pose a threat, as he was sure that the child had died at birth. Hiding her irritation, she asked Charles if he had really called her just to discuss this young man. Charles angrily said that a year had passed since the birth of the child, and if Adriana had hurried to find herself a worthy match, this problem would not exist. Outraged by her father's words, Adriana bitterly asked if he was really asking his own daughter to sell herself. Trying to pull herself together, Adriana asked Charles how Anisha was doing, which was the name of her daughter, whom she had been hiding from everyone. He casually replied that the child was fine, and there was no need to even worry about it. He He advised Adriana not to worry about the baby and, having met with the Count's son, to get money from him. Finally, Charles demanded that Adriana pay for his stay at the hotel and, when leaving the room, close the door tightly behind her. Meanwhile, unexpectedly for everyone, Sir Kayla arrived at the Versace family mansion. Daniel suggested that Kyle's arrival was connected to an informal agreement between the Versace family and the Crown Prince. Kyle noted that in order to convince all the northern territories of their plan, they needed to know all the details of the agreements. Daniel shared his fear that such a situation could hurt the feelings of his future wife Olivia. In response, Kyle noted that his sister Olivia was not as vulnerable as Daniel thought she was. Olivia abruptly cut off this discussion and asked not to discuss her feelings, pretending as if she was not there. She reminded everyone of the purpose of their meeting, as they needed to discuss Adriana's mind control abilities. Kyle supported her and began by saying that he had already spent a whole year investigating, trying to understand the true motives of the mysterious stranger. Olivia, without hesitation, declared that the stranger had special abilities that allowed her to subjugate someone else's will. Olivia shared her concerns, recalling the strange feeling she had during her conversation with Adriana in the dining room. At first, Kyle was absolutely convinced that it was all about that special hypnotic look that was impossible to hide from. Olivia was troubled by bad thoughts, but as soon as she left the dining room, the strange feeling disappeared without a trace. Kyle noted to himself that he had seen a similar effect in other people, confirming that mind control weakened with distance. Kyle puzzled over how the girl managed to manipulate people in a crowd, since it was difficult to make eye contact or be heard. Thinking about it, Kyle remembered that Adriana had remained silent almost the entire time during their meeting, as if she had not heard the other person. Olivia suggested that if she was able to control Adriana's mind remotely and without words, then perhaps she was using telepathy. Olivia remembered that as soon as she turned around, she felt a piercing gaze on her, as if someone was deliberately sending her a signal. Thus, Olivia came to the conclusion that even while remaining silent, Adriana was transmitting her thoughts and commands using some special wave. Meanwhile, in the luxurious mansion, Adriana was rushing about in rage, unable to hide her displeasure. The brooch that was given to her turned out to be useless, because even after 2 attempts, it had no effect on Lady Versace. Upon hearing of Adriana's failure, the master could not hide his surprise, exclaiming that such a thing simply could not happen. The master was confident in the power of the artifact because this necklace had an incredible mind control effect, imbued with magic. The master looked at Adriana with suspicion, suggesting that perhaps the problem was not with the artifact, but with her inability to use it. Adriana proudly stated that she had no trouble bending other people to her will, but with these two she had encountered unexpected difficulties. Rustling her skirt, Adriana demanded money from the master for a new dress for the upcoming masquerade at the academy. The master looked reproachfully at Adriana, reminding her that a year had already passed, and there were no results of her work, and she was constantly demanding money. In her defense, Adriana accused the master of initially giving her false information about Lady Versace. Adriana, losing patience, demanded to find another way to get closer to the Crown Prince, since it would not be possible to do this through the Marquis and Lady Versace. Realizing that the situation had gotten out of control, the master decided to temporarily disappear from the city in order to seek help from an influential person. Despite Adriana's failure, the master promised that she would receive the money from the butler. In a fit of anger, Adriana hissed angrily, imagining how Olivia would become just the wife of a baron, while she herself would become the bride of a prince. Dreaming of revenge, Adriana swore to herself that she would definitely subjugate Olivia to her will, turning her into a spineless puppet. Leonardo and Giorgio returned to the imperial palace, and Olivia spent the entire time trying to understand Adriana's strange behavior. Daniel looked at Olivia with concern, noticing that her voice sounded unusual today. Olivia complained of a headache, admitting that everything that was happening around her had made her too tired. Daniel looked at the flowers arranged around the garden, admitting that he liked the greenhouses better. Olivia smiled tenderly, calling the greenhouse their shared secret place. Suddenly, Daniel handed Olivia a beautiful flower and proposed to her. Daniel took a ring out of his pocket, saying that last time he gave Olivia an engagement ring, and this one was an engagement ring. With trepidation in his voice, Daniel asked Olivia for her hand so he could put the ring on her finger as expected. Olivia happily agreed to become Daniel's wife. She had dreamed about this all her life. So on this moonlit night, Olivia Versace and Daniel Meridian swore their love and fidelity to each other. The next day, an important meeting took place at the Palace of the Sun, where the upcoming marriage of Daniel and Olivia was discussed. The emperor was clearly displeased and immediately asked Leonardo if he knew about the marriage application submitted that morning by the Versace family. Leonardo calmly confirmed that he knew about Olivia's engagement to Sir Daniel Meridian. Having made sure that Leonardo was aware of the situation, the emperor sharply asked if this irritated him. The emperor's patience snapped, and he angrily asked Leonardo why he had not been able to win Olivia's heart after all this time, despite having all the opportunities. The emperor angrily ridiculed Leonardo, implying that the crown prince had been passed over by the family of an ordinary baron. Instead of making excuses, Leonardo claimed that he had managed to extract from Versace an important commitment to become guardians of the empire. The emperor, clearly surprised, asked if this promise meant military support and the willingness of the 6 northern families to come to Leonardo's side. Thinking out loud, the emperor noted the insight of Count Versace, who entrusted Olivia's protection to the future head of the family, Daniel. The emperor admitted that he had no grounds to reject Versace's marriage application, since it could lead to the cancellation of all contracts. Leonardo understood that the situation was not simple and required careful consideration and investigation. A plan matured in Leonardo's head to find and punish Raymond's killers and to transfer the child's remains to the imperial tomb. Leonardo decided to involve Sir Daniel in this mission before he officially joined the family. Leonardo had the idea of putting Daniel in charge of the drug-busting squad, wanting to give him the opportunity to prove himself. The emperor reminded Leonardo that Daniel would not be able to give Olivia the title of baroness, emphasizing the importance of the alliance with Versace. Leonardo assured his father that he would keep a close eye on the Versace family, just as the emperor did. The emperor noted with nostalgia that he had not had such frank conversations with Leonardo for a long time after Versace's accusations, acknowledging that his son had matured greatly. In addition, the emperor reflected on the importance of the northern lands, which accounted for half of the empire's military power and the support of northern families. Suddenly, Princess Rafaela burst into the room, demanding to be let in to see her father immediately. The emperor was outraged by Rafaela's insolence in bursting in on him without permission or a request for an audience. Rafaela, embarrassed, apologized for her breach of etiquette, explaining her insolence by an urgent matter. The princess excitedly approached the emperor with an unusual request to appoint Sir Daniel as her personal bodyguard. Embarrassed, Rafaela confessed to her father her long-standing sympathy for Sir Daniel. The emperor sharply refused, reminding his daughter that Sir Daniel was Versace's man and had already been promised to another, and that he would appoint her a knight from among worthy candidates. Rafaela angrily reminded her father that all power over the empire belonged to him, hinting at the possibility of fulfilling her wish. In an attempt to convince her father, Rafaela fervently assured him that she was asking for this for the first and last time, and would not ask him for anything else. Tired of his daughter's stubbornness, the emperor asked Sir Milo to take the princess away. Before leaving the room, Rafaela, in desperation, once again reminded her father that this was the first request she had ever made to him. The emperor angrily called his daughter a foolish girl, reminding her of Sir Daniel's engagement to Olivia and the fact that he would become not just a knight, but the head of the Versace family, inaccessible to her. Enraged by Rafaela's actions, the emperor forbade her from appearing in the Palace of the Sun and reminded her that she had no power in the empire. The ruler knew that after the northern families confirmed their alliance with Leonardo, many of the nobles who supported Josephine would now be willing to join their future emperor. Confident of his victory, the emperor decided that the time had come to take decisive action. Suddenly, Empress Josephine appeared in the corridor and, seeing Leonardo, noted his presence with feigned joy. Leonardo greeted his mother with cold politeness, expressing his joy at seeing her. Josephine, wanting to hurt her stepson, mentioned Olivia Versace's engagement, assuming that this news upset him. Leonardo was only upset by the possible union of Sir Daniel with the imperial family, believing that such a talented man deserved more. Josephine didn't see a problem with this, since the Versaces never laid claim to the throne. Meetings with Josephine always left Leonardo with an unpleasant feeling of falseness emanating from her. Josephine, who considered Leonardo an arrogant boy, was ready to end the conversation if not for the presence of Rafaela. With a heavy sigh, she demonstratively left the room, loudly slamming the door. Rafaela was at a loss. She had only one request to her father, and it was not heard. Having met Rael, who was looking at her directly from the mirror, she immediately complained about her father, who refused to fulfill her request. Rael sarcastically remarked that it was no wonder that Rafaela was not listened to, since she was practically a stranger to the emperor. It turned out that the reason for Rafaela's upset was the upcoming marriage of Daniel and Olivia, which the groom did not intend to cancel, despite the possible cancellation of the imperial decree. Her mother's words about the need to be obedient and kind seemed like nonsense to Rael, because Rafaela's efforts did not bear fruit. Rael was angry. So much effort was spent on Olivia, and Rafaela, receiving so much attention from her, did not even seek meetings with her. Ignoring the reproaches, Rafaela assured that her mother loved her and always gave valuable advice. Suddenly angry, Rael demanded that she give him what she had asked for 2 years ago, promising to fulfill any wish in return. Rafaela's confusion, not understanding the reason for her anger, only made the situation worse. Having accused her friend of indifference, since she had not even remembered her for 2 years, Rael decided to remind her about Raymond's murder. At the same time, Josephine appeared in the room, having come here to find Rael here. Upon learning that they were looking for her, Rael confirmed the Empress's suspicions that Rafaela's body was still not completely under her control. Josephine was shocked that Rael had not yet fully taken over Rafaela's body, and thought that the plan had failed. Rael explained that in order to fully take control, Rafaela would need to suffer, and more cruel treatment from her mother would only speed up the process. Josephine believed that the cause was an insufficient dose of poison on that fateful day. When she learned what exactly prompted Rafaela to search for Rael, she was very surprised. Rael told from the body of the enchanted girl how Rafaela, having gone to the emperor with a request to marry Daniel to her, suffered a fiasco, and her request was rejected. Having asked the empress's permission to seize the title of Castel, even though she was in someone else's body, Rael was already anticipating the pleasure of revenge. Josephine supported her endeavors because the family needed protection, and who else but Rael would provide it to them. History has it that magicians generally preferred to keep away from society, despising people. And to protect themselves, they created the Castel family, collecting and raising children with magical abilities. However, over time, selfishness prevailed over common sense, and in the pursuit of even greater power, the Castels began to marry relatives. It was these close-knit unions that led to the emergence of weak children, and the contempt on the part of the family resulted in the emergence of such a person as Rael. Josephine, not doubting Rael's abilities, was surprised why she had not used charm magic yet. But Rael had her own motives, because the longer Rafaela suffered, the more firmly her spirit became entrenched in this body. The insidiousness of Raela's plans amazed Josephine, because having found the man she desired, Rafaela would only suffer more from his subsequent loss. The Empress even offered to give her what she wanted and then take it away, causing even more pain. She reminded him of the importance of maintaining deception and not revealing his true identity, so that no one, not even the Emperor, would guess about it. Admiring Josephine's intelligence, Rael couldn't wait to fully transition into her new body. The process was swift and almost painless. Rael's soul began to leave the body of its former owner. Moments later, the transmigration of souls was complete, and Rael was able to feel all the beauty of her new appearance. These new, previously unfamiliar feelings intoxicated and fascinated her, opening up endless possibilities before her. Night fell upon the city, covering Olivia in its arms as she passed the time in the bedroom. The long wait for an answer from Daniel made her nervous, and she decided to knock on his room herself. Olivia couldn't imagine that she would have to see Daniel without clothes, because that's exactly how she saw him a second later. Surprised by her appearance, Daniel was confused and couldn't immediately find what to say. Embarrassedly making excuses, Olivia admitted that after what she had just seen, she had even forgotten why she had come. Having come to her senses a little, she recalled Leonardo's words, remembering which she came to Daniel. It turned out that an incident involving the murder of the imperial family had taken place in the Taj Mahal. Daniel found the very idea that the humble Princess Versace could have been involved in this absurd. This incident could have led to the collapse of the dynasty and the death of the Versace family. Leonardo's reticence haunted Olivia, who saw it as an attempt to hide the truth. Kyle's appearance with a question to Olivia about the reason for her visit only added intrigue to this strange situation. Having reproached Olivia for indecent behavior, he asked about the topic of conversation with Daniel. Olivia was outraged by the emperor's statement about poisoning, which called into question not only the legitimacy of power, but also the family's reputation. Kyle assumed it was an attempt to protect Olivia's mother's honor. He recalled that their mother had loved Sir Milo, as his uncle had said during his visit to Hershey. Kyle's story about his uncle's tender feelings for newborn Olivia touched the girl, but she never expected that he would start pointing and stroking her head. Indeed, Kyle's attempt to pat Olivia on the head was met with loud indignation from Olivia. Olivia decided to sort things out with her sister, suspecting that Kyle was the cause of her bad mood. Kyle claimed that their date had gone perfectly and that he didn't understand the reasons for Daisy's change in behavior. Olivia was indignant because Daisy did not leave the room, refusing to eat or communicate. Fearing that the crisis in their relationship would affect the engagement, she decided to talk to her sister immediately. Collecting her thoughts, she headed towards Daisy's room, determined to find out the reason for her seclusion. But a cold reception awaited her at the threshold of the room, for Daisy was not inclined to talk. From Olivia's voice, she realized that something was being hidden from her and began to worry about Kyle. Breathing a sigh of relief upon learning that her brother was not in any danger, she decided to ask the question that had been tormenting her. Daisy stammered sheepishly as she asked if Olivia had kissed her lover Daniel. She was interested in one piquant moment whether Olivia's lips were swollen after kissing the guy. Blaming Kyle for everything, Olivia began asking how long these kisses lasted. Her curiosity knew no bounds, but she was very angry at her stupid brother who allowed this to happen. Embarrassed, Daisy decided to tell her everything in detail so that Olivia would not think anything bad about her. Remembering the events of the previous evening, she was transported to La Debon's shop, where this whole story began. Noticing Kyle waiting patiently for her, Daisy hurried to meet him. Concerned about her delay, Kyle was glad that she was okay, although for a second it seemed to him that he would not see the girl today. Offering to give Daisy a ride home, he gallantly opened the carriage door for her. But Daisy, dreaming of a romantic walk under the moon, refused the trip and suggested walking. A puzzled Kyle, of course, agreed to go on foot, understanding the importance of the first date. It was only after some time that Daisy realized what a mistake she had made by refusing the carriage. Watching the dancing couples during the festival, she dreamed of being in their place. And now, walking next to her beloved, she suggested that they always be together and attend all these festivals. Kyle's words about never letting her go sounded like a vow made to both of them. Suddenly, Kyle's behavior changed. He seemed not to recognize her, looking at her with some strange look. His words were filled with longing and pain, as if he was asking her not to leave him. Sharing Kyle's feelings, Daisy hugged him tightly, assuring him that she wasn't going anywhere. Ready to do anything for his beloved, he promised to always be there until the very last days of his life. As a result, they kissed for so long that very soon Daisy's lips became swollen and still hurt. After learning her friend's story, Olivia gave Kyle a small bottle of cream to take to Daisy immediately. Having threatened him sternly, she told him not to repeat such stupid things again and sent Kyle out of the room. Surprised by this reaction, Kyle could not understand what he had done to deserve his sister's anger. Daniel, who witnessed this scene, asked Olivia what happened between them. Olivia answered evasively, trying to hide the truth because it was not her secret, but the secret of her friend Daisy. Leaving her brother with instructions on how to treat Daisy's lips, she came up with a story about Kyle forcibly kissing her and not being able to stop in his impulse. While sympathetic to Daisy's suffering, Olivia secretly envied Kyle's assertiveness, which Daniel never had. After all, Daniel was always reserved and delicate with her, as if she were still a child. Olivia didn't know how to tell her lover about her desires, afraid of offending him. Being deeply attached to Daniel, she secretly dreamed of a more passionate display of feelings on his part. Daniel's unexpected question caught her off guard, and Olivia decided to tell it all as it really is. She admitted that Daniel still treats her like a child, even though the girl has long since become an adult. Daniel, touched by her words, hastened to assure Olivia of his sincere feelings. He admitted that he was happy to see her reaction, because it confirmed his suspicions that she perceived him as a man, and not as a friend. Daniel once again confessed his love to Olivia and said that he knew perfectly well that she was no longer a child. Olivia reciprocated his feelings and was glad that their chance meeting today had borne fruit. She asked him not to hold back and kiss her, and the loving couple merged into a long kiss. At this time, the emperor, enjoying the beautiful weather on the veranda of the palace, was talking with his wife. He asked her what book she was reading, and what if he wanted to read it too. The emperor was glad to see his wife in a good mood. He decided to announce Kyle and Olivia's engagement at the empress's birthday reception. As he spoke about this, he recalled the count's words that, as an uncle, he needed to be informed about this in advance. Smiling at the memory, the girl noted that this birthday will be a special event for everyone. The emperor shared his joy, saying that Sir Daniel had agreed to support them and provide assistance from the north. He was proud of his son Leonardo, who had managed to secure the support of such a strong ally as Daniel Meridian. He was determined to restore his power and protect his daughter from the tyranny of the empress. Having asked whether he was going to marry Raffaella to the baron, the empress emphasized the difference in the titles of their families. She recalled that the Versaces hold the title of marquises while the Meridians are counts. The wedding with Raffaella should be a gift of fate for Daniel, raising his status, especially since the title of courtiers has not yet been approved. Smiling, the emperor asked if Daniel would be pleased with such a wedding gift. Cecilia perceived this marriage as the only sure way to protect her children from danger. Changing the subject, she asked her husband if he had visited Reynold, missing his son very much. From what she said, Reynold found his calling, becoming a respected professor at the academy. At the same time, strange events were taking place in the imperial garden, which could have led to tragedy. After all, Prince Ray, grabbing Violetta by the throat, demanded that she answer an important question for him under threat of her death. He wanted to find out from the poor girl whether all these rumors about Olivia that had spread throughout the palace were true. Filled with jealousy, he wanted to know the truth, whether Olivia really had a lover who attended her academy. He reminded Violetta that Olivia belonged to him and she had to look after her. In desperation, one of the maids tried to stand up for Violetta, begging the prince to spare her. Having proposed a deal, the prince promised to release Violetta if she told him the name of her rival. Not wanting her friend to die, the maid revealed the name of Olivia's lover, whose name was Daniel, which Violetta, of course, knew very well. The maid reported that Daniel was not only a representative of the Versace family, but also a close associate of Prince Leonardo from the Imperial Guard. The maid Sophia hid information about Daniel, hoping to avoid trouble, unaware that Prince Leonardo already knew him. Ray couldn't believe that the man courting Olivia was actually the Daniel they were talking about. The realization that Olivia's boyfriend was Daniel left Ray completely helpless. Meanwhile, Olivia was surprised to discover that Arnold had hidden abilities that he himself preferred to keep silent about. Arnold did not consider himself completely untalented because he, like Olivia, had a dream of becoming an aristocrat. To achieve his goal, Arnold needed to pass his final exam at the academy early in September. Becoming a nobleman was not an easy task for Arnold, as Empress Josephine and Castell prevented his ascension to the title of Duke. The final exam was just an excuse for Arnold to delay the inevitable, but he didn't know how long he could evade fate. The conversation about nobility made Arnold think about Olivia's closeness to the crown prince, and he asked his mentor about it directly. Olivia denied her friendship with the prince and warned Arnold against using people to achieve his own goals. Arnold suddenly reminded Olivia of Castell, who took over as head of the West only after the sudden death of his father, although there was no evidence of his involvement in this. Olivia replied that even if Arnold received the title of Duke, it did not guarantee him a place as head of the West. The meeting with the Crown Prince, in Olivia's opinion, did not promise Arnold anything good, except for a standard offer of support for the imperial family in exchange for help. Such a deal would not go unnoticed, and by helping Arnold, the Crown Prince would make many enemies for himself. Olivia wondered why this novel was full of suffering people who cling to her as their only hope of salvation. Olivia decided to start her story with a funny story, anticipating Arnold's reaction, who was still laughing, not suspecting what awaited him. After entering the world of the novel, Olivia learned many new things, for example, that the long peace weakened the empire, but Alfred I returned power to the emperors. However, the usurper Patrick, who took the throne in place of Cecilia, did not have legitimate power due to the lack of support from his mother's relatives. When the second prince was poisoned with holy water, the aristocratic families once again challenged the legitimacy of Patrick's rule. Empress Josephine took the reins of power into her own hands to create the appearance of the imperial family's support for the Versace family. Olivia made a deal with Leonardo to save the Versace family and the North from the fate that befell her and the Duke in the original story. As a result of the agreement, it was revealed that Josephine and Princess Raffaella possessed magical abilities, and Adriana had the gift of mind control. At the same time, the main villain of the novel unexpectedly provided Daniel with assistance in his research. There were 2 weddings planned for the near future. Olivia was to be engaged to Daniel and Kyle to Daisy. Arnold was trained in fencing, and Crown Prince Leonardo asked his mentor Olivia to become the keeper of the imperial sword. Daniel, meanwhile, returned to Hershey and held a meeting of the northern leaders to secure their support. Because of all these events that have happened over the past 3 weeks, the world has ceased to resemble a novel, instilling hope for the salvation of our heroes. In order to contact the Countess's Guild, Daisy rented a dessert shop after 6 in the evening. Experience working with Oscar taught Olivia to manage money wisely, because even at the dessert shop, she had to wait her turn. Suddenly, a guest whom she was only about to meet today arrived in Olivia's room. The appearance of Dorothy Palman, representative of the Countess of Cashville, began an important conversation about affairs in the north. Kyle recognized Dorothy as the wife of his fallen comrade, Sir Palman. It turned out that Sir Palman sacrificed himself to save the monster cleanup squad, and Kyle remembered his feat with gratitude. Modest Dorothy, whose mother had created the Widows' Information Guild, did not consider all this gratitude for her husband's feat necessary. Olivia asked if Dorothy knew the real purpose of their meeting. The Widows' Guild, led by Dorothy, was renowned for its knowledge of various fields. The widows had an extensive network of informants and confidants, which allowed them to learn any secrets, from the personal lives of aristocrats to their financial situation. Olivia decided to test how deep Dorothy's knowledge of current events went. Dorothy said that 2 weeks ago a secret meeting of the 6 heads of the North took place. At a meeting that took place after Olivia's lunch with Leonardo, Sir Daniel Meridian reported on the situation at the border. Dorothy concluded that an agreement had been made between Olivia and Leonardo, which required the support of the North to be implemented. Furthermore, Dorothy suggested that approval of Olivia's marriage to Daniel was one of the conditions of the agreement with the Crown Prince. Kyle noted that the widows, as always, were meticulous in collecting information. Olivia responded by sharing information with Dorothy about the forces that were trying to eliminate the Versace family and turn the North against the Emperor. Empress Josephine, Princess Raffaella, and Adriana came under suspicion. The widows believed that Raffaella and Adriana had magical powers. They allegedly controlled the minds of their victims using voices and special sound waves. Olivia's suspicions about Empress Josephine led Dorothy to believe that Olivia herself was interested in investigating Prince Ray's case. Olivia instructed the widows to conduct an investigation into the childhood of Josephine and Adriana, as well as to collect information about the lineage of the Counts of Kryansky and Castel. In addition, Olivia asked to compile a list of aristocrats of the West and East with a brief description of their characters. Dorothy assured Olivia that the lists of aristocrats would be delivered to the Versace mansion by tomorrow evening. Olivia was tormented by jealousy because her fiancé Daniel had been suspiciously busy for a long time lately. Kyle reminded her that Daniel, as head of the Drug Enforcement Department under the orders of the Crown Prince, was forced to spend more time at headquarters. Olivia didn't like that Daniel was doing something so important that he couldn't tell her. She wondered if she had made a mistake in choosing such a proud and secretive man as her husband. Kyle assured her that Daniel was a great choice and exactly the kind of man she wanted to be with. Olivia reminded him with a grin that she was in a romantic relationship with Daniel, not choosing a business partner. All this talk made Olivia even more eager to see Daniel. At this moment, Leonardo appeared, who wanted to talk to Arnold about his request, conveyed through Olivia. It turned out that Arnold had asked Leonardo for a personal meeting. Leonardo expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that Arnold was telling everyone about the secrets of the state, and especially Olivia, because now the whole North would know about it. Olivia assured him that Arnold was her close friend, and he would not tell anyone about the secret request. Noticing a list of names on the table, Olivia asked Leonardo what these documents were, and why Daniel was suddenly in the Drug Enforcement Department. Olivia explained that in order to strengthen Leonardo's position, it was decided to announce Olivia and Daniel's engagement on the Empress's birthday. According to the plan, after the announcement of the engagement, Daniel was supposed to head the investigation department, but there was no official announcement of the alliance with the North yet, and plans had to be changed. Giorgio intervened in the conversation and reported that Princess Raffaella had demanded that Olivia and Daniel's engagement be cancelled. But Leonardo reassured Olivia by saying that the Emperor had rejected the princess's request. Olivia, having calmed down a little, asked if Daniel knew about this. She was embarrassed by the thought that the beautiful princess could interest Daniel, Giorgio assured Olivia that Daniel had not paid any attention to the princess's antics. Giorgio's words calmed Olivia down a little, because his words really did sound very truthful. Olivia assured herself that this wasn't the first time a pretty girl had noticed Daniel, and that it was completely normal. To distract herself from bad thoughts, Olivia decided to learn more about the Drug Enforcement Department and asked Giorgio about it. Giorgio briefly outlined the department's responsibilities for investigating drug trafficking crimes. Drugs were not prohibited in this world, which is why many people became addicted to them, but the real problem was that crimes were committed under their influence. The difficulty was that there was no law by which an aristocrat could be arrested if the victim was also a noble. Sometimes they couldn't even start a case, because due to the high position of the victim, no one had the right to reveal her name, so the prince often had to personally handle such investigations. Leonardo decided that he would work in the drug department himself in order to find out all the secrets under the guise of an investigation. Of course, this department was more for show, because it was necessary to take into account the power of the aristocrats. In one of the reports, Olivia found a list of people and was alarmed by the fact that they were all very young. Leonardo said these were likely lists of people who hosted drug parties in their private clubs. Olivia wondered if these were the clubs where rich young people had fun, hiding their faces behind masks. Since there were only guys on the list, then the victims were only girls, Olivia reasoned. The case was marked closed, meaning the girl most likely chose to keep it all under wraps. After all, none of them complained to the prosecutor, which meant they couldn't punish the criminals. So they decided to simply send warnings to all influential families. Olivia was very angry about this. You can't just turn a blind eye to these crimes. She proposed to secretly collect evidence and punish the perpetrators without disclosing the names of the victims. Giorgio reminded that the law is the law, and without an official statement from the victim, nothing can be done. Then Olivia came up with a solution. She just needed to record the girls' testimony, but hide their faces from the public eye. Giorgio decided that this was a good plan, because there would be fewer crimes and other girls would have the courage to report what happened. And criminals will think twice before doing something illegal. Arnold suggested telling about at least a couple of solved cases to give the girls a little confidence and make them testify. This should give courage to the poor girls, especially if the criminals are of high rank. Arnold assured everyone that there would be no problems with collecting evidence and that he himself would like to work in the drug department. Leonardo agreed that it would be better for Arnold to first pass his final exams in September, and then, having received the title of Duke, he could officially begin his service. The task is not an easy one, but once Arnold becomes Duke, the case of his father's murder will be solved. Arnold was happy because he had waited so long for the opportunity to find out the truth and avenge his father's death. He swore that he would never forget this favor and would serve the crown faithfully and truly. Leonardo assured him that he trusted Olivia more, who would be the main one in the investigation, and Arnold should be more careful, because betrayal is punishable by death. Giorgio thought that it would not be easy to plant an undercover agent. Olivia woke up. It was almost midnight, and she and Daniel still hadn't met before bed as they usually did. But first, you need to figure out how to pull it all off, because you don't necessarily have to be nearby for this. There is a magic ball that can record everything that happens if you set it up correctly. Arnold wondered how to set up this ball if they don't know what the criminals will talk about. Olivia replied that you could add a few keywords that it would react to and make the ball itself glow in the dark. Meanwhile, in a simple brick house lost in the alleys of the 5th District, there was a department that investigated drug-related crimes. Daniel decided to install a listening device in a closed club, not suspecting that this day would bring him not only work but also an unexpected meeting. Olivia walked into the club with determination, making it clear to those around her that she had come here not for entertainment, but to meet Daniel. Introducing herself as Daniel's fiancée, Olivia began asking questions about him as if she knew nothing. A man approached Olivia, introduced himself as the head of the investigation team, and asked curiously if the two people behind Olivia were her bodyguards. Daniel, who suddenly appeared, was extremely surprised to see Olivia in this place and immediately asked what she was doing there. Olivia calmly explained to Daniel that she came to the party as his companion, and the two people with her were security guards who ensured their safety. Daniel became worried, reminding Olivia of the danger posed by the place, known for its links to the drug trade. Olivia reassured Daniel that everything was fine, because he would protect her himself. Trusting his fiancée and her friend, Daniel still asked his man to keep a close eye on them. Olivia explained that they had decided to arrive separately, 2 in each carriage, so that they could meet at the club and not attract attention. Daniel was surprised by such a well-thought-out plan and asked Olivia if it was really her idea. Although Daniel was outwardly calm, he had a bad feeling inside and warned Olivia that there were many dangers that could await them at this party. Olivia responded by pointing out that that was exactly why she had come, implying that Daniel should not have come alone. The girl emphasized that coming to such a place without a partner is a sure way to get into trouble. Olivia rightly noted that such an attractive man as Daniel, being alone, would certainly attract the attention of many women. She insisted that Daniel should not have gone to such a party alone, and her arguments sounded convincing. Olivia, without hiding her jealousy towards Daniel, made it clear to him that she did not intend to share him with anyone. Daniel, waiting for further action, asked Olivia what her plans were. Olivia shared her plan, a little small talk first, and then a private walk with Daniel in the garden, away from prying eyes. Daniel warned Olivia that such walks with strangers in such places rarely end well. Olivia ignored Daniel's words and firmly decided that the walk would take place, and asked curiously if he had been in this garden with girls before. Daniel replied seriously that he had never visited the garden with such intentions. Olivia was pleased with the answer and said with a smile that she and Daniel would definitely take a walk in the garden that evening. Olivia admitted that she has wanted to spend time alone in the garden with Daniel for a long time. She explained that a stroll through the garden was a good opportunity to slip away from the party unnoticed and get on with the main business they were there for. Daniel, a little suspicious, asked Olivia if she was trying to confuse him. Olivia kissed Daniel gently on the cheek, trying to calm him down and reassuring him that she had no ulterior motives. The spacious building of the former mansion, where a wealthy aristocrat once lived, now houses the closed Havana Club, famous for its atmosphere of mystery and luxury. Olivia noted that although similar private clubs existed in other parts of the city, none of them could compare to Havana in terms of the luxury it offered its visitors. Jessica, apologizing for being late, explained to Olivia that she was late because she had been spending a long time styling her hair. Olivia suggested to her friend to hurry up and take their seats, because Ellen was already waiting for them at the reserved table. Ellen asked Daniel to tell Olivia everything about Princess Rafaela so that unnecessary misunderstandings would not arise in the future. Daniel noticed that Ellen was not indifferent to Olivia and decided to find out the reason for his concern. Meeting Daniel's gaze, Ellen assured him that Olivia was simply a good friend and an outstanding knight to him, and nothing more. Before dispersing, Ellen checked with everyone to see if they were ready to begin their tasks. Olivia confirmed that she and Daniel were going to the garden to install the 8 communication balls as planned. As she left, Olivia gave everyone instructions that they were to pretend to quarrel and leave in separate carriages to create the impression that the lovers had quarreled. Walking with Daniel through the moonlit garden, Olivia confessed to him how good she felt with him. In response to Olivia's confession, Daniel jokingly said that he would quit his job and be around all the time. Recalling their conversation in Tamir, Daniel noted that he knew well that Olivia preferred caring men and did not like to waste time on all sorts of crooks. Daniel reminded Olivia of what she herself had told him in Tamir about how he should be an ambitious person. He confessed to Olivia that he was upset and angry that she did not remember an important moment from their past. It was then that she remembered what Daniel had said about their first meeting in Tamir, when they had had a quarrel because Daniel had not introduced himself to her as a representative of the Versace family. Recalling that meeting, Olivia admitted that she did not yet understand her feelings for Daniel and, afraid of losing him, grabbed his hand when he wanted to leave. Olivia sadly noted that she did not remember this incident at all, but Daniel still cherished the memories dear to his heart. Daniel reassured Olivia's distress by telling her that despite her forgetfulness, that day had been the happiest of his life. Looking into Daniel's eyes, Olivia felt herself irresistibly drawn to him, her heart beating in time with his. Overcome with emotion, Olivia wondered how their relationship would work out and whether they could ever be together. But then she pushed all these thoughts aside and kissed her lover on the lips. Daniel, having checked the reliability of the rope thrown over the window, smiled and said that everything would be fine. Olivia confidently stated that she knows how to hide better than anyone and is ready to teach anyone how to do it. She decided to place the magic balls in places where there was no connection, because all the victims mentioned similar details in their stories. Daniel advised her not to waste her energy, as she could come back and try to install the balls later. Suddenly, Daniel was stunned when Olivia unexpectedly tore off her skirt. An embarrassed Olivia explained that she was uncomfortable climbing the rope in her long skirt. At this very time, Jessica was sadly telling how she ran into Daniel at the academy, but he, to her regret, did not remember it at all. The girl could not understand how he could forget her and live on as if nothing had happened. Ellen, not sharing her feelings, remarked that she could always just go home. Jessica shook her head, because her strict father allowed her to return only after becoming a real knight. Ellen chuckled. With her abilities, she could not even dream of knighthood. Trying to cheer her up, he said that there was no need to be upset, because even one mastered combat technique was already progress. Jessica wondered if she really should go home. At this moment, Ryle happily greeted Ellen, whom he had not seen in such places for a long time. Ellen asked in response whether Ryle had abandoned his trade as a merchant. Ryle replied with a mysterious smile that he had something very interesting in store for him. He handed Ellen 2 capsules, assuring her that they were special because they left no memories for the girls. Ryle explained that it was enough to dissolve the capsule in water and give it to the victim to drink, but warned that exceeding the dosage was dangerous. Suddenly, Ryle asked if Ellen knew the girl sitting nearby. Ellen anxiously confirmed that he and Jessica were a couple, not understanding the point of the question. Ryle lowered his voice and warned that Ruth had been watching Jessica all evening, and clearly not with good intentions. 2 years ago, Ellen was a notorious troublemaker and fell in with a bad crowd, the ringleader of which was that same Ruth. Ryle insisted that Ellen take Jessica away immediately before it was too late. He literally pushed the guy out, telling Ellen not to thank him, but to take better care of his beloved's safety. Ryle decided to personally explain to Ruth that Jessica was not just a beauty, but the girlfriend of his sworn enemy Elena, hoping to earn his recognition. Meanwhile, having finished installing the magic balls, Olivia commanded Daniel to leave. Suddenly, Daniel tensed up and warned that someone was coming towards them. Somewhere nearby, they heard Paul's voice, grumbling under his breath that they were constantly forced to engage in this trade, and it was already getting pretty boring. Paul asked Ryle in surprise why he had decided to set up shop in this place again. Ryle explained that Ruth had not yet found another place, and now was not the time to tell him about Ellen's appearance. He reminded that Ruth was still angry at Ellen for that old story with the girl, and if she found out about Jessica, she would definitely want to take revenge on him. Olivia, having heard this conversation, realized that someone had warned the bandits about the danger, which meant that there was a traitor in the headquarters. Alarmed, Ellen grabbed Jessica's hand and ordered her to leave immediately. Jessica, not understanding anything, asked in surprise what had happened. Ellen replied that now was not the time to explain. The main thing was to get out of here as quickly as possible and asked to trust him. He explained that he and Daniel had a code word if the figurine he was carrying with him broke. They had to run without looking back. Jessica was worried. What would happen to Olivia if they left this place without warning? Ellen reassured her that the 2 of them were skilled swordsmen and would handle it, and she needed to quickly put his cloak on her head so that her bright hair would not attract unnecessary attention. Jessica looked at him hopefully and said that he was strong and would definitely defeat everyone. Ellen suggested that they first get to the carriage, and then he himself would sit in the cart and take them away from here. Jessica complained that her legs hurt and asked if perhaps she should wait for him here. Ellen sighed heavily and, picking up Jessica on his back, rushed towards the carriage. Jessica suddenly felt so warm and cozy in her soul. She remembered how a long time ago he carried her on his back like that, and it was so great. Ellen, smiling at her memories, warned her not to rely too much on romantic stories, because in life everything happens differently than in books. Jessica was indignant and replied that everything was written correctly in the books and there was no need to laugh at it. Ellen secretly regretted that he had ever gotten involved in this story, because if it hadn't been for that letter, everything would have been completely different. The letter said that the daughter of his old friend was entering the same academy as Ellen, and he was asked to keep an eye on her, preventing her from meeting a certain dangerous guy. Daniel worriedly assumed that someone from their department had leaked the information. Olivia agreed that it was quite possible, but right now she was more worried about Ellen, since the bandits were clearly hunting for Jessica. After that, the guy asked Olivia an unexpected question: had she heard about Princess Rafaela? Olivia asked in surprise who this princess was and why she should know her. Daniel was on cloud 9 because every morning he woke up thinking about his beloved. It seemed to him that the whole world was concentrated in one single woman, without whom he could not imagine his life. Olivia reciprocated Daniel's feelings, but she was haunted by a vague uneasiness about the past. Olivia could no longer hide her anxiety and asked Daniel when he first felt like he was in love. Daniel, a little embarrassed, decided that Olivia actually wanted to know news about Princess Rafaela and not about his feelings. Olivia assured him that state affairs could wait, and that the most important thing for her now was to hear an honest answer to her question. Daniel admitted that he had a tender affection for Olivia from their very first meeting. He especially remembered her unusual white hair, similar to light dandelion fluff, when she was very little. He remembered how, at the age of 15, he left to study at the academy and Olivia cried bitterly, saying goodbye to him. Returning 3 years later, Daniel was surprised to notice the changes that had occurred in Olivia. She had become withdrawn and did not seek to meet him. But one day the girl herself approached Daniel and asked him to teach her the art of fencing. It was important to Olivia to know that Daniel loved her, and not that other girl she had once been in the past. Gathering her courage, Olivia confessed that her soul had entered the body of another Olivia when she was 15. Daniel was shocked to hear these strange and frightening words, which did not fit into his head. Olivia herself did not understand how she ended up trapped in someone else's body, having forgotten her past life. Olivia spoke haltingly about what had happened, as if afraid that Daniel would not believe her. The girl was shivering, her head was spinning, and Olivia was ready to sink through the ground from shame and fear. Questions about what her lover would say to this tormented Olivia as she waited for Daniel's reaction. What Daniel heard seemed like complete nonsense, because he was sure that it was the real Olivia in front of him. He recalled that Olivia's first strange behavior actually began when she was about 11 years old. And by the age of 15, the girl, as if by magic, got rid of her oddities, becoming the same Olivia again. And at that moment, Daniel realized that he would never give up his love, even if the truth had been revealed to him earlier. It was important to him that Olivia saw how much he loved her and believed his every word. Despite the strangeness of the situation, Daniel was eager to find out the rest of the story. What else unusual happened to his beloved? Burning with curiosity, Daniel asked Olivia to tell him about her past life before she came to this world. Embarrassed, Olivia asked to give her a little time to collect her thoughts and tell everything in order. To distract herself from heavy thoughts, the girl decided to change the subject of the conversation and asked Daniel about Princess Rafaela. Daniel replied that during his time at the academy, he had only spoken to the princess a couple of times. One day, Rafaela offered him her handkerchief, but Daniel politely refused the gift. Daniel reminded with a smile that lovers exchange handkerchiefs to show their affection. Daniel jokingly asked Olivia if she would give him her scarf as a sign of confirmation of her feelings. Olivia laughed and replied that she had absolutely no time for needlework lately. Luckily for her, she changed her mind in time about giving Daniel an absurd scarf with embroidered roses, which turned out frankly badly. Meanwhile, at the police station, the Drug Enforcement Department was working hard. Ellen showed Giorgio 2 suspicious capsules found on the detained drug dealer. Giorgio, continuing the interrogation, asked Ellen if he had managed to obtain new information from the criminals. Upon hearing that Jessica had become a sacrificial lamb, Giorgio asked Ellen to explain what that meant. Ellen explained that the criminals used this phrase to refer to the girls from the private club who were to become their next victims. He still hasn't decided to tell Jessica everything, fearing for her condition. Answering another question, Ellen admitted that he overheard the bandits' conversation by accident, so he couldn't tell anything else. While the interrogation was going on, Ellen waited impatiently for the recording from the wiretap installed in the club to end. Giorgio stressed that despite the risk, they were obliged to neutralize the criminals and save the innocent girls. The main problem was that the owner of the club was a relative of the criminals, and without strong evidence it was impossible to act. Leonardo suspected that there was a traitor in the police ranks who was giving information to criminals. Daniel confirmed his suspicions, providing evidence that the criminals had been informed in advance about the planned raid. In order to identify the traitor, Leonardo ordered a list to be compiled of everyone who had participated in the development of the operation. Fortunately, thanks to wiretapping, it was possible to record the criminals' conversation, incriminating them in the commission of crimes. Daniel reported that they managed not only to prevent new victims, but also to obtain testimony from girls who had already suffered. Without a moment's delay, Daniel gave the order to arrest the criminal Ruth and close this damned club. He listened carefully to the recording again with the arrested boy's father to make sure that the voice on it really belonged to Ruth. Ruth's father sadly recognized his son's voice on Lord Daniel's recording and anxiously asked about his fate. Lord Daniel reported that 3 aristocrats had already given evidence against Root, accusing him of a brutal crime that would not go unpunished. To protect the Count's family from shame and punishment, Lord Daniel offered his father to sign a document excluding Root from the family register at the Sorbonne. Ruth's father understood that making this difficult decision was the only way to protect the family's honor and stop the series of troubles caused by his son's recklessness. At that moment, the enraged Ruth, being in captivity, could not understand how his father dared to betray him, forgetting about his position and noble origin. The young man angrily recalled his title as the heir to the Sorbonne family, demanding to be addressed appropriately. The father looked at his son with pain and disappointment, not seeing in him a drop of remorse for the actions he had committed. Ruth found everything that was happening absurd, and he hoped for his father's support until the very end, assuring him that he had become the victim of a setup. In a cold tone, the father announced Ruth's expulsion from the Sorbonne family, advising him to cooperate with the investigation for his own benefit. Meanwhile, Violetta looked at the lotion sample that Olivia had given her with undisguised curiosity, waiting for her opinion. Olivia spoke highly of the lotion, noting its good quality and promising to share her friends' reviews soon. Remembering the high-profile drug trafficking case at the Havana Club, Violetta decided to reveal to Olivia the shocking truth that was connected with this case. Violetta confessed that it was she who created the drug that was sold in Havana. The girl hastened to explain that initially these were ordinary headache pills, developed by her as part of a semester assignment. The task was to create an effective headache medicine with an additional hypnotic effect. Violetta said that during her work, she mixed a rare herb with buran, not knowing about the side effects of their combination. Then Olivia asked to name the professor and his assistant who could confirm Violetta's words. Without a second thought, Violetta named Professor Cedric and his assistant Gail, adding about the danger that came from Princess Rafaela. Violetta had a bad feeling about this and strongly advised Olivia to stay away from the princess. Olivia was surprised by the mention of dreams, because Violetta had never complained about them before. It turned out that the dreams stopped after her brother started putting some kind of medicine in Violetta's tea. According to the girl, the medicine was intended to control children with unusual abilities. The danger of the drug lay in its side effects, which included memory loss and the inability to recognize one's own relatives. Olivia doubted the reality of such side effects, considering them to be fiction or exaggeration. She tried in vain to find a rational explanation for the situation, but her thoughts kept returning to the strange actions of the imperial family. Olivia wondered about the emperor's motives, since, with his gift, he himself might need the Duke more than anyone else. 2 days before the ceremonial banquet, Justila began active efforts to regain power. From early morning, the Empress personally supervised all preparations for the upcoming holiday, giving orders to the servants. The court girls were surprised by the Empress's unexpected intervention in palace affairs. No one had any doubts that the Empress had decided to regain her lost influence and power. Now, even holding a simple tea party required her personal approval and instructions. Entering the pink room, which was intended for her, Josephine indignantly discovered the Empress and her retinue there. Josephine sharply demanded that everyone leave, reminding them of her right to this room. Having received no reaction to her words, she was extremely surprised by the indifference of those present. The Empress coldly remarked that all this time she had been expecting to be greeted and addressed according to her status. For her insolence, Josephine immediately received a resounding slap in the face from the Empress. Beside herself with anger, the Empress ordered the guards to bring the impudent concubine to her knees. Josephine was shocked by the Empress's audacity and was overcome with rage. The Empress haughtily replied that she was simply putting her palace in order and would not allow some concubine to tell her what to do. An enraged Josephine accused her of hypocrisy and pride, trying to recover from the slap. The Empress haughtily declared that this time she would turn a blind eye to her prank, but warned that such a thing would not happen again. Josephine guessed that the Empress's confidence was due to the decisive actions of the House of Lords. She smiled, realizing that the Empress's courage was dictated only by fear. Josephine warned the Empress that her behavior could have a bad effect not only on state affairs, but also on the future of her son. The angry Empress declared that only she could make decisions in the empire, and that it was time to dissolve the House of Lords altogether. To top it all off, she contemptuously accused Josephine of treating her own child terribly. Josephine could not stand such a reproach, ordered Milo to remove his hands, and wanted to head for the exit without anyone's help. Before leaving, Josephine threatened the Empress, promising that she would regret her behavior. The Empress didn't blink an eye, calmly ordering the guards to remove the concubine and lock the door behind her. She was not at all afraid of Josephine's threats, because the Empress felt the power and was ready to fight back. Finally, the Empress's birthday arrived and the palace was shining with festive lights. The guests greeted Emperor Alfredo and Empress Justila with bated breath, shining in the light of luxury. Crown Prince Leonardo greeted those present, but everyone noticed the absence of Princess Josephine. Rumors quickly spread throughout the palace that Josephine had fallen into disfavor and that her status had been reduced. Everyone realized that the rumors about the current Empress Justila's return to her former influence turned out to be true. Josephine, who had only heard about the celebration by hearsay, was overcome with anger and swore to take revenge on Justila. Empress Justila gave a touching speech, asking forgiveness for her long absence and promising to rule the people of the empire wisely. Suddenly, the Empress invited Kyle and Olivia to come forward and declared them part of the imperial family. To the applause of the guests, Justila spoke about the engagement of Olivia and Daniel, which made Olivia the fourth contender for the throne. The Empress then introduced Kyle, who became third in line of succession to all the guests. Emperor Alfredo addressed the guests with a speech in which he congratulated those gathered and expressed his joy at the engagements. Alfredo called the unification of the Versace and Meridian families a great boon for the imperial power. The emperor decided to present his nephews with generous gifts in honor of their engagement. Alfredo once again reminded that the loyal Northern Versace family has always been on equal terms with the imperial family. He praised the Meridian family for teaming up with Versace and working to catch the criminals. Alfredo expressed hope that the younger generation would serve the dynasty even more loyally. The Versaces were awarded the title of Marquis, and the Meridians were awarded the title of Count. The emperor asked Versace not to disgrace the honor and dignity of the family, and also once again offered Meridian to become counts, knowing about their previous refusals. Alfredo called the day special because of the return of his wife and the announcement of their engagement, and after the speech he invited the Empress to dance. Meanwhile, Olivia and Daniel took a private moment to discuss the title they had just received. The girl reminded her beloved that in their family it was not customary to accept such gifts from the emperor, and Daniel confirmed his beloved's words. Olivia, despite Daniel's words, wanted to know for sure what his decision would be. Daniel admitted that he values Olivia very much and wants to make her life safer, although it is not in his power to make her an empress. Olivia assured Daniel that she was happy just because she would bear his last name. Touched, Daniel vowed to live from now on for the sake of his beloved girl, who would soon become his wife. To escape the spotlight, the couple decided to take a walk through the night garden. Olivia was delighted to see that her favorite childhood spot had not changed at all. Suddenly, at that very moment, Crown Prince Leonardo approached Jessica, who was sitting alone on the bench. Jessica, looking at Leonardo in surprise, reminded him that the last time they met was back at the academy. Leonardo replied that he remembered Jessica's unusual hair color. The girl became angry and reproached Leonardo for pretending not to recognize her at the academy, but she had entered there intentionally to meet him. Jessica asked Leonardo to call her now simply by her first name without false or flattering words. Leonardo, remembering his childhood, told Jessica that he promised to marry her when he became the crown prince. The prince confessed to Jessica that after her departure, he had been writing letters proposing marriage to her for several years, but had never received an answer. Jessica explained that her father was against their marriage, and then added that feelings are fickle, like nature itself. Despite everything, Leonardo asked Jessica if the old feelings between them still remained. He excitedly admitted that he still felt sympathy for her. Jessica coolly noted that she was attracted to monogamous men, unlike Leonardo, and cited Daniel as an example. Jessica sarcastically stated that with 3 brides he would never have time to be bored. Not wanting to continue the conversation, the girl said goodbye and, proudly straightening her back, hurried away. But Leonardo did not give up. He asked directly if Jessica loved someone else. The girl proudly replied that, fortunately for Leonardo, her heart was not occupied by him, and that was all he needed to know. At that moment, Ray's sarcastic voice, who had been sitting on a tree branch all this time, addressed him from above. Leonardo sadly asked his brother if he had enjoyed witnessing the refusal, adding that now they were both out of luck. Ray sadly replied that, in fact, the girl he loved had announced her engagement today. When he confirmed that he was talking about Olivia, Leonardo could not hide his surprise, although he knew perfectly well that this engagement would still take place. Noticing the change in the usually indifferent Ray, Leonardo assumed that he too was suffering from unrequited love. Without wanting to go into details, Leonardo honestly admitted that he was always depressed by his communication with his brother. Leonardo explained that as a child he was proclaimed the future emperor, so the girls take ordinary conversation for a marriage proposal, although he still loves Jessica, despite the fact that after that injury on the training ground, the girl pretends that she does not remember anything about their relationship. And now, Leonardo sadly realized that even though he now had the strength to protect Olivia, the girl seemed very disappointed in him. By the way, he asked Reynold, as his brother, not to forget about their mother and what she expects from him. At the same time, Josephine, having heard Miguel's news, calmly noted that the emperor had done something stupid, but nothing terrible had happened. Miguel shared gossip with Josephine that Rafaela was in love with another man, reminding her that she represented the influential Castel family. Josephine became angry and accused Miguel of trying to carry out the same old nasty affair. Miguel was surprised by Josephine's reaction and asked if Rael's influence over Rafaela was too great now. Josephine, tired of Miguel's moralizing, abruptly cut him off, realizing that he was trying to blame her for all the failures. She assured the man that Rafaela would not act against her will. Josephine explained that Rael cannot yet fully control Rafaela's body, which is why she needs a beloved man. With a sneer, Josephine asked Miguel if he had found a suitable groom who would please both girls who lived in the same body. Miguel reminded Josephine how she herself had rejected the emperor whom he had found for her wedding. Josephine flared up and replied that she had dreamed of mutual love back then. Miguel noted with a grin that she still considered the same man she had once dated in secret to be Rafaela's father. Miguel said that the man was too kind and would never abandon his daughter. He rubbed Josephine's nose in the fact that it was he who had saved her and warned her to be smarter and not to abuse the rights of the House of Lords. An indignant Josephine replied that he had not told her that the chamber had the right to interfere in the affairs of the empire for only 3 months a year. Miguel noted sarcastically that he had not known about Josephine's lack of understanding in such simple things. At that very moment, frightened maids and the eldest among them ran into the room where our heroes were staying. Surprised, Daniel asked the maids what they wanted and why they had barged in without asking. The maid said hesitantly that she had some very important information to convey to Sir Daniel personally. The woman whispered in his ear that Olivia had already finished her conversation with Miss Sabins and was waiting for him in the garden. A delighted Kyle sent Daniel to fetch Olivia, deciding to walk Daisy to the carriage himself. Kyle's words surprised Daisy because Olivia was still talking to Miss Sabins, or so she thought. Kyle was confused. He felt like something strange had happened. He told Daniel that although he was glad that the situation had been resolved successfully, the ease with which it had all happened was too alarming. Daniel suddenly asked Kyle how he would feel if Olivia never came back. Kyle answered honestly that he had long ago realized that his sister had changed a lot. He admitted to Daniel that he had hardly communicated with his sister in the past, but upon seeing her now, he immediately felt that she was completely different. Kyle explained that Olivia's blank stare, reminiscent of the death she had experienced, gave her away. Daniel tried to calm his friend down, assuring him that Olivia was simply afraid of losing him because he himself had seen the fear in her eyes during their conversation. Kyle agreed that he had a hard time adjusting to the change in his sister despite her return. He warmly added that now, despite everything, Olivia remains his beloved little sister. Kyle wished them a happy life together and then sent him to Olivia. And then the maids appeared with the very same message that Olivia was waiting for Daniel. Daisy, who was standing nearby, was surprised by the maid's words that Olivia had freed herself and suspected something was wrong. Olivia, having heard their conversation, decided to find out what was going on and suddenly appeared in front of everyone. At this time, the solution to the mystery was hidden at the other end of the palace. Ray, upon encountering Olivia, was surprised to see her alone so late and volunteered to help find Daniel. Olivia explained to Ray that someone had called Daniel on her behalf, and they hurried into the garden. Wanting to reassure a worried Olivia, Ray assured her that he would find Daniel. And Daniel, hearing a voice in the garden, took it for Olivia's voice and immediately headed there. But as he came closer, he saw Princess Rafaela, and bowing hastily, asked her what she was doing there. Rafaela suddenly apologized to Daniel for his unusual request to meet. Daniel gallantly suggested that they continue the conversation in a more suitable place, but Rafaela unexpectedly rushed towards him. After confessing her feelings to Daniel, Rafaela begged him to protect her, as he had already done this once. All this time, Olivia watched them from behind, not believing her eyes. Seeing Daniel and Rafaela in his arms, Olivia felt her heart squeeze with pain. Daniel's words about indifference to Rafaela now seemed like a vile lie to her. Not wanting to stay in this place any longer, Olivia asked Ray to take her away, or rather, to transfer her to another space using magic. Disappointed and broken, Olivia wanted only one thing to run without looking back from this lie and betrayal. Ray, a powerful magician, could transport Olivia to any place she wanted. Daniel tried to reason with Olivia and ask her to stay, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Olivia disappeared, leaving Daniel completely confused. Rafaela watched Daniel's reaction with an innocent look, as if she didn't understand the reason for his excitement. Daniel did not believe in such naivety, accusing Rafaela of trying to provoke jealousy in Olivia. In anger, Daniel forbade Rafaela to call him by name, threatening to kill him. Kyle reassured his friend, assuring him that Olivia was not the kind of girl who would believe such nonsense. He reminded her that Olivia was smart and perceptive, so she would never fall for such a cheap trick. Kyle reiterated that Olivia's heart belongs entirely to Daniel and she trusts him unconditionally. Seeing that Daniel had calmed down a little, Kyle suggested that they go home and wait calmly for Olivia. Transported to an unknown location, Olivia confessed to Ray that although she trusted Daniel, she had no intention of leaving things just like that. The girl decided to take revenge on her lover for the pain he caused her, having a cunning plan for this. Ray was intrigued by Olivia's emotional state and asked her directly how strong her love for Daniel was. Olivia, as if drowning in dreams, spoke with rapture about how Daniel was the best man of all she knew. Taking the opportunity, Ray asked directly what place he occupied in the girl's heart. Olivia, as if reading a book, retold Ray the story of his origin, which she knew from the novel. And then, by comparing Ray to Cotton Candy, just as beautiful but short-lived, Olivia hinted that their relationship would not last forever. According to the girl, Cotton Candy is created to be enjoyed for a short time, so you shouldn't expect anything more. Olivia reminded Ray that their meeting was just part of her plan, the purpose of which was only to make Daniel jealous. She made it clear to the young man that their communication was nothing more than a game, and she intended to use it in the future. The top floor of the Wizard's Tower became Ray's personal abode, a place where outsiders could not enter. There, in his room, Reynolds carefully laid the unconscious Olivia on the bed. Ray noted with regret that Olivia didn't remember anything yet and didn't know thanks to whom she stayed alive. He asked for forgiveness for his obsession, promising the girl to protect her peace and safety. With the help of magic, Ray helped Olivia regain her lost memories and relive the events of the past. A golden dragon named Reynolds has vowed to become Olivia Versace's loyal protector and always be by her side. Using magic, he transferred Olivia's consciousness to their shared past, where little Reynolds wandered in the depths of a dark forest where Gabriel had thrown him. The frightened boy tried to hide from everyone, to be alone and not see anyone else. It was in this thicket of forest that he first met little Olivia, who accidentally wandered into the forest wilderness. When Olivia saw Reynolds, she was not afraid, but asked what he was doing there, alone in the trees. The girl introduced herself and said that she had been nearby and was about to return home. Olivia offered the confused Reynolds some medicine to heal his wounds. Reynolds turned away, believing that he did not deserve help and was better off dead. Olivia was not one to give up and ordered the boy to drink the medicine, reminding him that life was beautiful and worth fighting for. She urged Reynolds not to give up and forget about despair, because she would be by his side. Looking at Reynolds, Olivia even found him cute, although not as handsome as her Daniel. Olivia admitted that her heart belongs to someone else and that Daniel is her destiny. Reynolds did not understand how she knew who she was going to marry and how it was possible to know this in advance. Olivia smiled and said that her heart never deceived her. After saying goodbye to her new acquaintance, she went home, assuming that Daniel was already worried and looking for her. As she left, Olivia advised him not to be afraid of difficulties and to always fight back against those who offend him. Reynolds was surprised because no one had ever told him anything like that. Before, he only heard reproaches and accusations that he was a monster and a threat to everyone. However, meeting Olivia turned his world upside down, giving him hope for the future and faith in himself. Josephine's appearance interrupted his memories of the past, and now this very past looked at him through the eyes of this evil woman. She greeted her son coldly and with disdain, making it clear how indifferent she was to him. In her eyes, he was a loser and a worthless person who would be best just gotten rid of. Reynold tried to explain to his mother the reasons for Prince Raymond's death, but she would not listen to him. Unable to bear such treatment, Olivia rushed to the boy's defense. Because she was never afraid of a fight with bad people, Josephine sneered and asked what she was going to fight her with, that pathetic piece of iron in her hands. Olivia was unable to stay on her feet when a strong magical wave hit her, and she fell to the side. She was thrown several meters and hit her back painfully against a thick tree trunk. Ray called out to Olivia in fear, hoping that she had not been hurt by the fall and would come to her senses. Josephine said coldly that she could not allow Olivia to live after she had learned the secret of the imperial family that they had just discussed. Ray was desperate. He was ready to do anything if only Josephine would spare Olivia. Josephine, taking advantage of Ray's desperation, decided to take advantage of the situation and demanded an oath in exchange for the girl's life. Ray, without a moment's hesitation, vowed that he would protect Olivia from any danger. Solemnly, as befits the Golden Dragon Reynold, he swore never to harm Josephine and to keep her secrets. But Ray cleverly added a condition to his vow, putting Olivia's safety first. Josephine didn't expect such a smart move and was impressed by Ray's intelligence. As his mother, Josephine understood him well and saw herself reflected in him. At that moment, an uninvited guest appeared, and Josephine decided to quickly disappear from this place. It was Daniel. He saw Olivia lying unconscious and rushed to her to help. Ray looked at the young man in surprise. In front of him stood that same Daniel Meridian, Olivia's beloved. Realizing the danger that Olivia faced if she told the truth, Ray insisted on erasing her memory of the encounter. He tried to explain to Daniel that it would be better if no one knew about what happened here. Daniel was taken aback by Ray's appearance and couldn't figure out who he should believe. Gabrielle suddenly appeared, and looking at Olivia, she said with relief that the girl was alive. Gabrielle promised to erase from Olivia's memory only those things that could seriously traumatize her. Realizing that it would be very difficult for Daniel if he retained the memories of that day, Gabrielle decided to erase his memory as well. But then Ray joined the conversation and asked Gabrielle not to erase the memories completely. Ray wanted Olivia to have at least a small piece of memory of him, even if she knew nothing else. Gabrielle calmed Ray down and said that she would erase the worst memory, but everything else would remain untouched. Ray said goodbye to Olivia, but believed that they would see each other again someday. And now, exactly 10 years later, Ray broke his promise and decided to find Olivia. Seeing him, Olivia told him about a strange dream she had just had while she was in oblivion. Ray decided not to hide the truth any longer and explained to Olivia that this was not just a dream, but her memories. And then Olivia recognized him. She remembered that she'd already seen Ray a long time ago in her childhood. Ray was on cloud 9 because he had been waiting for this happy moment for so long, and now he couldn't contain his feelings hugging Olivia. After learning about the hardships Ray had to endure, Olivia felt deep sympathy for him. However, when Olivia woke up, she clearly realized that she was in an unfamiliar place. She was sure that Daniel was very worried about her and asked Ray to send her home quickly. Olivia was perplexed because Ray himself brought her here, and now it seems he doesn't want to send her back. Ray was very happy to see her, but he was upset that Olivia wanted to go home. Watching this scene, Gabrielle noted with a grin that when a man is too attached to something, it does not make him more attractive. Realizing that the conversation was reaching a dead end, Gabrielle suggested that Olivia send her home herself using magic. Olivia, now realizing what Gabrielle was capable of, decided to clarify the troubling issue. She couldn't believe that Gabrielle could actually control other people's memories and wanted to know more about it. There was no doubt left. This girl was a sorceress, but was she really not just a magician, but a real goddess? Olivia decided to ask her directly who she was and what she had been doing all her life. Gabrielle, in response, admitted that she didn't remember everything she had lived too long. Perhaps a long time ago, she was also an ordinary person like Olivia. And now their fates seemed surprisingly similar, because they were both forced to play other people's roles, forgetting who they really were.